everybody. Good morning. How y'all feeling? Y'all fed, coffee, caffeinated, all that? It is an absolute joy to be here with you this morning, and a joy to have you here for NCL and for a real conversation about where we are and where we're going, and frankly having this conversation with all of you, all of our partners, thought leaders, policymakers, those who are on the ground in the fight every single day, those who are part of affected populations. This fight is urgent, and it creates, as we see as the theme of the entire conference, a real possibility of now. And understanding that this conversation has to take place now, and it has to be real, it has to be clear, it has to be honest, and it has to be thorough. But the truth is that when we're looking around this room, every single one of you have made a choice. You could be elsewhere, you could be a lot of other places, but to say I'm going to spend an early part of February, an entire day talking about the issue of poverty is powerful, and it's very telling. It's telling because we actually are in a space where issues that are going to impact not just us right now, but generations are at stake. Conversations around things like the census, which is not just going to have an impact on who gets counted next year, but frankly, how we are going to find and fund and fairly allocate resources for an entire generation. And making sure that when we're looking at our census count for this next round, that we have the most fair and equitable and representative census. Making sure that we're actually having conversations as we're going to election years about issues like poverty. And knowing that even though it might not be politically expedient, poverty, dealing with poverty, child poverty, generational poverty, entrenched poverty, are things that we must make sure are at the forefront of all of our conversations. Now, some of the things that we have seen in recent times actually show that there has been some progress made on this issue. Now, we know the poverty rate has slightly lowered, and that now hovering around, from New York City alone, around 20% of the population is now living in poverty. Here's the reality, though. It's not only that we shouldn't be satisfied with that number. It's also that the story of that number isn't true. It's also that the story of that number isn't accurate. As you'll hear a little later on from our Chief of Grant Strategy, Sarah Altmans, and the Columbia University team, our poverty tracker shows that when you actually dig into the numbers and disaggregate the numbers, you see just how problematic the problem of poverty is, both in New York City but also around the country. The reality is that 50% of all New Yorkers over the past 4 years have been in poverty at least a year. Think about that, 50%, half. You know, we all just came off holiday breaks and we all just came off time with our families. Imagine your family, your cousins, brothers and sisters, aunties, uncles. By the way, for those who don't know what an auntie is, that's an aunt. Or aunt. Now imagine half of them cannot escape the scourge of poverty. Imagine half of them, no matter how hard they are trying, still have poverty as a distinct reality in their family and something that they can't escape. Particularly when you continue to dig into the data and you realize that even for the people who are able to escape poverty, over 50% will be back in poverty within 2 years. Poverty is sticky. Poverty is unforgiving. The point of today, the point of all of our work, is to make sure that we're not having a conversation about poverty that's hovering around this idea that we're trying to make poverty easier on people, or make poverty more tolerable, less painful. The reality of today, the possibility of now, the reality that we see in our existence right now is we are in the wealthiest country, at the wealthiest time in the world history, and it is absolutely unacceptable that we have so many people who could not tell you that. The reality is, it is unforgivable and inexcusable and inhumane that we still have levers and policies and frameworks that are both putting people and keeping people in poverty. And the reality is that each and every one of us, all of us, with all of our organizations, with all of our individual might, don't just have an obligation to do something about it, we have an obligation to understand our own complicity in it. We have an obligation to know that the urgency is real and the urgency must be felt. So we, all of us, collectively in this group, in this room, whether you are a philanthropist, a policymaker, a business person, direct service provider, or someone who's actually directed by the work and impacted by the work, that there are a few things that we come to this work with. There's a few levels of humility that we must come to this work with. We come with a humility to understand that context matters and history matters. If we continue to dig into that data, we understand that while that number in New York City hovers around 50%, here's another reality about those numbers. If you're African American, if you're an African American New Yorker, that number's 59%. If you're Latinx, that number's 68%. We have to be able to understand the context and the history in which all of these realities show themselves. And understanding and having a context of the history of things like blockbusting and redlining is not simply because it's to play gotcha. It's not simply because we have to keep those things in mind because it sounds good. We have to keep those things in mind because they still have direct impacts on the way people are living right now. We have to keep those things in mind because we have to understand the intentionality in which our society was created, and the only way we're going to unpackage it is to actually attack this unpackaging with the same level of intentionality, of thoughtfulness. Except this time, we come with a lens of fairness and equity. We have to understand the importance of collaboration in all of our work. If I could ask y'all a quick question. For how many of you, this is your first time at NCL? Good. For how many of y'all, this is not your first time at NCL? All right, the thing that I ask is this. For those who raised their hand the first time, seek out those who raised their hand the second time. For those who raise their hands the second time, seek out them folks you saw who raised their hand the first time. Part of the goal of all this for us is Robin Hood, but for all of us in the poverty fighting field is to make sure that at the end of the day, we have at least one or two new partnerships that we are going to use. At least one or two new people that we have learned something from, at least one or two people that we're not going to collaborate with, that we're going to take insights that's going to inform our work, and that we move in this space with a real sense of collaboration. And we know we're walking into today, and we want to leave today with a real sense of urgency of why this work matters and right now. When we're talking about a number like 50%, that's not them. That's us. This is us. This is the society that we have asked for and chosen. This is the society that we advocate for. So we must advocate for better and push for better. It's allowing all of us, it's asking all of us to think hard about the levers that we use, the issues that we push on, the voice that we have, and the urgency of getting it done now. I'm optimistic because when we look around this room and we look at the levers of influence, the levers of power, and the levels of honesty that we have in this room alone, there's no reason that we can't solve this. When we look at the people and the advocates and the voices that we have in this room alone right now, the experts that will both be on the stage later on, and also the experts that are sitting all amongst you right now, there's no way and no reason that we should tolerate or celebrate the fact that we're making progress. We have to move like it matters. If there was anything else that was impacting half of our population, you would see the population move like it matters. So there is no reason to have the reality of so many people who have to live under the trauma and pain of poverty and to not feel like that same level of urgency is not there. Every day you all are in the work. Every day we're fighting, we're advocating. Every day organizationally we're evolving, progressing, changing. And the possibility of now is that we will walk into not just this year, but we will walk into every single year with a focus on future generations and a focus on getting it right and getting it right permanently. That's our charge. That's our goal. That's our plan A, and there is no plan B. So we're thrilled about today. We're thrilled about your presence. We're thrilled about your partnership. We are humbled. We're grateful. And we're ready to get to work. Thank you all for being here today, and look forward to an amazing day. Bless you guys.
Here to introduce our morning sessions is Robin Hood board member David Puth.
Morning to all of you, and thank you, Wes, for a very inspiring start to the day. My name is David Puth, and I am a very, very proud member of the Robin Hood Board of Directors, and one of the people who had the privilege of being able to be involved in organizing this round of NCL, something about which I know you're going to all leave feeling very strongly. We feel extremely fortunate to have each of you here today. You represent the people in the community and in the field that are actually changing lives. And we hope that what you take away from this gathering, what you're able to do with this work tomorrow, will make a lasting impact on all of those who we collectively serve. Wes spoke about the possibility of now and about the urgency of the actions that we must all take. That word urgency is going to be with us throughout the day, and I believe strongly through the next 9 months of this year. And nowhere is that urgency more real and recognizable than when we look deeply into the data that is in front of us and all the work that we do. What we learn from those numbers motivates us to solve the overwhelming challenge of mobility out of poverty, and why we must commit together, today and going forward, to do everything we possibly can to move that mobility number to a different place. When people think about data, you think about things that are static and passive, but data is part of what we learn and what we do each day. And the data creates a roadmap for all of us to help solve problems. If you knew that there was a hurricane coming and it was going to hit New York in the next week, you would all be looking at the weather patterns and the wind and the data to make a decision about what you would do with your home and with your family and how you would spend your time. Closer to our home at Robin Hood, when we think about the tragedy of homelessness in our city, we use research to try to address that problem. I am certain that even those most toughened by numbers were disheartened greatly by reading that 1.5 million school children last year experienced homelessness at some point during the course of the year. But it's the statistics that support that 1.5 million number that will help us, lead us to help solve that problem. At Robin Hood, we dive deeper, using that supporting information to understand the problem better, the sources of the problem, and how we're going to solve it. We look at the number of children that are living in shelters today. We add that up with the children who are not showing up to school. We look deeply at the market data associated with the rising cost of housing at every level in the city of New York. And we learn that for every 2 low-income households, there is only one affordable rental unit. And we know that the result of that is that people either move to shelters, go homeless, or find themselves using a good portion of their income just to pay rent. It simply is not sustainable. And we take that, all of that data, and we think about how do we need to respond. We use the data to ensure that we do everything we can to preserve the supply of affordable housing in our city. We work very hard on the policy front. We work to organize tenant groups. We help shelter staff use data provided by the Department of Education to understand the numbers of school-aged children who should be in the classroom but perhaps are not. By using that data effectively, we know we will be able to end homelessness in this city, and we will be able to get more kids into the classroom. That's what we're working with this morning, is the data that will help us work together to find better ways to serve the poor in our cities. We all know that the hurricane of poverty is upon us. It's been upon us for a long time. And as Wes has mentioned, it should not be here in a country as successful as ours today. We need to use those numbers, that data, to help us learn how to act. Today, we have an extraordinary privilege of hearing from the foremost leaders in the field on how we translate data, research, and models into policy and practice that will drive an increase in mobility from poverty, not just in New York, but across our country. We'll start by hearing from David A. Williams and the impactful work that he and his team are doing with Raj Chetty at Opportunity Insights in partnership with policymakers and practitioners. And then from Gregory Atch and Donnie Charleston at the Urban Institute, who will walk us through the social genome model and how it's being leveraged to analyze the impact of interventions. And our own Sarah Altman will lead Robin Hood's discussion, the discussion on now Robin Hood's decade-long partnership with Columbia University on the poverty tracker and the dynamics of poverty over time in New York City. We are very, very fortunate to have with us today Nobel laureate Esther Duflo in conversation with Amy Finkelstein and with one of the world's leading philanthropists, Laura Arnold, on the impact of randomized control trials and the important work of understanding the priorities of the lives of the people most impacted by the data that reaches us, something that we simply don't think about. As you'll hear from them, turning data and taking it into making that roadmap, that action plan, will drive lasting and systemic change. This change is only possible with a day like this, with leaders partnering with leaders across roles, across sectors, working together collectively and with urgency. You are our community partners. You are the academic leaders in the field. You're out there every day working to change and save lives. We feel so fortunate to be able to partner with you. Our goals today are many, but one is certainly to use all that we learn and have learned to help mobility out of poverty a lasting reality for so many less fortunate. I want to thank you all very much for being here today. I want to borrow a little bit from Wes's call to action and say, how can we take the possibility of now and turn it into the power and the probability of tomorrow? I know that we can do it together. Thank you for being here. Let's have a very successful day.
For the next 2 sessions, you will have the opportunity to submit questions on your mobile device. Please direct your attention to the screen for directions. Visit slido.com and enter the unique hashtag #BigData. Questions will be answered at the end of the presentations. And now, please welcome to the stage David A. Williams of Opportunity Insights.
Good morning, everyone. All right, I know it's early. We got to get the energy going. So one more time, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. I'd like to thank Wes and David and the whole Robin Hood team for inviting me here today, and I think really bring this group together. My colleague Raj Chetty at Opportunity Insights spoke here last year talking about our research, and I'd like to build on that, but really start to focus on how we can take that data and research and start to think about how we can do all of our work more effectively and more impactfully. Of course, data and research is important, but behind all those data points are millions of people and millions of stories. So how do we start to translate that research into real impact and action on the ground? So for example, my mom grew up in Iowa in a one-room schoolhouse. My dad's from Lagos, Nigeria. And my dad came to America. My mother moved to Detroit to follow and find the American dream. But for someone who looks like me, right, that dream has become increasingly fleeting. For African-American men growing up in the Detroit metro area, they only have a 15% chance of going to college and graduating from college. And they're 5 times more likely to end up in jail than their white counterparts. So one thing we do at Opportunity Insights is to first think about how we can use data to actually name the issues that we're talking about. So again, that concept of the American dream is complicated. It's something that I think is very important to our ethos as a country. But how do you really get at exactly what it is and if we're living up to that standard? So what Raj and the team did was try and distill it down to a very simple statistic, right? So looking at the earnings of parents compared to their children using IRS records. And what we see is that for folks who were born in the 1940s, that idea of upward prosperity, of earning more than your parents, was almost a guarantee. Over 90% of individuals born in that decade grew up to earn more than their parents. But we've seen that that dream, the American dream, has become fleeting for many. So much so that by the time we get to the 1980s, for children born in that decade, that guarantee has become a 50-50 proposition, right? There's a 50% chance that you will now grow up to earn more than your parents. And in many ways, we feel that that's at the core of a lot of the political and cultural frustration that we see today. And it's our mission to use big data and research to help reverse trends like this. So again, we use big data to study upward mobility and economic opportunity, and we look at a range of different outcomes and issue areas. Right? So it's not just about housing or health, but how do we bring all those things together, right? All the work that we do, how do we work together, cross our silos, and figure out how we can work more impactfully and create real systemic and transformational change? And part of our research focuses on the importance of place and geography, and that's where I want to start today. So we created a tool called the Opportunity Atlas, and it takes data from 20 million children and their parents. We're able to identify where they grew up using the IRS records, so we know where their neighborhoods are, and we can measure the incomes of their parents when we were growing up, so we can specifically focus on kids who grew up in low-income households. And then through the data, we're able to track those same children into adulthood, wherever they move, and better understand what their outcomes are, how much they're earning in adulthood, incarceration rates, teen pregnancy rates, employment rates, and beyond. So we can really get a sense of not just point-in-time poverty, but intergenerational mobility, right? What is the chance that someone growing up in a low-income household can become prosperous, can enter the middle class, and move up the income ladder? And what we see is that there's great variety across the country in terms of economic mobility. You see in the Great Plains, in those areas in deep blue, kids who grew up in families making around $27,000 on average earn upwards of $35,000 and $40,000. And these are the highest economic mobility rates that we see for any country that we have data for. Whereas in the Southeast, in the Rust Belt, in places like Detroit and Cleveland, much lower rates of economic mobility, right? So children who grow up in low-income families, on average, remain low-income adults. Almost no economic mobility, and sometimes even kind of backwards rates of economic mobility, falling back down the income ladder. And interestingly, that same range of outcomes we see across the country, we see that reflected within every community in the country as well. So you see that same range of deep red to deep blue within a city like New York as well. Right? So places just a few miles away having very different outcomes for kids who are growing up in similarly low-income families. And so what I'd like to talk about today is, given this research, how do we move to that next step? How do we influence policy? And I'll use one example that we've been working on for the past few years, looking at housing policy in particular. So when you look at these maps and you're seeing these different outcomes in terms of neighborhoods, especially if you're a researcher, you're thinking about what's the actual causal impact, right? Is it the neighborhood that's having these effects, or is it just that certain types of people are moving to different kinds of places? And what we've done is that looking at 7 million families who moved across communities, understanding those patterns to get at that exact question. So what we see is that for one of these redder neighborhoods where outcomes are lower compared to a blue neighborhood with higher outcomes, if families move when a child is 2 years old to that higher opportunity place, that child on average earns almost as much as children who grew up their entire lifetime in that neighborhood. But for every year later that move is made, we see lower outcomes. And we see it so strongly in the data that even within the same family that makes one of these hypothetical moves, that older sibling who had more exposure to that higher opportunity place on average earns more or earns less than the younger sibling who is exposed for more time, right? So it's not just about who's moving to these places, but there's a real causal impact. And we see that every year of that exposure really counts. So it doesn't just speak to making moves, but also it speaks to the impact that we can have on a child's life through programming and through other types of interventions. But one intuitive use of this data is because we're able to pinpoint these neighborhoods that have better outcomes for our low-income kids, what are the barriers that families face that might be trying to move to these places? Right? Is it that they're self-selecting certain places, or is it really barriers in the housing market, in the rental market, that are creating these dynamics? And I think Wes pointed to it. I think history, of course, tells us redlining, housing discrimination has created much of the segregation we see in our country today. But what can we do about it today with concrete policies? So one thing we can look at is how are our policies currently working? So we're looking at the Seattle metro area here, and you see that same range of red to blue colors denoting opportunity in Seattle based on geography. And these green dots are where most families using housing choice vouchers live. And we see that the vast majority of these families are living in these red areas. Housing choice vouchers, an incredibly important tool that we spend billions of dollars on every year to provide housing stability to millions of families. But in some ways, it may actually be perpetuating the same discrimination and segregation that I think has created many of these trends in the first place. And we see in Seattle around a little over 10% of families using housing choice vouchers end up in higher opportunity places where we know those kids will have better outcomes in the long term. So one thing we did, and actually housing authorities, after some of our research came out, actually came to us. They said, we've been thinking around these same issues. How can we partner and figure out how to create better outcomes and more opportunity for our residents, for the folks who we're working for? And I think, especially for this crowd, I really want to focus on this collaboration. So you had a group of researchers at Opportunity Insights, the housing authorities in Seattle and King County, research and evaluation organizations like JPAL North America and MDRC, along with nonprofit service providers and the Gates and Serga Foundation, all came together to think around this issue. To use the research, use practitioner knowledge, use the knowledge of folks who are in these programs to think around how we can create more opportunity through programs like housing choice vouchers. And so what we did was ran a randomized trial with a suite of services to better understand how we can break down those barriers to higher opportunity neighborhoods. And in this case, that involved housing search counselors who would work directly with families, engagement with landlords to really break down the stigma around both families using housing choice vouchers, but also trying to cut down red tape through the programs in the housing authorities, along with short-term financial assistance to support families with costs like moving expenses and security deposits. And so what we saw is that for families who were receiving these housing vouchers during the same time period but didn't receive the extra services, similar to the historical rates, around 14% ended up moving to high opportunity places. But those families that received those extra services were actually 4 times more likely to move to these high opportunity neighborhoods. Right? And these are moves that in the data we see that these children on average will earn almost $200,000 more over their lifetimes because these neighborhoods where they grow up, more likely to attend college and less likely to end up incarcerated. So with one intervention, potentially having a very large impact on the long-term outcomes of these families and their children. And interestingly, these families who received these services, they weren't just moving to one apartment building out in the suburbs of Seattle. So the high opportunity areas in blue and families that receive services are represented by those green pins. Ended up moving to a wide range of areas throughout Seattle and King County. So it looks like this support they received through the program was really broadening their opportunity where they were able to access throughout this region. And what I find almost most important is how the folks in this program felt about their outcomes. So families who received these services were much more likely to feel satisfied with their new neighborhood and felt much more likely to stay in the unit where they moved. And it's important to note, these numbers aren't just for those families who moved to the quote-unquote higher opportunity places. These are for all those families who received those services. So even if they didn't move to a place that in the data was defined as high opportunity, they were moving to a place where they felt more comfortable. And I think that's really key to this intervention. It's not about telling people what they should do or being paternalistic, but it's providing people with information, breaking down the barriers they're facing in their everyday lives to help them make the best decisions on behalf of themselves and their families. And we see that reflected in the conversations we have with them after going through this program. And I think another piece, outside of the housing context, there are lessons to learn as well. When you think about going through the rental process, trying to find a new housing unit, especially in a place like New York, I think it's stressful for anybody, right? Think about a family who may have been homeless, right? Who only has 90 days to find a unit or they lose this voucher. And then think about trying to find units in new places that they may not be familiar with. And we see that for the families who receive these services, right, it was a flood of relief. Just having that assistance through this process made a very big difference. And that feeling of optimism, of receiving that support, being empowered with knowledge, and knowing that the decision you're making will have a real tangible impact on the life of your child and your family. And I think what we find especially exciting is that beyond this individual pilot program, we were happy to see the good results, but it's also starting to impact a national conversation, right? So housing policy, not just about creating more units, but leveraging housing policy as a springboard to opportunity. I think when we can show in the data that this is not just about one piece of the policy conversation, but is actually a poverty-fighting mechanism, can increase upwardly mobile rates. It can actually, when it seems impossible, create some bipartisan momentum. And so last year a bill was passed that would create 500,000 new vouchers and additional resources to provide services like those in the Creating Moves to Opportunity program. It hasn't been passed yet, so if any of you have some friends in Congress that you can talk to, we would be very much obliged if you would do that. But I think just this being introduced into today's political climate speaks to the power that data can have in pushing forward these conversations. And we're seeing similar conversations happen at the local level. I was in Washington, D.C. a few months ago with Mayor Bowser talking about their new housing equity plan, right? So thinking about, again, not just creating new affordable housing, but creating it in every single planning area in the district, especially in places that historically have not been as amenable to new affordable housing. Morgan in Minneapolis, looking at issues like zoning, right? Another mechanism that historically has kept people out of high opportunity places. How can we reverse those trends through legislation, both nationally and locally, to increase access for all families, to have a greater range of possibilities in terms of where they can live and where they can raise their children? All right, so do a little experiment here. I'm a little nervous about it. I'm not totally social media savvy, but part of this is about actually creating dialogue, right? So I know we'll have a Q&A at the end of this, but I want to keep this conversation going, and I want to take advantage of the crowd that's here today. So we're a research and policy lab. I think we're consistently trying to get better at using our research to influence and support policymakers and practitioners. I would love to hear from you all, right? What are the ways that we can spread these messages more effectively, right? Through your organizations, through networks that you're aware of, using opportunity impact and no city limits, and you can tag me and my organization. Would love to get your ideas about how we further this conversation more broadly. Again, we'll see how this works, but I'm very optimistic. But so next, so that was one example of our research and a concrete way of translating it into policy. But what are other areas that we need to worry about? So of course, the importance of place. Not just moving to opportunity, but how do we support our communities more effectively in place so that all families have opportunity regardless of where they live? What we can start with is looking at the traits of places that have these higher rates of mobility. So probably not surprising, but lower poverty rates. Right? I think places that are isolated in terms of race and class generally don't have as good of outcomes. So how do we actually integrate our communities in a more thoughtful way? Better school quality. So not just places that have better test scores, but places that actually support low-income kids especially. Greater social capital. I think this is something that oftentimes is hard to put a finger on. It's a bit of a nebulous concept, but one thing we see is that we don't necessarily see a correlation between the location of jobs and neighborhood upward mobility, but we see a correlation between the proportion of employed adults in the neighborhood and upward mobility rates for the kids who grow up there. Right? So I think it really speaks to being able to see people locally that you can relate to, that model pathways to college and to stable careers. And interestingly, we see in places that have a higher proportion of two-parent households, right? So having fathers present in neighborhoods. It could speak to a wide range of issues, just financial stability in general, but I think, again, for me, it points to seeing folks that you can relate to, that can model pathways into the middle class and beyond. And again, mentioned what we see when people move across neighborhoods, and want to reiterate the point that it's not just early childhood or adolescence, but it really looks like every year up until you get to at least your mid-20s has real impact. So how can we more effectively support kids at every stage of development? How do we create that network of services and supports that can push them, again, through the neighborhood, into college, and into stable careers? And the last thing is, we all see that neighborhoods are hyper-local. Right? So characteristics just a half mile away seem to have very little bearing on the mobility of that place. So neighborhoods impacts are very local. So how do we really make sure that our efforts are targeted and tailored towards that actual neighborhood unit? So that's another part of our work, is looking at those programs and policies that are effective, that have an evidence base, and creating that strong network of services, and looking at models like the Harlem Children's Zone, Strive Together, purpose-built communities, organizations trying to bring all those interventions together in a holistic and thoughtful way. And we as researchers try and figure out how we can build the evidence base for these programs to really equip these folks on the ground with these practices that we know will have impact and help push outcomes in the long term. So second try at this. Again, I'm here to learn from you. Right? What are the promising programs in your communities that you fund, that you support, that you work with? I think there is not enough evidence today of exactly what works, but there's great work happening on the ground every single day. And the more we're aware of that, the more we're able to contribute to that conversation and hopefully build that evidence base up. So second time, if there are things you're aware of happening in your community, we'd love to hear about it from you. And I think one great example here in New York of how we can really impact place is in higher ed and the CUNY system. And even kind of built into their founding documents, this idea of being a vehicle for upward mobility of the disadvantaged here locally in New York. And so you may be familiar with the CUNY SEEK program. It backs thousands of students every year across several CUNY campuses. And it's basically a support system for low-income students. So low-income students who are below the academic index get a bump and are admitted to CUNY, but are then provided additional supportive services to make sure that they're succeeding while they're in school. And what we've done is similar to how we can track outcomes at the neighborhood level. We're also able to track outcomes tied to different colleges and universities. So what we see is that for SEEK students, those students who are admitted to CUNY and receive those services and supports, on average, they're earning about $50,000 in adulthood after they graduate. And what we do is that we compare that to kids who applied to CUNY but whose parents make too much money. They had similar test scores as those SEEK students, but weren't admitted because they weren't low income and didn't qualify for the program. And we see on average those students actually make a little bit less than their counterparts, their low income counterparts, who are part of the SEEK program. And then our second control group is students who applied to CUNY and were also low income, but had higher SAT scores and therefore didn't qualify for the SEEK program. So they attended CUNY, didn't receive those services, and weren't part of the SEEK program. And on average, they're making a similar income in adulthood as those same SEEK students. So in many ways, this is a very clear example of a program that's actually evening the playing field. It's creating more access for low-income students who might be a little bit behind the curve in terms of academics after high school. But we see that in adulthood, they're having outcomes just as good as their wealthier and sometimes more academically prepared peers. So I think it's a really powerful example of a community and a college system really serving as an engine of economic mobility and doing so in a very thoughtful and targeted way. And I think there are dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of other examples that are already happening today. And how do we bring all those things together in our communities? All right. I think one issue that I think we always talk about, but I really wanted to emphasize today, is the impact that race plays in this context and that we cannot overlook. So this same map that we looked at earlier, again, looking at economic mobility rates across the country, we can also break that down by race. So this map is comparing that same economic mobility measure, but looking at black men compared to white men. And one thing to note is that these two maps are on the same color scale, right? So what that's saying is that even the best places in terms of outcomes for black men are still worse than the worst places for white men. And we can look at New York specifically, right? So a young white man growing up in New York in a low-income family, on average is earning $35,000, whereas their black counterpart in the same community, in a similarly low-income family, is only making $23,000, right? That is a dramatic difference, right? So what is it that's causing these outcomes in communities across the country? Interestingly, we see a very different map when we look at black women versus white women, right? So conditional on income, on parental income, black women and white women actually earn the same in adulthood, have similar wage rates, similar hours worked, right? So what is it that is specifically impacting black men in a very unique way? And it's so impactful that we see it for high-income black men as well, right? So this chart is comparing the outcomes of black and white men who grew up in high-income families. Black men are represented by those pink dots, and you can see that cascading effect, right? Where black men who grow up in high-income families are actually more likely to end up as low-income adults. Whereas you see white men tend to float towards the top, right? Those who grow up in high-income families tend to remain high-income adults, right? So what is happening in our communities, that even black men who grew up in stable, affluent communities are still being pulled down by this downward mobility trend. And one thing we can look at are incarceration rates, right? So comparing, what kind of household you grew up in with the chance of being incarcerated. Right? We see that black men who are growing up in families that earn over $100,000 are as likely to be incarcerated by a white man growing up making around $30,000. Right? So again, what is happening? How do we intervene in ways that can specifically target what's happening in terms of race in our country? And similarly, looking at this New York map, similar to the country, again, we see these great disparities in outcomes. But one thing that we try and do is, let's look for those outliers, right? You see on this map to the right of black men growing up in New York, you see a few areas that are blue. Right? So what's happening in these neighborhoods where we see these higher outcomes, or we see these better outcomes for black men specifically? And I think one thing that I was struck by in the data is the importance of black fathers specifically. So even if you don't have a father in your own household, we've seen the data that neighborhoods that have a higher presence of black fathers, all those young black men have better outcomes in adulthood. And I think, again, it really speaks to that role model effect, seeing someone you can relate to, seeing someone that can show you the path out of your neighborhood and into a better future. Not necessarily out of your neighborhood, but into a better future. But again, we look at the data, and I think that is a bright light, that ability to impact outcomes, that ability of role models to have a real impact, I think is very heartening to me. But what we see is that for white men, a majority of white men grow up in places that have low poverty rates and have high father presence. Whereas for black men, that number is about 4%. And similarly, only 1% of white men grow up in high poverty places that have low father presence, whereas almost 2/3 of black men grow up in those environments. So again, housing policy, racial segregation, but also how do we invest more effectively in our communities to support all families and all children? And how do we specifically look at issues of race and how they manifest within our communities? So last time I'll bug you. But specifically in your organizations, right, what are you doing and what can you do to specifically interrogate issues of race and how they're impacting the folks we work with, the folks we work for, and our communities more broadly? I think in the research community, we need to be specifically looking at, investigating, and rigorously evaluating more interventions that are specifically targeted at issues of race, right? What are the programs focused on black men, on the criminal justice system, on employment discrimination, on discipline in schools? How do we as researchers not have a blind eye to those issues? And how do we build that evidence base up? So I think that is important for us to do, but also would leave you to think about what can you do in your everyday lives, in your professional life, within your organizations, to focus on all the policies we've talked about, but making sure not to forget about the impact that race has on our conversations as well. Again, I'm heartened to be here. I think rooms like this give me hope. I think the data shows that we can make a real difference, but it also shows how far that we have to go as well. If we're dedicated to using data, but also not relying on it, making sure that we are dedicated to building the political will to do what the data shows us we need to do, I think we have the real possibility of not just having the American dream, but turning the American dream into the American reality. Thank you.
And now, to present David with audience questions, please welcome Robin Hood's Viom Ball.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. David, thank you for such an incredible presentation. It's such an honor for Robinhood to be able to partner with Opportunity Insights. And thank you all for putting questions onto Slido. We're testing new technology, and it turns out it's working, which is amazing. The Wi-Fi, spot on here at Convene. So I think we've gotten dozens of questions, but I think one that sort of might just be helpful to orient folks who are all working in very different areas of social services is thinking through the 4 characteristics that you outlined of a high opportunity neighborhood. Can you tell us if there's a weighting in terms of importance? Are those 4 things interwoven? Is there something that matters more than something else in terms of creating economic mobility?
Yeah, thank you. So I think, like all kind of correlations, they are interwoven, right? I don't think we're going to be able to pick one statistic out and that'll help us fix the problem. But interestingly, the factor that we see most highly correlated with upward mobility is that proportion of 2-parent households, which I think is, in different contexts, plays out very differently. Right? I think some people focus on we should then encourage marriage. I think for others, it's thinking about the criminal justice system and why aren't fathers present, especially black fathers in many of our communities. But I think what those factors speak to, it's not necessarily that there's one solution or one issue driving it. I think it speaks to how all these things really are interwoven and how we need to, I think, in places specifically, really create those holistic efforts to really bring support across the entire life cycle. But also, I think it speaks to the complexity of the problem and kind of how neighborhoods and places are very textured, and it takes a lot of thoughtful work across sectors to really tackle these issues.
Also seems like that response ties into the notion that having black men in community, irrespective of whether they're in the household, might actually have pretty profound effects on the outcomes of young black men. And so even the notion of a 2-parent household is perhaps more complex than just having 2 married people in one physical unit. A sort of similar question is about employment. You mentioned that the number of employed adults contributes to higher opportunity neighborhoods. Do we know anything about how much the type of employment matters, the wages of the people who are working, as it relates to creating opportunity for mobility?
No, I think a lot of our research has focused on human capital development in childhood. And so kind of how are you preparing kids to enter the job market by the time they're in college and graduating from college? But I think ultimately, it's tough to be economically mobile without a good job, right? So if there aren't jobs that pay a living wage, it's probably going to be tough to see those numbers really go up. I think the intersection between wage rates, the economy more broadly, and human capital development in childhood is a very complex thing, right? I think we don't know exactly how all those things interact, but I think what we see in that initial chart, that fading American dream slide, is we see that human capital development hasn't kept up with global competition, right? So I think there really is going to need to be both that human capital development side and thinking really critically around our job market, what good paying jobs mean in the future and how we bring those 2 things together.
Great. Shifting gears a little bit, talking specifically about moving to opportunity, a clarification question about the program in Seattle. Can you reiterate for us what exactly the services were that were provided in the program in Seattle and describe whether or not participation was self-selected or randomized?
Definitely. So it was randomized. Right? So families who are coming off the waitlist for housing choice vouchers, they were talked to by a consultant for the program if they wanted to participate in the program, and then at that point they were randomized into those families who received those services and those families who received business as usual through the Housing Authority program. And the services specifically were receiving a housing navigator, right? So basically a caseworker who would help walk the family through the rental search process, who would educate them about opportunity areas, kind of take them on tours of those neighborhoods, and again, kind of work directly with them as they were talking with and working with landlords who had units available. And similarly, working with landlords, right? So engaging landlords, educating them about the program, making sure they are comfortable with the program, and kind of keeping a roster of landlords available for those families moving through the program. And then those housing navigators had access to extra dollars for those families, right? So if a family needed in a pinch more money to pay for that security deposit or for moving expenses, that counselor was able to provide them those resources to help facilitate that move. But I think what we saw was that it was not just the individual components of the program, but having that individual, that housing counselor who could work directly with that family and help them through their needs specifically. Because I think we see that these families are going through a lot of different issues, so having someone that could help tailor the services to their particular needs that seemed to be particularly impactful in this program.
So a contentious question. We got probably, I'd say, a dozen, all kind of a similar flavor. And your presentation started by addressing the opportunity to move to a different neighborhood, and then you spoke about transforming place. I think people are very curious about the inherent tensions in pursuing both of those strategies at the same time. So combining a few questions, does the movement of families through vouchers from low opportunity to high opportunity neighborhoods leave those behind more desolate, worsening the low income area? And sort of put more succinctly, why do people have to move to access opportunity?
Definitely, yeah. I think the key to that question is people don't have to move to access opportunity. I think at its core, I think of it as an issue of justice. Just because given our history, people haven't had the choice of where they want to live. So I think number one is actually giving families choice in general. The choice to stay where they are and flourish there, or the choice to be in a place that they feel is best for them. And so that's why I think that the place-based work and the housing access and mobility work really needs to work together. Because I think, and even to an earlier question, right, that lower poverty rate correlates with upward mobility. Right? I think if we're a country that continues to be okay with having some neighborhoods that are high poverty and isolated, and other neighborhoods that become increasingly wealthy, I doubt we're going to be able to, on scale, invest in those higher poverty places in a way that will actually help transform them and support those families. So I think that by both thinking very critically around how we can roll back segregation and really create integrated communities in a thoughtful way, and then also be able to invest in more targeted and efficient ways, I think those things really have to work together. I don't think they can work separately if we really want to have transformative impact at a large scale.
A follow-up question that's just come through. Your slide showed the level of satisfaction between treatment and control groups, meaning people who received the support to move into a neighborhood of their choice and those who didn't. But were you able to dissect the data based on whether someone moved to a high opportunity neighborhood or not? And did satisfaction vary based on the neighborhood that household might have ended up in?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think the numbers are a little too low when you cut it that many ways. I'm not the economist, so I can kind of fudge the numbers a little bit. And so it does look like, so those families who didn't necessarily move to a higher opportunity place, who received those services, they still seem more satisfied with that neighborhood. And that at least is very heartening for me. Because again, I don't think it's about telling people where to move, but I think it's about bringing down those barriers and empowering those families to make that choice. And it does look like that choice in and of itself does seem to increase that satisfaction. And I think my hope is that, again, the data is very powerful in showing where kids do have better outcomes on average. But I think that if a family is making that better choice, right, perhaps it's because they have a great social network locally, or they have a great network of churches, or they're part of an ethnic community that's very strong in a place. So I think if families are making that choice, and it's not based on barriers, but based on empowerment, my sense is that they'll have better outcomes as well.
So much of your data is focused on the age at which someone moves, the length of time that they have exposure to that higher opportunity neighborhood. What can you tell us about adults and what prospects they might have to move out of poverty? As we know, adults are a big share of those who are low income in New York.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I found interesting, even before starting Opportunity Insights, but a lot of the research about moving to opportunity, right, it was somewhat disappointing because you didn't see the same income outcomes for adults. But you do see better health outcomes, and I think better feelings of autonomy as well. So I think it is true that we don't have, at least in our research, we don't see as many examples of interventions focused on adults that have those kind of transformative income outcomes. But I think we do see that, one, real change happens when we support families through programs like CMTO, when we give them support through different systems, helping them navigate things like their earned income tax credit or other supports. I think those are extremely important, and we see that trickle down for those kids as well. And I think part of the issue is that, right, you can't impact kids without impacting the adults in their lives. So I think, again, it is true there's more research that we need to do to figure out, what are more effective workforce programs, right? What are ways that we can help push adults up the income ladder? But right, we're not going to be able to impact kids without supporting their parents and communities at large as well.
A couple more minutes left. So zooming a bit out from the results of the data to asking questions about data itself and the data that we have access to, and importantly, the data that we don't have access to. So one question, several questions came along this flavor. How do we make big data more inclusive? Particularly thinking about the nature of New York, 3 million immigrants, more than 500,000 who are undocumented. If you rely on IRS data, are there narratives that we're not identifying because so many policies and government programs exclude those communities, and perhaps data sets do as well?
Yeah. So kind of one macro thing we're working on is called the American Opportunity Study. We're working with the Census Bureau to create an even longer longitudinal data set going back for the past 50 years to be able to look at a wide range of policies and outcomes. And we're hoping to basically create a data spine that'll actually be accessible to a much wider range of researchers. So I think Raj is very dedicated to making all this open source. So even the maps that I showed, it's all online at opportunityatlas.org. You can download the data or even search for your own neighborhoods where you live or you work. So that's part of our mission, right, is that we only have so much bandwidth, so how can we make the data accessible in ways that other researchers can use it as well? But I think that is an issue also, right, is that undocumented workers aren't captured in the same way that everyone else is. And I think it speaks to, I think we should also acknowledge that the data can't do everything. That it's a starting point. I think it can help facilitate good conversations, but I think the qualitative work is very important as well, right? How do we bring the precision of the big data with the lived experience on the ground to think about what these interventions could potentially look like?
And so as one final question, thinking about where the data stops and where we in this room have the obligation to pick up, several questions around whether or not data are the issue. And whether or not data are enough to move policy. You showed a map of the South Bronx as being a low opportunity neighborhood. That's certainly not new information for folks who've been working and fighting poverty in New York City for a long time. So what's the gap that you think we can fill? How does this data empower us differently to make shifts in policies and programs that we haven't been able to make for decades?
Yeah. No, that's a great question. And in part, I'll rely on all of you and my little Twitter poll. But again, I think it's a starting point. I think data can help bridge conversations. I think we're all working, I hope, towards the same outcome. And I think empowering those conversations of knowing what works, I think is very powerful. But it's a question of political will as well. I think you can have all the data in the world. If you don't have willing participants, it's not going to move the needle. So I think in many ways, hopefully at the margin, something like CMTO, I think the data in showing that this, again, not only can help housing stability, but actually increase and decrease poverty, I think that has helped bring folks together around that issue, both on Democrat and Republican side. But I don't think it'll do it in every area. So I think actually acknowledging the limits of the data and understanding when it won't take us that far and figuring out what are the other avenues that we need to pursue, I think is extremely important.
Amazing. Thank you so much, David. Thank you all for the
Thank you.
questions. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you. Thanks.
During this session, you will have the opportunity to again submit questions via Slido. Please use the hashtag #SocialGenome. Next up, please welcome Gregory Axe and Donna Charleston of the Urban Institute.
Good morning, and thank you so much for inviting us here to speak at the No City Limits conference. We are here to talk about the Social Genome Project, which is a collaboration between the Urban Institute, the Brookings Institution, and Child Trends. The Social Genome Model, a life cycle model of human development that begins before birth and extends on into adulthood. It's grounded in research on healthy child development. It's structured around crucial developmental stages, and it's built with publicly available data. The
green button.
There we go. So we developed the social genome model to be a tool for policymakers and practitioners to think through the potential long-term benefits of early life course interventions in a structured and systematic way. So there's a lot of evidence from RCTs and high-quality studies of programs that work to, say, improve parent-child interactions in toddlerhood, to improve reading scores in kindergarten or math scores in third grade. But what we don't know necessarily is how those interventions pay off later in life. Do they increase high school graduation? Do they increase college graduation? What do they mean for income in adulthood? And we don't want to wait 25 years to do a long-term study because we have to make those decisions now. And so what the social genome model is a tool to help think through, if we have this short-term success, what is the possible long-term payoffs? It is a supplement or a complement to that type of research. So basically the purpose of the model is to see how we could impact social mobility for children from less advantaged backgrounds. Can we improve their social mobility, their chances of adult success? How can we compare different strategies in a consistent framework? It also lets us look at what the impact of doing multiple interventions at different life stages can have on social mobility. The underlying data can be used to look through life course trajectories, how kids from different backgrounds ultimately achieve success or become derailed. And our goal is to have this be a tool that can help set an agenda for future research as well as for policy decisions, program decisions, and action today. A little bit about the nuts and bolts of the model. We have almost completed building a new version of the model that's structured around 9 life stages. We begin with your circumstances at birth, move through early childhood, on to preschool, early elementary school, into adolescence, and then all the way into adulthood. And at each life stage, we look at key child outcomes in academic cognitive domain, social domain, their emotional well-being, their health, and their relationships with their parents and peers. The idea behind the model is every aspect of a child's early life potentially affects their outcomes at every subsequent stage. So your reading scores, your relationship quality with your parents at age 5 can affect your outcomes in adolescence, can affect your outcomes in adulthood. In addition to this long linked set of outcomes through the life course, we know that context matters. And so at each life stage, we also account for the type of neighborhoods kids live in, their family circumstances, their school circumstances. So all these factors can affect a child's life course trajectory. Essentially, it's a series of linked regression models, ultimately ending in outcomes in adulthood. Now, it's a fair question to ask, where do you get this data, this rich set of data to look at all these different aspects of kids' lives all the way from birth up into adulthood? Well, no perfect data set exists, but there are a lot of high-quality longitudinal studies of different chunks of a kid's life course. And what we've done is use statistical techniques to create a synthetic cohort, a set of children who look like real kids based on linking these data together. So from 0 to 5, we use data from the Early Childhood Longitudinal Survey birth cohort. From age 5 into adolescence, we use data from the Early Childhood Longitudinal Study kindergarten cohort. And then from adolescence into adulthood, we use data from the National Longitudinal Survey of Youth 97. And so by matching these kids together, we generate a series of life courses for what turns out to be at 100,000 children that look like kids born in 2000 based on our weighting scheme. Then we went through and validated the relationships we see across these data seams to look to see if the patterns on other longitudinal data that cross those periods, say from age 5 to high school, whether our synthetic data look like it. And in fact, they do. We structured it to make those matches. So essentially, we have a rich and diverse sample of kids with data from 0 to 100,000. Those characteristics, because it's such a large sample and it represents Latinos, African Americans, whites, and others, we can reweight those data to make the underlying file look not just like the US, but also like smaller geographies, say Texas or maybe New York City. So it is potentially a really powerful tool to think through how changes early in the life course can affect later outcomes. Lots of tech there. Let me give you an example. So a few years ago, we used an older version of the model in an academic exercise for the Journal on Social Insurance. And essentially, what we wanted to do was, we know that kids who are born in lower income families, on average, have poorer adult outcomes than kids from higher income families. And so we wanted to know how much of that adult achievement gap we could close if we intervened early and often in children's lives. And we wanted to pick interventions that had a strong research base for it. So in early childhood, we looked at the Home Instruction for Parents of Preschool Youngsters Program, HIPPY, it's a great acronym, and high quality preschool. These research suggests that these have impacts on reading and behavior and math scores. They're fairly large effects. Saturated it further. In middle childhood, we applied social emotional learning and success for all. Again, improvements in the cognitive domain, reading and math, and in behavior. And then in adolescence, we used the talent development program that also had cognitive effects. So, setting the baseline, what's the difference in adult success rates for kids who are born into low-income families compared to kids born into higher-income families? Here, success simply is largely measured by income. So is your income above 250% of the poverty line at age 24 and above 300% of the poverty line at age 40? So you can see there's a pretty big achievement gap of over 20 percentage points between kids who are born in low-income families to kids born into higher-income families. If we do this saturation intervention, throw these 5 programs at kids from lower-income families, we can eliminate almost 75% of the gap in achievement. And we can quantify those effects or monetize those effects because we know what the cost of intervention is per child based on what it costs to implement the program. And we can look at how much the model indicates lifetime income would increase based on these improvements in math, reading, and behavior, how that translates into education and ultimately income. This is a very large effect. The return is about 10 to 1. Now, I wouldn't bet my firstborn child, or even my second-born child, although there are days, that this is precisely the right number. But even if it's 50% too large, even if it's 3 times too large, this is still an indication that these interventions can close a good chunk of that adult achievement gap, that these interventions could have a payoff. And so if you're a practitioner, if you're a policymaker, we think this would lead you or potentially lead you to decide, maybe this is a good investment. We should try it. We don't have to wait 25 years to decide. And then let's track what happens as a result. So now I'd like to turn the talk over to my colleague, Donnie Charlson, who will speak about how we have partnered with Philanthropies and others to use the social genome model to help them think through their approaches and programmatic decisions. Donnie.
Thank you, Greg. So yeah, Greg kind of gave you the nuts and bolts, the engine, so to speak, of how the social genome model works. So my role here today is to kind of walk you through some examples of how we've used it so you can see how the social genome model connects with the work of nonprofit organizations, like some of the ones I'll talk to you about today, as well as how that work interfaces with nonprofits who are doing the work on the ground, actually implementing the interventions that we're kind of working through and that kind of that undergird the actual social genome model. How many of you have heard the Bridgespan Group? So they're a global nonprofit, and their work primarily focuses on how they can help nonprofits across the globe really figure out how to scale impact for the work that they do. Came to us with a question, and so the question they came to us with was, how could philanthropy make the biggest improvement on social mobility with a $1 billion gift? And so we helped them work through that question, and we worked with a group of folks from around the country, all brilliant minds, to kind of look at what are the interventions, specifically the underutilized interventions, that could really be leveraged to have an impact on mobility. And so we came up with 6 bets. And they span from everything from childhood development to dealing with issues around the criminal justice system to issues around continuous learning improvement and with respect to social service delivery agencies. And so those are the bets that we analyze. And I'm going to focus on just 2 of them because we don't have time to kind of go through all the insights there. But if you want to research it, you can Google Bridgespan $1 billion, and the report comes up in one of your first Google searches. And so I want to talk to you about one of the interventions we kind of analyzed and modeled using the social genome model, and that was delaying mistimed births to the desired age that the mother would rather have had those children. And so we know that unplanned pregnancies can severely hamper the life course and trajectory of not only a mother but a child as well. And what we found out is that if you delay childbirth by 2.8 years, what you find is an average improvement in the lifetime family income of $52,000 and $52,261. Now, I don't know about you, but I could certainly use an additional $52,000 in my pocket. And so that's real impact that we're able to model just by delaying childbirth by 2.8 years. The second intervention I'll kind of walk you through is certification program completion. Now, we know that 18 to 24-year-olds who don't have a college degree or don't pursue a college degree, their lifetime chances are significantly hampered compared to young people who do accrue a college degree. Now, we're able to model the 18 to 24-year-old group. What would happen if those individuals actually did have some type of certification? We're talking about certification, 2-year certification, welding certificate, or otherwise. And what we found is that, what we know is that when you have those certificates in place, those young people can achieve incomes comparable to what kids who actually have a 4-year degree. And so we're able to model that, making some tweaks to the model, and find out that the impact is you can raise family income on those individuals by almost $14,000. That's real impact. Now, the whole idea with the Bridgespan, as I mentioned, was really around figuring out how to scale impact. What are the best bets? And whether you're talking about mothers delaying childbirth, or you're talking about certificate completion, one of the underlying issues for both of those is really around education. It's really around career pathways. Because the way the model works, when you're talking about mistimed births, what they're able to model is that if you delay childbirth by 2.8 years, what that means to that mother is, in that 2.8-year time span, she's able to accrue more education, she's more likely to be married, and a whole lot of associated factors, which we can include in the model, which has these ripple effects throughout her life, which creates that impact. And so the Bridgespan Group, if you read that report, you find that one of the best bets that they're trying to make, that they're really pushing nonprofits around the country to really invest their time and energy in, is really around career pathways and education. Do you remember President Obama's initiative focused on young men of color? My Brother's Keeper initiative. And so that initiative inspired a lot of nonprofits around the country to come together to figure out how they could help out that cause. And so we partnered with that group to help them figure out, in the same way that we worked with the Bridgespan Group, what are the initiatives, what are the best bets that we can make to improve the lives of boys and young men of color here in the United States? Once again, you see those 6 interventions. They cover everything from social-emotional health to reducing stress to stopping school expulsion, and so on and so forth. Now, the beauty of the Urban Institute, how many of you have ever heard of the Urban Institute? Well, a fair number of you, great. We're glad we have some fans in the audience. For those of you who haven't, we're a 50-year-old organization founded by President Johnson many years ago to be the RAND Corporation for Social Policy. And so we have researchers that cover every one of those initiatives listed on that slide, and many, many more. Everything from tax policy and the earned income tax credit to criminal justice, juvenile justice, so on and so forth. So we're uniquely suited to do this work and partner with organizations to really figure out how they can make the best bets in terms of making change in the lives of the populations that they're concerned with. And so I'm going to walk through a couple of examples. I'm not going to go in depth in the interest of time. So we looked at the projected impacts of increasing the chance of high school graduation amongst black men who could directly benefit from those specific interventions. We see that you see that their impacts, primarily the biggest impacts, are in decreasing the number of low birth weight black boys, as well as you see differing impacts depending upon what the intervention was. And I'm going to come back to this slide in a second. And you see, but if we look at increasing the chance of college graduation, you see, once again, differential impacts depending upon which one of the levers you pull. And the best bet is, of course, average reading scores. Raising average reading scores for young black males at 6 and 11 has the biggest impact from standpoint of increasing the chance of college graduation for that population. Now, now let's put that in context. Now, that number, 9.1%, increasing it by 3.7 percentage points, doesn't seem like a huge number. But I want you to think about the number of black boys who are reading below grade level. If you look at the 4th grade, for example, only 14% of young black boys are reading at grade level. 14% reading at grade level in the United States. You look at white males in that same age group, 42% of them are reading at grade level, 14 compared to 42. Now think about the number of black males that are in college. About 1.2 million black men are in college today. And imagine what that $1.2 million figure $2 million number could be if we were able to decrease that gap at the 4th grade level. And so that's the scale of impact we're talking about here, is how we can have impact early in life that can have huge dividends later in life for those same populations. Now, some other takeaways from these slides is that, as I mentioned earlier, different interventions have different impacts. So the whole idea is what are the best bets? Where can we get the most bang for our buck, given the reality that we're dealing with limited resources in whatever intervention organization or community you're talking about? How can we have the best impact and really scale that given limited resources? And so that's what the model is really uniquely designed to do, is help organizations, help communities walk through that math and figure out what the best bets are for what they want to achieve. Now, this slide is a little busy, but it's designed to really make that connection between the work that we do with those nonprofits. So on the right side of the slide, I guess the left side of the slide for you guys, the social genome model funnels evidence and research into the deliberations of nonprofits, of even governments, to help them figure out what they're going to do. What are their best bets? What are the interventions they're going to fund? And what they can then do with that is they can do a landscape analysis in their communities. Similar to the landscape analysis we just conducted on Long Island, New York, with the Long Island Community Foundation that just wrapped up, actually is wrapping up this week, where we're able to kind of look at the landscape of nonprofits in that community and say, okay, who do you have in this community that can really do the work that you are trying to engage in, and what is their capacity? And so it helps them kind of, once they know the interventions, they can do that landscape analysis, identify where their holes are, where their gaps are, where they need to shore up resources, and then funnel resources to those organizations that can really do the work of bringing about those interventions and realizing the outcomes that they want to have and the impact they want to see in the lives of those children. So this is like I said, this model is really about early childhood on this graph. And what you see is that we're talking about work supports to mothers. We're talking about nurse-family partnerships. We're talking about public health. We're talking about K-12 and how all those organizations can ideally work together. Because as Greg was mentioning, the reality is that all those entities, ideally, you're talking about stacking these interventions ideally, because there's no one silver bullet to making change, particularly in the lives of poor people who live in poverty, minority children, and so forth. It takes multiple interventions over the life course, and they need to be sustained. And so ideally, those organizations are working together, that they are creating a culture of evidence, that data is an important feature of this, because as Greg was mentioning, the work of the social genome model is really undergirded by best practice models, evidence that we know of what works, or at least we have some tentative ideas of what works, and we build that into the model based on that research. The reality is that if we're not implementing those programs with fidelity to how those models are supposed to be implemented, that means you're just throwing good money after bad. And so part of the work of a nonprofit or government entity working with those nonprofit or agencies that are implementing the programs is to ensure that they are implementing those programs with fidelity, to ensure that the processes and protocols are in place, to ensure that we're collecting the data, to ensure partnering together such that what's going on in the pre-K system is supporting the work that's going on in the K-12 system, such that the Nurse-Family Partnership Program is supporting the work that's going on in public health, and so on and so forth. And ideally, we're creating this virtuous cycle wherein all of that data we're collecting from those organizations is feeding back into the work of those nonprofits and the government so they can then decide what to do with that next bit of money. Now, I won't go to those last two slides in the interest of time, but just kind of leave you with one thought. The social genome model, we kind of give you this idea that it's like a time machine that we can predict the future with. It's not necessarily that, but it is a tool that we can utilize the best resources we have available at our disposal today to really figure out what interventions we can leverage today to have an impact on the lives of children tomorrow. And that's why we wake up every day and do the work that we do. Thank you.
And now, to present Gregory and Donnie with audience questions, welcome back Robin Hood's Viom Ball.
Hi again, everyone. Talk show host, didn't know that came with the job description. So lots again for you both. Thank you for your presentation. Many of the questions have to do with the mechanics of the model. So can you talk a little bit about how you're measuring lifetime outcomes in the absence of longitudinal data? And a corollary to that, causation correlation, using the example of delaying childbirth by 2.8 years, leading to $52,000 in increased income. Is that causal based on how the model operates?
Thank you. Those are excellent questions. So no, the model is correlational. We can't speak to causation. There are a lot of factors that potentially are associated with people's lives that are unobservable, so we could be overestimating some of these relationships or underestimating some of the relationships. One of the things that's really cool about the model is the richness of what we observe and what we include in the model. So it's not just linking academics to academics, but we control for physical health, emotional health. We control for a deep set of background characteristics. So we can't say that this is causal, but it is a strong correlational relationship, and it's taking into account many other factors that could be. We're taking into account as many observable factors as we can. Again, this is why we talk about the model as a tool, a structured way of thinking about the outcomes, and it's also why when we look at the final result, we like to think, well, what if it were smaller? Would it still be good enough? How we look at long-term outcomes, we have built a longitudinal file. We do have life course trajectories, and so the observations in adulthood in the new version of the model are based on data on actual 30-year-olds who actually were 24 and 16 during the course of the model. And those data do include information on their income, their behavior, their physical health, their mental health, and their relationships. And so that is in the model.
Thank you so much. So the red light is flashing, which means that we're probably breaking for coffee soon. Just to give you a sense of what some of the other questions are, you can find Gregory and Donnie hopefully later today. Lots of questions about how race and gender are embedded in the model, how interactions with the criminal justice system are embedded in the model, and then also questions that have to do with implementing programs with fidelity, as you said, Donnie. At that kind of scale, what kinds of supports do nonprofits really need? What does your research suggest needs to be built into large public funding streams to make the kinds of impacts that the model is predicting?
Can I have 10 seconds?
Please.
Because I can answer some quickly. Race and gender are built into the model by having the relationships we look at estimated separately by race, ethnicity, and gender. So the correlations we see for African American men of color are not bound to be the same as we see for white women, white girls. the model is separate by for whites, Latinos, and African Americans. And then criminal justice, we do have whether you were arrested or convicted as outcomes in the model.
Great. Plenty more to discuss. Thank you all so much. Thank you both.
We will now have a short coffee break. See you back here at 10:55. Robin Hood. And joining Sarah on stage are Sophie Collier, Elizabeth Duran, Erwin Garfinkel, and Christopher Weimer of Columbia University.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Oltmans. I'm the Chief of Grant Strategy at Robin Hood. And I'm so pleased to be joined this morning by part of the team of researchers from Columbia University who partner with Robin Hood on the Poverty Tracker, including Irv Garfinkel, Sophie Collier, Chris Weimer, and Elizabeth Doran. The Poverty Tracker was launched in 2012 as a partnership between Robin Hood and Columbia with the goal of going beyond simple measures of poverty, which primarily focus on whether or not somebody is living above or below the poverty line. Our goal was to gain a better understanding of the experiences of people living in poverty. We also want to better understand the dynamic nature of poverty. As you heard from Wes in his opening, and you'll hear from the team in a minute, if we look at things over time, we see that many more people are experiencing poverty than we traditionally expect. Many families also face very high levels of economic insecurity, lacking even a very small amount of emergency savings, making them vulnerable to economic shocks or common life events. This is especially true for households with young children who face higher levels of poverty and hardship. We also see that tens of thousands of New Yorkers are facing unstable housing or evictions every year. It's probably not surprising to many of you in this room who are experiencing and hearing these challenges from families every single day. So for this session, we're going to go through findings from 4 of our recent reports from Poverty Tracker. And to kick things off, Irv Garfinkel will talk us through our second annual report on poverty and disadvantage. This year, we really focused on harnessing the longitudinal power of the Poverty Tracker to look at what's happening over time and to look at the situations that increase the likelihood that somebody falls into poverty. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Irv.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, everybody. So it's a great privilege to be able to study poverty and disadvantage in New York City, and I thank the Robin Hood Foundation for that wonderful collaboration and opportunity. New York City is the richest, most diverse, most populous city in the country. It's also a port of entry for immigrants, and it's the center of world capitalism. And capitalism produces great riches, and unfortunately, alongside that, produces by its nature a lot of economic insecurity. And this morning, what you'll see from the Poverty Tracker annual report, which I'm going to summarize, is lots of evidence of economic insecurity. So let me say something first about our approach. We interview a random sample of New Yorkers every 4 times a year. In the beginning, we only followed them for 2 years. Now we're following all of the sample for 4 years. And we measure poverty on an annual basis, hardship, and health. And we also collect a lot of data on other aspects of well-being, including assets and debts, self-rating of well-being, health, and mental health, and lots of other variables. So I should say I've only got 6 minutes, so I'm going to go through these pretty quickly. So here we see the slide that describes poverty in New York City and compares that to national poverty rates. Let me say something about the definition of poverty that we're using. For a family of 4, it comes to about $36,000 a year. If you're below that, you're poor. If you're above that, you're not poor. We use the supplementary measure of poverty published by the Census Bureau. It differs from the official measure of poverty, also published by the Census Bureau. In many respects, most respects, it's superior. I'm just going to mention two which are fundamental for our understanding today of how this differs from the official measure. So first, the official measure doesn't count benefits that are near cash, like housing subsidies, like the food stamp program, like the earned income tax credit and other tax credits. Those are cash, but they're not received monthly, on a monthly basis. They're only received annually, so official measure doesn't count any of that. The supplementary poverty measure counts that, and my last slide, I'll come back to that. The second difference, which is very important as well, is that the official measure takes no account of differences in the cost of living. And as New Yorkers, we all know that New York City is much more expensive than most other places in the United States. You'll note in this slide that poverty over time in New York City has decreased. It's higher than the national poverty rate, but the slope is the same. Poverty has been decreasing, and the official measure would show the same thing, and it's because of the economic recovery. So in 2012, we were just coming out of the Great Recession. Unemployment has been going down throughout this entire period and continues to be very low now as well. That's what explains that trend. So want to note that women and people of color are much more likely to be living in poverty. Note in particular that the highest poverty rates are Hispanics, and the next highest are Asian Americans. So not only poverty, but hardship has also been declining over time. And hardship, you think of hardship as not having your utilities shut off, not having enough money, you having to go hungry, to go without shelter, or to not see a doctor because you couldn't afford it. And that last one, not going to take care of your health because you couldn't afford it, is the most common hardship in New York City. So the trend you can see is the same, down over time, which is what we would expect. But notice it's 30% in the last year as compared to only 20% that were in poverty. Unlike poverty and the hardship, health has not declined as the economy has improved. It's pretty common, actually, nor has mental health changed. The most interesting aspect that Sarah referred to is following these families over time. And here we show a picture of what's happened to poverty over a 4-year period. Even though only 1 in 5 were poor in the last year we looked at, half of all New Yorkers experience poverty in one of the 4 years. Most are only poor for 1 year, but 4% are poor all 4 years. This slide shows the same thing is true for hardship. Slightly over half are experience hardship, and most of those experience it for just a short time. But actually, the hardship is more equally distributed in terms of how many experience it all 4 years or 3 years, more widespread. This slide should really be labeled hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers fall into poverty and hardship each year. I did my math wrong. 14% of the number of families who were above poverty, which is about 80% in 1 year. It's hundreds of thousands. So common life events like ending a relationship, losing a job, or having a child increase the likelihood of falling into poverty and hardship. And notice, having a child is the most common. In this slide, notice that both assets and education are protective factors. Just take a look at the last, on the far right, you'll see that those with a college degree who have a child, only 10% of them fall into poverty, whereas having a child, for those with high school or less education, almost half of those families get pushed into poverty. The last slide I want to talk about, I think, is the most important. And just look in the far right, and you'll see that if it were not for these transfer programs, 31% of New Yorkers would experience poverty. But because of these programs, only 20% experience poverty. That's no mean achievement, but we need to and can do more, and that is our challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Herb. I think it's just worth emphasizing the fact that common life events, something just like having a child or ending a relationship or losing a job, might be the thing that pushes you into poverty. I think that we can expect that will happen. These things will happen to most people over time, and so I think it speaks to some of the challenges we face in addressing these issues. I just also want to mention, Herb, that both this report and last year's annual report were big contributors in helping to shape Robin Hood's strategic direction to lift households sustainably out of poverty. So next up, Sophie Collier is going to present the findings from our report on forced moves. As you'll hear, this report allowed us to look at the reasons renters move, including evictions, and where families are likely to end up. This information is really helping to influence our policy work and to provide a strong case for doing more to prevent evictions. Sophie?
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here today, and I'm just going to dive right in. Now, research tells us that housing stability is fundamental to economic mobility, and forced relocation by way of an eviction or another type of forced moves directly threatens this stability. This report takes a first look at the experiences and economic trajectories of New Yorkers who are forced out of their homes. And you'll see that the results really underscore the importance of Robin Hood's support for the right to counsel legislation that works to keep New Yorkers in their homes by providing low-income families with access to free legal service in the event of an eviction. And there are also efforts to build on this legislation currently before the City Council, so I'll discuss that in a little bit. Now, measuring the prevalence of forced moves can be a challenge, particularly their context and their outcomes. Administrative data can shed light on the number of evictions in a place like New York City, but these data sources don't tell us much about how families were doing before they were evicted or where they ended up afterwards. And we all know that, especially from anecdotal evidence, that formal evictions are not the only type of forced relocation that happens in the city. But those moves don't show up in administrative records. An amazing thing about the poverty tracker is its ability to measure multiple types of forced moves and capture the economic circumstances and experiences of families before and after these moves, which is what we focus on in this report. Now, the report really builds on the work of Matthew Desmond, who studies the intersection of, or has studied the intersection of poverty, housing, and forced moves. And we use his framework to group moves into 3 different types that you'll see up here. So there are forced moves, responsive moves, and voluntary moves. Now, forced moves are moving, or all the categories of forced moves include formal evictions, as we've talked about, but there are also informal evictions. So just moving because your landlord tells you to, or missing a rent payment and moving out of fear of being evicted. There are other types of forced moves too, including moving because your building was sold or condemned, or because you were being harassed by your landlord. Now, our data shows that about 300,000 families in rental housing move in a year. And of those moves, 19%, or 56,000, are the result of a forced move. This translates to 100,000 New Yorkers being forced out of their homes in the years that we studied. And of those forced moves, about 46% are the result of a formal eviction. It's the most common type of forced move in the city, and it really speaks to the importance of those legal protections that I discussed earlier that are provided through the right to counsel legislation. But the remaining 54% of forced moves aren't these formal evictions. They're these silent evictions or informal evictions, and they're never going to be litigated in a housing court. Now, there's legislation in front of the City Council right now that increases funding for tenant advocate groups who work closely with tenants and would really work to, we'd hope in the long run, counter this trend of silent evictions, because those tenant advocates let tenants know about their right to be free from harassment, the fact that building violations need to be addressed, and that there are legal protections in the event of an eviction if that takes place. Like I said, we're able to look at the experiences of New Yorkers before facing a forced move. And we find that over half of New Yorkers who face one of these moves face a material hardship like those that Irv discussed. They also are very rent burdened. Over half are paying more than 40% of their household income on rent and face elevated rates of mental distress. Now, what happens after moving? Here we look at the predicted probability of living in a high-poverty neighborhood before and after a move. On the left is just the people who don't move, and on the right is those who are evicted either formally or informally. Now, before moving, we see that they're less likely than the average renter to live in a high-poverty neighborhood, where over 30% of residents live below the poverty line. But after moving, this doubles to 26%, more than doubles, which just shows you how forced relocation and forced moves are playing a role in concentrating poverty in New York City and moving families away from economic opportunity. Altogether, these findings speak to the consequences of forced relocation in New York City and the importance of policies that make sure all New Yorkers have access to stable homes. So thanks so much, and I'm going to pass it back to Sarah.
Thanks, Sophie. I think those findings about forced moves were particularly important in light of David Williams' talk earlier and neighborhood and its role as children grow up in high opportunity neighborhoods. So now I'm going to hand it over to Chris Weimer, who's going to share findings from our report on emergency savings and assets.
Thank you, Sarah. So yeah, as both Sarah and Irv have said, these sort of commonplace events or shocks that New Yorkers experience are potentially likely to send them cascading into a spell of poverty or an spell of material hardship. So one of the neat things about the poverty tracker is because we run it in-house at Columbia and we're constantly in the field, we're surveying people every 3 months, it's a nimble tool to be able to add questions to deepen our understanding of New Yorkers' experiences when a policy or programmatic question comes up. So one of those questions that came up was how prepared are New Yorkers to weather a financial shock? And that's what I'm going to talk about today, briefly. The Reserve Board periodically asks, in a national study on economic well-being, how prepared Americans are to deal with a hypothetical expense of $400. But as with a lot of these large national data sets, the sample size isn't big enough to really get a portrait in New York City. So the poverty tracker can help fill that gap. So we added a couple of questions to understand how households would pay or could pay or would pay for an unexpected expense and whether New Yorkers also have the assets to weather such an emergency. So this is a common question. You've probably heard about it in the news. You know, say you experienced an unexpected expense of $400. Would you be able to pay for that, and how would you be able to pay for that? So on this slide, we show the results from the Federal Reserve, but then also the results from the poverty tracker. And you can see it's pretty similar percentages of New Yorkers who couldn't pay for a $400 expense with cash or cash's functional equivalent. And functional equivalent just means, you know, paying with a credit card that you pay off at the end of the month. So slightly higher for New York, 45%. So almost half of New Yorkers say they couldn't pay for a $400 expense. We also looked at what New Yorkers would do in the face of a $400 expense, and we compared that also to the reasons that Americans gave in the national sample. And actually, the methods that New Yorkers would use look quite similar to the national sample. So most people would put it on a credit card and pay it off over time. The key differences in New York City versus America as a whole is New Yorkers were less likely to say that they would be able to sell something to pay for an expense. So you think of New Yorkers in smaller apartments with less goods and things that they could turn around for quick cash. They're more likely to use a quote unquote other method. And when we coded up those verbatim responses, we find that often what people would say they would do would be to draw down some of their assets, so some of their financial assets, to pay for such an expense. But note that 30% of New Yorkers say that they just wouldn't be able to pay for such an expense at all, period. And that's also similar to the national level for the same thing. There are also these stark racial and ethnic disparities in the data. So this shows the percent who could not pay for the $400 expense at all by race and ethnicity. And the arrows above the blue bar on the left and the two middle bars on the right, we split people into low, medium, and high income groups just based on thirds of the income distribution. And note that Black and Hispanic New Yorkers in the high income group are just as likely to say that they couldn't pay for an unanticipated expense as whites in the lowest income group. So that's a really stark racial and ethnic disparity that we see in the data. And you think about things like the social networks people have access to, the types of assets that people have access to might help explain some of these disparities between groups. We also, because we have a comprehensive data set on economic well-being that we're looking at in the poverty tracker, we're able to also measure people's assets and debts, as Irv alluded to. And we create a measure of asset poverty, which means you don't have enough net worth or assets to be able to cover 3 months of routine expenses as defined by the poverty line. So if we just compare people who are asset poor, those who don't have enough assets to cover 3 months of expenses versus those who are not asset poor, we do see that assets are sort of protective against these emergency expenses, but not completely. So even having some of these assets doesn't fully protect you from or ensure you to be able to cover such an emergency expense. So just to sum up, for most households, people will use credit cards in order as a first line of defense when dealing with an unanticipated expense like this. Assets do seem to be protective, so things that promote asset ownership and asset development among New Yorkers can help insure against some of these shocks. And while some New Yorkers have social support from their family and friends, many report that a $400 emergency is one that they simply couldn't pay to begin with. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So we at Robinhood have been using this information to help drive some solutions, including working with some of our partners to fund low cost or no cost, no interest loans in case somebody has an emergency expense. They can at least turn to that cash so that they don't have the same sort of cascading long-term impacts from not having short-term cash access. So from here, we're going to turn to Elizabeth Dorn, who's going to talk about results from our early childhood poverty tracker, which is a newer partnership with Columbia.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. And as Sarah said, I'm going to be talking about the early childhood poverty tracker. This was created to better understand the dynamics of disadvantage, specifically among the youngest New Yorkers. The childhood poverty tracker is structured similar to the main poverty tracker that Irv described, but we focus specifically on children under the age of 3. Building off of the poverty tracker, we have these repeated measures every 3 months, asking families specifically about income poverty, material hardship, and health. And I think one of the really wonderful things about this data set is that we've been working with New York City to be able to build a long-term partnership as these children age. So we will have administrative data from the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Mental Health that we can link to the children in our survey and follow their long-term outcomes. So stay tuned for that in a few years. So I'm going to talk kind of the important findings from our baseline report, which was released in November of 2019. So we find that almost a quarter of young children in New York are living in poverty, and that represents approximately 100,000 young children. Poverty is particularly and disproportionately prevalent among Black and Hispanic children. We also know that poverty is not the only way to measure disadvantage, and families can struggle and still be technically above the poverty line. So we also look at material hardship. And as Irv mentioned, when we think about material hardship, it's the ability to meet material needs. So families who are experiencing material hardship might not be able to pay a utility bill. They might not be able to afford medical care or to afford to be able to put food on the table. And we find that 38% of young New Yorkers are living in a family experiencing material hardship. As with poverty, we find that Black and Hispanic children are disproportionately likely to experience material hardship, and children living in single-parent families. We also looked at the mental health of the parents in our survey, and we asked a series of questions, really getting at depression and anxiety to create this combination measure of psychological distress. We know that when parents are experiencing suboptimal mental health, it can be hard not only to meet their needs, but also to meet the needs of their children. And among our survey, we find that a third of all young children in New York are living in households with parents experiencing either moderate or severe psychological distress. When we look at households in poverty and single-parent households, these rates are even higher. And this ties in really nicely to what David Williams spoke about earlier today, looking at low opportunity neighborhoods. So Raj Chetty and David Williams and their colleagues have done really wonderful, groundbreaking research looking at the way that neighborhood context informs life trajectories. And they found that some neighborhoods expand opportunities for children and others contract opportunity. So we measure low opportunity neighborhoods in New York as ones in which at least 20% of all households are living in poverty. And using this measure, we find that almost half of all young children in New York are living in these low opportunity neighborhoods. So one of the things that I think I've said on almost every slide is that different groups of children have different risks for these disadvantages. And we particularly find that Black and Hispanic children are disproportionately at risk for experiencing poverty, material hardship, and health problems. So these findings are alarming in the fact that we know that the context in which children grow up dictates long-term outcomes and short-term outcomes in terms of health, development, and overall well-being. So we're looking forward to continuing our partnerships with New York Cities and better understanding how we can support these children in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. The Early Childhood Poverty Tracker is really just a great example of our growing partnership with Columbia. It was a project that was really built off of a partnership with the city's health department. We piggybacked off of their child health survey. And it's unique in the fact that we're able to look at not just early childhood, but the specific New York City context. So we can think about some of the policy changes that are happening here, programs like Pre-K for All and other things that will help inform our work going forward. We also know that early childhood is such an important part of achieving long-term economic mobility. So we perceive this project as being something that's really going to help inform our work going forward. So I just want to say thank you to the Columbia team. They've been wonderful partners, really building a one-of-a-kind data set that's helping to inform Robin Hood's day-to-day work, really driving the work on the ground. But I also want to say to the people in this room, we hope that this becomes not just a tool for us, but a tool for you as well. So we'd love to hear from you, love to get an email from you if there are things you'd like to see, questions that you'd like us to be asking in these surveys over time with households. We'd love to hear from you and make this more of a resource to you as well. So thank you for your time. We look forward to hearing from you.
Coming up next, our morning keynote. Esther Duflo of JPAL MIT, Amy Finkelstein of JPAL North America MIT, and Laura Arnold of Arnold Ventures.
Good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm grateful for the opportunity. We've heard today so much data about poverty, about trends in poverty, about ideas of how to battle poverty. I'm hoping that you find this conversation that we're about to have constructive and additive to that, since we'll talk about poverty and the roots of poverty in a slightly different perspective. Now, I'm a philanthropist. As some of you know, I run Arnold Ventures along with my husband, John. Every philanthropy sets out to fill a void, answer a need, try to make the world a better place. That's why we're here. We're all in this work to improve people's lives. But whatever noble cause we intend to pursue, we need to understand what the root causes are of the problems that we're trying to solve. And at the root of that, of course, is evidence. Now, we've heard today, and I know you all know, that we live in paradoxical times. On one hand, most would argue that we're moving the needle on global poverty. Take any data on things that matter most, from literacy to health to sanitation, nutrition, jobs, and most societies are on a rising road. Here in the US, and indeed globally, the fight is really far from over. Here, we're faced with startling inequality that stifles growth and opportunity. We've heard from many speakers this morning, and I know we'll hear from some later today that will reinforce that point. Today, only half of all children earn more than their parents did. For kids born in 1940, it was 90%. Social mobility is hitting historic lows. You're half as likely to move from the bottom quintile to the top in the US than you are in Canada. The best predictor of someone going to college isn't their intelligence or ambition, it's in fact their household income. And it's not just economics issues. Life expectancy is flatlining. A census tract in Logan County, West Virginia, for example, has a life expectancy of around 57. And you don't have to go to rural areas and Rust Belt towns. Major cities like New York and Chicago have neighborhoods with average life expectancies of under 60 years old. So it's critical that we find the policies that set us back on the right path, which is why it's an honor to welcome these two women on the stage who have dedicated their careers to studying public policy and holding our well-intentioned efforts to help the poor and the needy improve their position in society. Esther Duflo and Amy Finkelstein. Now, Professors Duflo and Finkelstein are, as you heard, the directors of JPAL and JPAL North America. Their group has led what's been termed as a revolution in evaluation. And they've driven the trend of applying behavioral economics to issues of poverty, both globally and in the US. Now, we do not have enough time for me to do justice to the background of these two women. Both are MacArthur Genius Grants recipients. Both are John Bates Clark Medal recipients, which is an award given to the most prominent economists under 40. Both are pioneers of field experiments involving public programs. You've heard extensively about both of these women, Nobel Prize in Economics. Amy is most recently best known for her work in deciphering the inner workings of the US healthcare system. So I'm thrilled to share a stage with you and start this conversation. So let's dive right in. You're both academics, and you've chosen to found and run a poverty action lab. So you don't hear that very much in higher ed. You know, often you hear of a center or you hear of an institute. But you decided to start a poverty action lab. What is it that you're trying to accomplish? Esther, would you like to start?
So I came to economics only when I realized that economics was a path to potentially make the world a better place. So I had no, in fact, particular interest in economics in college. I thought it was quite boring and not very insightful.
And I've read that you had no interest in finance either, so we may need to escort you out of this room.
By some accident, I discovered at some point that academic economists actually occupy a position in the world that can be that could be perfect for my temperament, which is that on the one hand you get the time and the luxury to answer problem to a level at which you're satisfied that the answer is a correct answer, that you have actually, you might not have gotten to the truth, but at least you're satisfied that you've done everything you could to get close to it, which is a luxury that I fully realize a lot of people just don't have in their day job, but that's a luxury you have as academics. But then for most academics, it's where it stops. And the beauty of being an economist is that actually the answers, should we choose to, can become actionable and can turn into insights that someone else, a government, an NGO, a firm can actually take and run with.
You often describe, I don't know if often, but you have in the past described your work in terms of the economist as a plumber. Tell us how that informs your work at JPAL and what you mean with that analogy.
So to make this transition useful, basically, the economists get a chance to, if they want, not every economist wants to do that, but if we want, we get a chance to intervene in the real world. So for me, that's why I created Poverty Action Lab, which is to say, look, I came to the profession of economics to do something about poverty. I came to the profession of economics to do something about the lives of poor people, and therefore, I can see that my work, academic work, is not going to be sufficient. I need to actually play an active role into helping with the transition, with the conversion. And that goes both ways, which is making sure that the problems that we are thinking of are relevant problems for people who are trying to solve these issues, governments or NGOs. And then on the other hand, making sure that our answers, when we get them, get shared and get acted upon. So that's why we started Poverty Action Lab. Now, once you get into this business, and I only discovered this maybe a little bit over time, it is not sufficient to say, oh, I just ran this evaluation and I found out that it is really helpful, for example, to do remedial education in India, so why don't you go about and do it? Because once you have an idea, in order for this idea to go all the way to a program at scale that makes any sort of sense, you have to engage into the detail of the implementation. And that's where the plumbing goes in. The plumbing analogy is that once you start putting something in the real world, that's true for academics, that's true, I'm sure, for everybody in your lives, you realize that you don't have that much to go on for these details. Your science is not that helpful. You're putting your best foot forward, but mostly you get it wrong in the details. Even if the idea is correct in general, the intuition is probably fine, but the details are very difficult to get right. And so you have to try something out, and then it doesn't quite work, so you tinker with it, and you try again, and then you tinker with it, and you try again. And that's very much like a plumber.
And that's very different from historically how we perceive the role of economists.
It is very different, and it's also actually what I came to realize, it's also very different from the way that policymakers do policies, because what I came to find out is that a lot of policymakers have no interest in plumbing. They have no interest in the details of how things will get implemented. Their interest remains at the top level. So then I discovered that actually we can actually be useful in doing plumbing also to help policymakers do better what they want to do anyways. Mm-hmm. And I think Amy can give examples also of her work, which is to say, you want to run a food stamp program. There is a lot of details that go on for people to decide to get on this program or not, and actually they matter. And it makes a huge amount of difference, sometimes a world of difference, how well those details are done. And so now in a lot of my work, I'm actually plumbing on behalf of other people's idea in order to make sure that they get implemented to their best possible way.
Now, Amy, you do analogous work to Esther's, of course, in the US with a focus on healthcare. I'd like to spend a good amount of time talking about the bread and butter work of both of you, which is randomized controlled trials. Amy, tell us why you think that is an important tool, an important method in thinking about policy and bridging this gap, which often occurs between theory and practice.
I mean, I'm going to, I think, sound a bit like Esther, but I mean without the charming accent. But I mean that in a good way, or in the sense that I also came to economics, unlike many of our colleagues who, started out as mathematicians and decided to apply their work. I started out, I grew up in New York City, and I think it was impossible for me at least, to grow up in New York City in the 1970s and 1980s and not become obsessed with social policy and what can be done to improve people's lives. And I went to college and I studied political science, and I found we were just always arguing. Like, this was the early 90s, and does welfare reform, should we reform welfare? Does it create dependency, or does it lift people up? And then I was fortunate enough, my senior year in college, to take an economics course called Social Problems in the American Economy. I sort of was like, I don't know about this economy part, but the social problem sounds interesting, with Larry Katz, who now, much to my delight and honor, runs J-PAL North America with me. And it was transformative. I suddenly realized that these things we were arguing about and trying to improve weren't just going to be settled by anecdote or rhetorical flourishes, but actually you could use data and evidence to figure out what was happening, what could be changed, what worked, what didn't, what the impacts of different interventions were, and why. And so that's what drew me first into economics. And then within economics, we also argue, that's not just we don't leave that just to the political scientists, but I found that the greatest clarity of evidence was from a randomized controlled trial. There's a lot of important work on what questions we should study and how to interpret the results, but we could free ourselves to think about that rather than, is the result a result? And I was actually, the first randomized trial I did was the Oregon health insurance experiment, which was the state, because they had limited resources, decided to randomly allocate limited numbers of slots for Medicaid, the public health insurance program for low-income adults, by lottery. And what was amazing to me about working on that study, which was my own feeling, and then to see that the rest of the world felt that way too, is the study raised a lot of questions and provoked a lot of arguments about how to interpret the results, but nobody was arguing about the results. And in any other work I had done, it had been much more, are you sure that's what you found? What if you tried it this way? What if you controlled for that? And so it allows us to move beyond just arguing about the facts to thinking about the facts.
So let's talk about Oregon and take a deeper dive into your experience there, because I do think that is a good example of both the value of RCTs and, at some level, also the discussions surrounding whether or not that's a method that we should all use when we think about social programs. So, as you mentioned, Oregon had agreed to Medicaid expansion, did not have sufficient resources to extend Medicaid to every individual who might be interested. So it was a natural randomized controlled trial, if you will. Oregon extended Medicaid to a certain number of people, and you studied both the people who received Medicaid, who had not received Medicaid before, and the people who did not. And you were interested in understanding what was the difference in outcome. What was the presumption going in? What was the policy presumption? If we take ourselves back to that moment with the controversy around Obamacare, why was this an important thing to study?
So this was 2008, and the policy presumption depended on who you talked to. We heard extreme claims across the spectrum. So, there were claims that from the liberal side of the alley saying that expanding Medicaid would be a panacea, that it would not only improve health and well-being and economic security, but it was a free lunch. We could do it and save money because by getting the low-income uninsured out of the expensive emergency room and into effective primary care, we would reduce healthcare spending and improve health by getting needed preventive care. On the right, you had extreme claims that Medicaid was, worthless or, worse than no insurance, and many, many compelling anecdotes about people, which were their real lived experience, saying, I worked to get my Medicaid, insurance, and I have my plastic Medicaid card, and it's useless because I can't get a doctor to see me. The reimbursement rates are so low, presumably, that doctors won't take Medicaid patients. So you had people arguing everything from Medicaid was going to be a free lunch and help people and save money at the same time to it was worse than nothing. And what we hope to do is not answer the question of should Medicaid be expanded, but just to narrow the range in which we discuss that issue to claims that are grounded in evidence and reality rather than in rhetoric or anecdote.
Right. And what did you find?
So again, just to be clear, the key thing, because many, many people have studied the impacts of Medicaid, and I've done other work on it as well, the reason I think this study was so important and rightly got a lot of attention is because the state literally ran a lottery. People signed up who were interested, and then they randomized who got Medicaid and who did not. So you knew by construction that the only reason on average you'd see differences when we went back a year or two later and we interviewed, we did physical health exams, we also collected administrative data on their outcomes. Any differences had to, on average, be due to getting on Medicaid. And what we found, as my co-PI, Kate Baker, put it eloquently, was something to upset everyone. For the claims that Medicaid was going to be a free lunch and save money by getting people out of the emergency room, our results categorically reject that. Medicaid increased healthcare spending across the board and healthcare utilization across the board. Prescription drugs, primary care, preventive care like mammograms and cholesterol screens. Also, though, hospital utilization and emergency room utilization. Emergency room use went up 40% over the next 2 years.
So you found that it was utterly untrue that Medicaid reduced costs.
Absolutely. And that makes perfect sense to at least to an economist, in the sense that, what does Medicaid do? It makes healthcare free. And what happens when things are cheaper? We tend to buy more of them. And that's true not just of broccoli, but also of healthcare. So it is true, by the way, that by law, the emergency room must treat the uninsured if they show up. But what our focus groups revealed is that, A, people were worried about the bill collection and the hounding afterwards, or there was some sense of, well, what's the point of going? They're going to tell me I need some medical care that I can't afford. So what we found just rigorously across the board is that Medicaid increased healthcare use. So what that means is that we face hard choices in life, which should come as a surprise to no one, but I think is important when we have policy discussions, that there's not just this free lunch, or as economists say, dollar bills lying on the sidewalk to bend down and pick up.
But you also found...
Yeah, on the other hand, to the claims that Medicaid was worthless, we categorically reject that. So we found that Medicaid had dramatic effects in improving, for example, depression, reducing depression. So a very sobering fact is when we administered these depression screens among the people who lost the lottery, so these are low-income adults, 19 to 64, who are uninsured, 30% screened positive for depression. And this was from us administering these standardized clinical depression screens. If you won the lottery and got on Medicaid, that reduced the probability of screening positive for depression by 9 percentage points, or 30%. So just dramatic reductions in reducing rates of depression. We also found, and as an economist, to me, this is the primary point of health insurance in general, we found that it reduced the risk of having large, unexpected out-of-pocket medical expenditures. So it provided economic security. The probability you had medical debt that would be sent to a collection agency went down by or the amount of it went down by 25%. Having large out-of-pocket expenditures went way down, so it was providing the economic security it was intended to. And we found some results on mental health. We did not find much on physical health, whether that's because we had limited measures or a low, only 2 years of time, we're not totally sure. But clearly, if the view is Medicaid is worthless, the answer is categorically not. It has benefits, it also has costs. So it's neither free nor worthless, and now we have to think harder about that as an economic policy.
How do you feel that policymakers absorbed your findings? Do you feel that you changed any hearts and minds, or do you feel like they grabbed whatever evidence suited them? You know, like economists say, like a drunk uses a lamppost for support and not illumination.
I kind of think probably both. So, and I'm reminded actually of, again, mentioning Larry Katz, who I co-found and co-run JPAL North America with. Shortly after graduate school, I was doing a postdoc at Harvard, and one of my dissertation papers was published, and it found that a particular regulatory policy from the 80s had in the health insurance market, when it was intended to increase health insurance coverage, and it actually had the perverse effect of decreasing health insurance coverage. And it was picked up by the Cato Institute with the headline, Harvard economist, because I was at Harvard at the time, so they got blamed, Harvard economist Amy Finkelstein finds when the government meddles in the healthcare sector, it always makes things worse. And I was really upset because, like Esther, I had gone into economics to try and use it to improve our understanding, and this I felt was a sort of gross exaggeration of what I had found, or misrepresentation. And what Larry said to me, and I think it very much guides my work to this day, is he said, there will always be people who cherry pick, who inflate, who use work for their purposes. He gave me the example that when he's a labor economist, he had done a lot of work on the role of trade and inequality, and he said during the NAFTA debates, he was featured on both sides. Harvard economist Larry Katz says trade increases inequality, and Harvard economist Larry Katz says trade explains very little of the rise in inequality, both of which were true statements. He said you've just got to put it out there and hope that there are a lot of well-intentioned, interested people. The arc of history is long, and truth has power. And you know, I can point to particular examples of that, even with Oregon. So there were all the, you know, extreme cherry picking that was done, but there were also very sensible discussions about if one interpretation of the results is the clear benefits were on the economic side rather than the physical health side, was there a way to design this program to provide that economic security at lower costs? And so you see both.
Yeah, and Esther, you've had similar experiences, of course, in much of the work that you've done. An example that comes to mind is microcredit, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with the concept of very small loans. Grameen, which was and continues to be a very important actor in the banking sector for certain socioeconomic groups internationally. The idea being that you give small loans to certain individuals, and that boosts entrepreneurship. And this was extremely, dare I say, trendy several years ago. Enormous amounts of interest in this concept. Muhammad Yunus, its creator, won the Nobel Peace Prize for this concept in 2006, and for his work in the field. And the Nobel Committee went as far as saying that microcredit was an important liberating force in societies where women in particular have to struggle against repressive social and economic conditions. So lots and lots and lots of interest in this concept of microcredit and its ability to lift people out of poverty. You and your colleagues at JPAL studied microcredit, did I think 7 randomized controlled trials. What did you find?
So in a sense, microcredit has a lot of parallel with health insurance in that it is very high stakes, or at least in our microcosm, it was very high stake. It got the Nobel Prize. It was very well recognized. And when at the time where I started trying to work on it, it already had reached something like 150 million people. So if it had, it was really promising in that way. There are very few interventions that reach the poor, that reach that many people. So the fact already that it could have that reach is any positive effect in a way, however small, would make it a very interesting intervention. But of course, the claims were like outlandish in terms of how much it could deliver and that it was going to liberate women and cure AIDS. And I'm not exaggerating. This was the claim that was on CGAP's website, CGAP being the organization that World Bank set up to support the microcredit movement. So we were very interested in doing one evaluation of microcredit, but we couldn't find a partner. So I remember my partner in life and in crime in many things, Abhijit Banerjee and me circulating across India, trying to find a partner to do a microcredit evaluation, and nobody was interested.
Because it was so phenomenally
The reason, I think, yes, so the reason that was given to us at the time is that there is no reason to evaluate microcredit because people reimburse. So on balance, it doesn't cost anything. So you don't need to do an impact evaluation of a car manufacturer because, well, if their cars are useless, they're going to go out of business. So I'm taking the car example on purpose because, of course, there are times where we decide that car manufacturers should stay in business even if they cannot sell cars for other reasons, which might be fine, but in that case, we have to wonder whether or not there is a positive impact of keeping them in business. Anyway, the argument from the microcredit world was like, we are profit-making. And that argument was, in fact, somewhat disingenuous because they were profit-making, and many microcredit organizations still are, only because they are also heavily subsidized, either directly or via the banking regulation codes. For example, in India, banks have to lend 40% of their portfolio to the priority sector, and if they don't, they have to lend it to the government at interest rates that are way below inflation. And who is part of the priority sector? Microcredit. So that makes microcredit very valuable to banks because anything above zero is welcome. So there is basically an industry of people, very much like the mortgage packaging industry in the US, that sort of collects the loans and sells them to banks as packages. So anyway, we're trying to make this argument. We're going nowhere into getting a partner. The reality is that since the going was so good, there was really no incentive to do an evaluation. And then that started to change because shortly after the Nobel Prize, which is enough to make you superstitious in some sense, shortly after the Nobel Prize, you started getting these bad anecdotes about microcredit. So against the good anecdotes about, Mrs. So-and-so started her chicken cooperative and is now a chicken empress, etc. You had the other anecdotes of Mrs. So-and-so committed suicide because of extra burden imposed by the microcredit loans. And anecdotes against anecdotes, like nobody nobody was winning this argument. Several governments really clamped down on microcredit. And then suddenly we found people in the microcredit movement who were interested in getting an evaluation. And so we did a first evaluation in Hyderabad, which is kind of the birthplace of microcredit in India. And we found very much the same thing, something to upset everybody, which is that, so on balance, not much was happening. So this was a randomized evaluation. There was 200 neighborhoods, 100 were treated, 100 were controlled, and in the treated neighborhood, the organization in turn started offering loans. The first finding was that not very many people wanted loans, which is something we could have known descriptively, but was actually not known. The second finding is that on balance, there was really no difference at all between people living in treatment neighborhood that got the intervention and people living in controlled neighborhood that didn't. For the average person, there really was not much of an effect, but not much of a negative effect either. So it's not that people went into this big cycle of indebtedness, etc. What they did with a microcredit loan, for the most part, is buying a durable, like a fridge or a cycle, which is a fine thing to do, but doesn't get you out of poverty. Anyway, this result came out, and people the microcredit world went ballistic. They actually had a SWAT team. They constituted a SWAT team of the big microcredit agency. Maybe some of you are in the room. They invited Iqbal Daliwal, who is now the executive director of JPAL, and he thought it was to discuss the result, but in fact it was to find out what more studies are we planning so that they could be ahead of the story and they fight with them before they happen. So he was a little shocked.
Like the fact that your initial findings, your headline findings, were that microcredit did not work as advertised.
As much as
advertised. Doesn't mean that it
advertised.
didn't work. It
But
just
exactly.
meant that it didn't work as advertised. So talk about ways in which microcredit actually does work, which were not maybe ways that you were focused on.
Yeah, so what we did then is that we decided to keep the study a little bit quiet, because one point that they had, which I think was correct, is that this is Hyderabad, where there is so much competition, and maybe being treated with Spandana, it doesn't make any difference because otherwise you get someone else who come in. So we just waited, and we just put the study in the fridge and waited. And then until 7 studies accumulated. And then the 7 studies were in all sorts of continents, Europe, Africa, Latin America, Asia, rural, urban context, etc. So we could really see whether the results seemed to be dependent on the context. And very strikingly, they weren't, which is everywhere we looked, it was really the same type of things. And then, of course, we have now much more data because you have 7 studies. We can start looking not only at what happened to the average person, but whether it helps some people. And what we found is that although the average person doesn't benefit, the people who already had a business before the microcredit organization comes in, and that therefore demonstrated that they were kind of already gritty entrepreneur in a way, they benefit. And in fact, we've continued to follow them in this Spandana evaluation. We followed them for 10 years. And so 10 years later, when you come back, you still have no effect on the average person, but the person who had a business, their business is actually doing quite a bit better now. Yeah. So the point is not that microcredit is useless for everyone. The point is that because it's a very standardized product, it's mostly taken for the majority of people as consumption finance, which helps consumption but doesn't really kickstart.
Right, meaning that people take the loan and they maybe buy a refrigerator.
They buy a fridge, they work a little more.
They don't actually invest in a business.
And by the way, they might be happy with the fridge. That's also useful potentially, but that might not be the best way to get them a fridge. But then for the business owner, those who own the business before, they actually benefit a lot in terms of their business growing. So then the issues become more, well, we are not judging microfinance, and that's where it becomes a plumbing issue, is how do you make the product better to target whatever you want to target. So if you want to target the super ultra poor, then a product that you need to reimburse is not great, and you should go and give gifts of assets, which is one thing we've evaluated. If you want to target consumption finance, then you should really give people access to much better savings, and then so that's another area of work. Yeah. And finally, if you want to lend to possible entrepreneurs, you need to A, figure out how to identify them, and B, figure out how to design a product that works for them, instead of the plain vanilla microcredit contract. And so then the whole of, like many people in JPAL started embarking into study with microfinance partners, tinkering with various aspects of the model, which means that the result of this long saga is not like microcredit is gone. It's that microcredit is better, I hope, in some ways, in that it's kind of segmented the product in a somewhat more reasonable ways, and then is looking for solutions to address the problem in each of the segments of the market.
Right, so the real, one of the important value adds of your work in this area is parsing those different categories of individuals and helping people, policymakers, NGOs, philanthropists, all of us understand what is it that we're trying to accomplish, and how do we design an intervention that actually addresses what we're trying to accomplish. Because if what we're trying to do is spark entrepreneurship, microfinance doesn't sound like it's a good idea. If what we're trying to do is spark entrepreneurship within a specific subset of individuals, maybe we can target something that's better. So I think that for me, as a philanthropist, one of the takeaways from that example is that you can't make any absolutist statements, either in Oregon or in microfinance or anything that you all do. But it is important to start thinking of these nuances and keep in mind what your objective is. Esther mentioned that there was some resistance, initially really powerful resistance to studying microfinance because it was going gangbusters. NGOs were investing in it, governments were investing in it, but ultimately you were able to study it. A quite different example, Amy, was Jeff Brenner, in Camden who was an entrepreneur of his own right, who was focused on the Camden core model, which was addressing the very, very high needs of what we call super utilizers in the healthcare system, and I'll let you explain that. But contrary to the microfinance example, Jeff, who was also MacArthur Genius Grant winner, decided that he wanted an RCT. He welcomed your help and your insights to figure out whether or not this program that had become enormously successful, at least from a fundraising perspective, worked.
Yeah.
Tell us about it and tell us what you found.
Thanks. That was a great prompt. The reason you're a good moderator, I actually very much was thinking about that as Esther was talking, because if you listen to Esther's story, what was the key constraint in their ability to try to figure out how to best help people? And it's often the key constraint in our own work. It's not eager and skilled researchers who want to study these issues. We produce many of those. It's usually not, thanks to generous philanthropy, even funding. The issue is the willing partner, the partner who wants to stand up and say, as I'm sure all of these organizations start out, they start out not for self-aggrandizement, but to solve a problem. And it takes an enormous amount of courage and vision and maturity to say, I'm getting a lot of props and kudos and funding for what I'm doing, but remember, that was not the goal. The goal was to actually solve a problem, and I want to rigorously evaluate whether I've done so. I often think when we have these conversations, and we often, unfortunately, encounter partners who don't have that attitude, I think of the line from Jack Nicholson's line in A Few Good Men when he's up on the witness stand. He says, you want the truth, you can't handle the truth. And what we need are more people like Jeff Brenner, who Laura was mentioning, who want the truth and can handle the truth. So Dr. Brenner is an extraordinary human being, and my only regret is that we don't have more of them, and my great hope of the study is that it will inspire more people to be like Jeff Brenner. As Laura said, he started as a primary care physician working in Camden, New Jersey, an incredibly impoverished and dangerous part of the country. And he noticed that there were these so-called, what he called hot spots, borrowing a term from the criminal literature, which is certain people, these super utilizers of the healthcare system, who were just cycling repeatedly back into the hospital. And he designed an intervention, and he raised funding for it through enormous hard work and effort based on the premise that something was broken that wasn't just a health problem, right? Obviously, these individuals were sick, but that something else must be going wrong to have them constantly cycling back into the hospital. And the theory was there actually are a lot of resources out there. All of the people in his intervention have insurance. They're essentially all on Medicaid, so they in principle have access to care, but either they're not taking their medications because they're not being reminded to, or they're not going to see their primary care physician, or they're not getting the social support that they're eligible for, like food stamps. And so he designed a sort of a team-based intervention where you have a nurse, a social worker, a health coach that meet you in the hospital. These super utilizers, they've had more than 2 hospitalizations in the last 6 months. They have at least 2 chronic conditions and a number of other criteria. And the goal is to help them get introduced and attached to all of these resources. So the team tries to meet them in their home within 7 days of discharge, go over their medication regime with them, take them to see their primary care physician. If they don't have one, get them one, connect them with behavioral health interventions, food stamp programs, whatever they're eligible for, with the goal of reducing that cycle of constant readmission. And at the time we met Dr. Brenner, which was in 2013, he had achieved, by any sort of external metric, great success. This work had been profiled in the New Yorker by Atul Gawande. He'd received a MacArthur Award for it, and he was getting a lot of funding to scale this up across the country. And our team from JPAL went down. We shadowed their intervention for several days. It was a brutally cold January in Camden, and in Philadelphia next door, and we went with these incredibly dedicated healthcare workers into the homes of incredibly impoverished and ill people, and we saw them really bringing great, trying to help these people and bringing great comfort to them. And after that, Brenner called a staff meeting, and he said, and now we're going to have this team from JPAL do a randomized controlled evaluation of our intervention. And you might say, he said to his incredibly dedicated and hardworking staff, you might ask, how can we deny our wonderful intervention to half of the population? And what I thought he was going to say, which is true, and which is what made our study from an ethical point of view feasible, is that despite all their success, they didn't have enough money to reach everyone who was eligible for their program. Even in Camden, they were only reaching about half. And so all we had said is, rather than have it be kind of ad hoc who you're reaching, let's make it systematically ad hoc. Let's literally randomize. So that's what I thought he was going to say, because we're not removing any care that they could have given. Instead, he said, well, we think our program is wonderful, but we need a rigorous randomized evaluation to see, and if it's not working, we're going to try something else. So that was 6 years ago. The results of the study just came out this month in the New England Journal. The Camden Coalition was an amazing partner throughout those 6 years. And unfortunately, the results showed absolutely no impact on readmission.
Which was the key premise for the entire intervention.
Yes.
Is that this intervention, which was pretty expensive, would in the long term reduce healthcare costs. And that wound up not being the case.
And I think there are two really important follow-up messages from that. The one that I take as a researcher and as someone who works on rigorous evidence is we did also in this study do what most of the other studies of these types of superutilizer programs had done previously, which is just looked at what happened to people who got the program. And the results are amazing. You see hospital use skyrocketing before the intervention and plummeting afterwards. So that looks great until you look at the randomized control group, who were otherwise the same but didn't get the intervention, and you see the exact same pattern. Utilization skyrocketing before the date that they were randomized into eligibility or not, and then falling afterwards. And this is a well-known phenomenon. It's called reversion to the mean, that tall parents are going to have shorter kids, incredibly funny parents are going to have less funny kids. I pity my children, et cetera. Et cetera, et cetera. But it's so that it's really hard to capture those dynamics, and that's why, to figure out what this program was doing, we needed a randomized evaluation. The second thing, again, amazingly inspirational, was Jeff's reaction to this, right? So he had publicly stated in the New York Times at the start of our study that he was eager for the results, and he didn't flinch. I don't think I understood quite how rare it was, because I'm sort of young and wet behind the ears and naive, until the reporters started saying, we talked to Dr. Brenner, he's not questioning the findings. And I was like, well, why would he question the findings? And they were like, you don't understand. That's what most people do when they don't go their way. And he said two things. He said, first of all, people said, are you disappointed? He said, of course I'm disappointed. This is my life's work. I'm trying to help people. But I think we've learned from this something about what's not working and what we're going to try next. And the second thing he said, which is I think the most important, he said, because people would say, well, now I guess we just, I guess we give up. And he said, if you think you have a promising drug to treat cancer, a new chemotherapy protocol, and you run a clinical trial and it doesn't work, we don't say, oh, well, guess we're not going to combat cancer anymore. Let's move on to other problems. You figure out what you've learned from what you can learn, and you try other things. You move on. And he said, this is what we have to do with our most important policy and social problems, and certainly in healthcare. And I really hope that that his example can inspire more people to be like him, to have creative, innovative ideas, to have the courage and vision to rigorously test them, and then to learn from that and move on. Not to give up, but not to declare easy victory without rigorous evidence.
And with partnership with organizations like yours, they'll have the tools and the data to understand what they can and can't try. I know we're almost out of time, but I do have one question that I want to ask each of you, because it wouldn't be a sincere panel if we didn't talk about the haters. So not everybody's a fan of RCTs. And as I understand, the main critique of RCTs that you see is that really you're focused on a method, that you're sort of looking for things, you're looking for problems that could be solved by an RCT, and that maybe you are you're overly specific and missing the forest for the trees. That, you know, when you look at, you know, someone like Lamp Pritchett would argue that that the large trends in economics, the large problems in poverty have not been solved by RCTs. They've been solved by more macroeconomic interventions. How do you respond to those kinds of criticisms? That you really shouldn't be thinking about whether you should give a family a chicken or, you know, increase immunizations, but really you should think about sort of systemic, you know, governmental interventions to address poverty.
That I too, like Lamp Pritchett, would like to live forever and be beautiful and think wonderfully. It's like, that seems to me, so if the argument is, oh, the way you're going to solve poverty is by having robust economic growth that also preserve equality, sounds
We're
good
all for
to
that.
me.
That's right.
I'm entirely in favor, and in fact, there are some people who work on that, and all power to them. Until now, they haven't yet found a solution. In fact, my understanding is that if there is a consensus among our macroeconomics colleagues who study growth, on growth, is that we don't know what country can do to create growth. That there is nothing in the data that tells us, we know what not to do, like hyperinflation, bad idea, nationalizing your entire economy, bad idea. But once you got to the really basic, there is so many ways to fail and so many ways to succeed, and there is not one thing, and in fact, there is not one pattern. So it seems to me that since that pattern, it's not that we are missing that big pattern while being busy doing other things. It is in the meantime, in the here and now, I propose we do something. So that's on the macro part. I did want to make one unrelated point, but that came to the conversation before. I wouldn't want you to come out of this conversation saying, oh wow, these RCT people think nothing works. Because we happen to have discussed cases where it was the case, but in fact, it happens that you land on something that works and that makes a difference, and when it does, the impact that it has can be absolutely phenomenal. So one of the big trends that happened in the world, as you mentioned in starting, is the huge reduction in under-5 mortality, about a half since 1990. One of the reasons this came about, many reasons why this came about, one of the reasons this came about is a huge decline in malaria cases, about 450 million drop in malaria cases. And one of the big reasons why the malaria cases declined is because bed net distribution was a generalized bed net distribution happened in a very systematic way with a lot of international support. Now, why did that happen? That happens because, first of all, medical trials showed that at the moment, although we would love to have vaccines against malaria or eliminate make the mosquitoes not carried anymore, whatever, that's the holy grail. We don't have it. Some people are working on it. But in the meantime, bed nets is the best we have, insecticide-treated bed net. So that's the medical science. This came up from randomized control trials. Now, after that, there was a big question in the 90s, which is, oh, now we need people to use the bed nets. What's the best way? Should we give them a way which allows to cover a vast number of people, or should we charge people for the bed nets? And there are both arguments both ways, which is if people are sensitive to prices, they are more likely to take up a good if it's free. So that would go into, let's give them for free because they have huge externalities, so you want good coverage. On the other hand, the argument opposite that was, look, if you give bed nets to people for free, they are not going to value them, therefore they are not going to use them, and therefore you're going to waste your bed net. So we need people to pay, to pay for them to ascribe value to them. Anyway, it could be true. So the only way to know was to try out. And in fact, there was first one randomized control trial by Pascaline Dupin and Jessica Cohen, followed by a number of others by these two authors and many others in other countries, showing decisively that, number one, when people have to pay, they are much less likely to get one. That's the discovery of free is better than paying. That's, once in a while, economists rediscover the demand curve, and we are all excited. So fine. And then, maybe even more importantly in this context, that if you have one, no matter how it came to you, you use it. 90% of people use the bed nets. They also discovered that if your neighbor has a bed net, that makes you more likely to get one, even if you have to pay for it, and to use it properly. And they also discovered that actually having one bed net makes you more willing to pay for a second one once you've discovered the usage. None of that was obvious. But once this result came about, so here it's another organization that I think was really was extremely on the ball on that, is PSI, Population Service International. They had been selling bed nets because they were convinced by the first story. Once this result came about, they changed everything. They changed their collateral, they changed their website, and they said, we have to distribute the bed nets for free. And the government started distributing the bed nets for free, and then the rest of bed nets were distributed for free, malaria cases went down. So how is that not important? Meanwhile, if someone wants to look for the cure to baldness or the sure-proof model for economic growth, be my guest.
That's right. Amy, any last thoughts before?
No, you see the exact same thing in my little area of healthcare policy in the U.S. That the history of healthcare policy for the last 40, 50 years has been one, intellectually appealing theory after another, often generated by economists, put into practice, whether it was price controls in the 70s or prospective payment systems in the 80s, managed care in the 90s, or accountable care organizations and bundled payments now. It's always the next idea, usually grounded in some economics, that's going to align incentives and get the U.S. healthcare system to efficiently deliver better care to more people at lower costs. And that's great. I welcome that. I hope someday we'll find that magic elixir. I teach it to my students, and I hope one of them will. But until that, it's a false dichotomy. Until that day, let's figure out what we can do with the system that we do have. And one of the great things is you can do experiments at scale to actually test these types of system-wide reforms to try and make further progress on how quickly we can learn what is and isn't going to be effective in that space. So I agree with Esther, perhaps not surprisingly. It's yes and yes, not either or.
That's right. It's an all-hands-on-deck approach. Well, we are so grateful to have both of you to have had this discussion, and more importantly, I'm grateful for everything that you do for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please enjoy lunch downstairs on the first floor. The session
Exactly.
So there's all these good reasons.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am really excited to be here. I'm Jeff Canada, founder of the Harlem Children's Zone, and I am just so excited to see so many of my friends here. My job is to really try and get us to think differently about the work that we're doing. So the line that got the biggest response in Waiting for Superman in that documentary was a line I said that when I was finishing up my master's degree at the Harvard Graduate School of Education, I thought, yeah, education is broken, but that's just because I haven't been let loose on the field. And literally, this is really what I thought. I'll have this whole thing fixed in 3 or 4 years, right? How hard could it be? So 40 years later, that's answered how hard it could be. And I think it's the challenge for all of us who have been working as hard as humanly possible to try to help the most disadvantaged folks who've never really had equal opportunity in this city. And we've done good work. We've certainly done good work at the Harlem Children's Zone. You know, I've been associated. Robin Hood has supported us 30 years. As a board member, I'm really excited about the work that we've done. But here's the reality that we faced. When I started this work, New York City was literally in the poorest sections. It was falling apart. Folks have to remember the 80s and what was happening in these communities, because my childhood, the heroin epidemics that swept through the Bronx and Brooklyn and Queens devastated our communities. So those of us who started this work, we started trying to repair what had happened over 20 years. Well, guess what? Right after that, you had the crack epidemic. I mean, we never got on our feet before this new thing came in and undermined all of the work that we were doing. So I know some of y'all are too young. You're like, well, I don't even know that period of time. But I'm just trying to say why those of us who care about this work, why it's been so hard for us to actually solve these problems. Along with crack came the homicide crisis, and our kids were being slaughtered in the streets. That went on for 10 years. Then you had the financial collapse. Guess which communities were the hardest hit when that tragedy happened? So for those of us who've been working, if you say, look, you've been supporting folks for 30 years, why haven't they fixed this thing? Because there are big, powerful forces that keep knocking us on our rear ends. Every time we get some momentum going on, something happens that's huge and impacts the community we service. So I think we have a different opportunity today. We've learned more about how we have to act individually, but I think there's a new movement out to act collectively in a way that traditionally is not the way I was trained. It's not the way a lot of folks were trained. But when we began to see what's happening around and folks are thinking about this new concept of collective impact, can I leverage what I'm doing with other people who want to work with the same children, the same families, with the same sort of major goals? And can we combine our efforts in a way that makes my work more powerful, that makes your work more powerful? I think that's the future of our field. And why? Because in the end, we all want the same thing. We want to solve these problems. We don't want to keep trying to fix places that have been broken. We want to actually make sure that these places don't get broken in the first time. That involves thinking not just about children and families, but how do we think about systems? How do we think about actually getting some of these systems to work in different ways than they have been working, and for us to all be held accountable in a different way? It's not like I plan to stop doing what I'm doing and to suddenly say, okay, we need to abandon the work that all of us have been involved in. It is suggesting that we need to think about how we can partner with different organizations, with different agencies, with different entities, so that we can really have a much greater impact and we can deal with the scale. This stuff is big scale stuff, and we've got to come up with big scale ideas. So this next part of you're going to be involved with is really talking about how we come together in some really different ways. And I would just offer you one thing. Some of us who've been at this for 35, 40 years, and I see some of you in here, and I'm not going to call out names. Some of you are going to deny, yeah, I didn't know you back in '83, Jeff. That's okay. Here's the challenge. We did this because we were convinced we were going to fix it. We didn't do it just to try and not have things be so bad for folks. We wanted to solve these problems, and we haven't. And we're ready to think about this differently. But for some of us, time is not on our side. I can't wait another 10 years to get this thing done. We now know enough to actually do this the right way. And my challenge to you is, can't we all open up our thinking and our hearts to say, maybe there's a better way to tackle some of these problems and we can work differently. So I invite you to participate in this next part of our conference we're having here. And when you decide to act differently, please do it in a hurry. Time is not on my side, all right? All right, thank you all very much.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dan Porterfield, CEO of the Aspen Institute, and fantastic to see all of you and to have the chance to talk with my longtime friend, Wes Moore, about this great new book that he's written, which I have read and you have not. So I've got something on you right now. But in another couple months, you're all going to read this book. I think they're all getting sent this book, in fact.
That's right.
So that's pretty cool. I want to start with one question, and the only person who can't answer is Jeff Canada. Did anybody in this room know Wes Moore when he was 20 years old? All right, so I have a second thing over all of you, because we met when this young man was a student at Johns Hopkins University. It turns out Jeff met him when he was 12. And so I've been able to be friends with Wes and see his journey to leadership through a number of stages that have just been so inspiring to see. And this one really is exciting me, seeing you leading Robinhood and seeing you continuing to use your voice to call us out, to help drive change that will promote a free, just, and equitable society.
Amen.
So, way to
Thank
go.
you. And actually, can I say one thing? So how I got a chance to meet Professor Porterfield was, he was at Georgetown, and another mentor of mine was a gentleman named Kurt Schmoke, who was the former mayor of Baltimore. And he was talking to me about, I just finished junior college, community college, transferred to Johns Hopkins. He knew how I was doing academically, and he said, you should apply for this thing called the Rhodes Scholarship. And I was like, okay. And he's like, and he said, but as you're working on your essay, I want you to send it to my friend, Dan Porterfield. And like, he's busy. He's like professor at Georgetown. So I'm like, okay, would you mind taking a look at my essay? And he sends this thing back, and it has markups all over it. This paragraph doesn't make sense, da 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 da. Fast forward, I end up getting a scholarship, so I'm very, very appreciative. But the truth is, I'm looking at the copy of the book that we sent him to advanced copy to read it, and it's got all these markups on it. And so I'm like, some things never change, actually.
Well, now it's just saying, I agree, yes, say more. So let's talk a little bit about, first, just tell the audience, what is this book about? What are the events that that led you to write this book?
Thanks. So the book is entitled 5 Days, and for those who don't know, there's really been two places that I've ever known and called home for my whole life. One is up in the Bronx, where my mom moved us to live with my grandparents when I was about 6 years old after my father died. And my grandfather was a minister in the South Bronx. My grandmother was a school teacher in the South Bronx. And I spent a good amount of my childhood there because at the time, after my father died, my mother had a really difficult time with that transition. The only other place that I've really known and ever called home was Baltimore, Maryland. All our Baltimoreans in the house. And it's a place that is incredibly special to me. I always say you can't understand me if you don't understand the story of Baltimore. But this book about 5 days really goes through 5 days in the life of Baltimore through the eyes of 8 people. And the 5 days that I really covered down on was 5 days that were surrounding the uprising and the unrest that took place after the death of Freddie Gray, coming close to 5 years ago, where a young man who's 25 years old made eye contact with police. An hour after he was then arrested. An hour after he was arrested, he was in a coma. And a week after he was in a coma, he died. And it led to weeks of protests in Baltimore City, people demanding accountability to hear about what happened. And the 5 days that I cover was really part of that apex of both the protests and the unrest, and culminated in that 5th day, where and through the eyes of these 8 people, where you had the first baseball game ever in the history of the sport was played, where the Baltimore Orioles played the Chicago White Sox, and for the first time in baseball history, an official game was played, and the official attendance was 0. And the reason the official attendance was 0 was because the city was still in the middle of a state of emergency, and no one was allowed to go into the stadium. And so with these 8 people that I profile, and I want to see those 5 days through their eyes. One is a woman who lost her brother to police violence just 2 years earlier, and who had been protesting. She was marching with the Gray family, but was also wondering at the same time, where was this when my brother was killed? It was also, we have a public defender who actually moved from Oregon and grew up in poverty in Oregon, and now became a public defender in the city of Baltimore, a juvenile public defender, and was defending children, who many of them got caught up. A police major who grew up in West Baltimore and was now the police major in charge of the police force in West Baltimore, who was very clear when he said, none of my colleagues woke up that morning with homicide in their mind. But at the same time, I know exactly why these kids are angry. And so you want to see this time, this snapshot through these 8 sets of eyes that I wanted also the readers to understand their perspectives, to understand there's a bigger story that we're trying to tell here too.
So, and you told both stories so well, and they told it so well. Let's get grounded for a moment in Freddie Gray, the actual human being, and his life story. The book includes a timeline of Freddie's life before this tragedy occurred, before he was killed. And maybe just look at a couple of the highlight moments that you summarized to just ground us in his story.
I wanted to include this because oftentimes I felt like the conversation oftentimes got wrapped up in Freddie's death. But it's really important that people understand Freddie's life. And I'll read you a small part. 1989, Gloria Darden gives birth to twins, a boy and a girl. The twins are born 2 months premature. In her early 20s, when she had the twins, Gloria never attended high school. She could not read nor write and struggled with heroin addiction. Tiny and underweight, Freddie and his twin sister, Frederica, spend their first months in the hospital. After 5 months, Gloria brings the twins back to the housing projects of West Baltimore. 1992, Freddie and his family moved to 1459 North Carey Street in West Baltimore. The home rents for $300 a month. In 2009, it and 480 homes just like it will be named in a civil lawsuit regarding the endemic levels of lead paint throughout those houses. By age 2, Freddie and his twin sister have elevated levels of lead in their blood and suffer lasting brain damage. The family lives on North Carey Street until the twins are 6 years old. 1995, Freddie starts school at Matthew A. Henson Elementary School in Sandtown, Winchester. Because of the lead poisoning, Freddie's behavior poses considerable challenges to the school's teachers, statistically amongst the least experienced and worst equipped educators in Baltimore City. His teachers enrolled Freddie in special education classes, which he would never leave. By the 5th grade, Freddie was 4 grade levels behind in reading. Driven out of the classroom by his intellectual disability, Freddie spends his early years in nearby recreation centers. 2008, Baltimore City Public Schools records Freddie's last attendance in school. He's 18, he's in the 10th grade. 2009, Freddie's arrested and sentenced to 4 years in prison for 2 counts of drug possession with intent to distribute. 2011, Freddie's paroled and back on the streets. 2013, Freddie is arrested again for drug possession and distribution. Shortly thereafter, Freddie's half-brother, Raymond Lee Gordon, 31 years old, is gunned down near the Inner Harbor in downtown Baltimore. By April 12th, at 8:39 is when he has his first interaction with law enforcement. By 9:33, the medics arrive and provide patient care for Freddie for 21 minutes. By April 14th, Freddie undergoes double surgery at shock trauma. It is determined that Freddie has 3 broken vertebrae and an injured voice box. April 15th, he remains in a coma. April 19th at 7 o'clock in the morning, Freddie is declared dead at shock trauma. The reason I wanted to include the timeline is because if you look at Freddie's life, the reality is that week that he was in a coma might have been his most peaceful, because he was surrounded by nurses and doctors. He was surrounded by people who knew his name, people who cared about whether he lived or died. The thing that we really want to say with this is we cannot just stop at mourning his death. His life needed to be mourned. Because when we're talking about a child who at 2 years old is born underweight, addicted to heroin, and lead poisoned, and at this time, by the way, he's 2 years old, he never had a shot. And so when we have this conversation about people who are living in poverty, children who were born into poverty, and arguments about, well, if they would just work harder, how hard would Freddie had to have worked? And that's the point.
So this is a story that asks us to see the consequences of structural poverty and structural racism, and it's not just the way he died, but how he lived. And at the same time, it's also the fact that Freddie was an African-American male, seen a certain way by uniformed authority, and that he isn't the first that suffered this kind of violence. So many people have in their own way said, I can't breathe, yes, who happen to be African-American living in our cities. So how do you think about the story also in terms of tremendous discrimination and prejudice against men of color, and the way that being a man of color can be viewed as, by some, as a form of criminality just by existing?
Where the sound of a police siren has a different pitch depending on what neighborhood you're in.
Yeah.
You know, just in that time period alone, in that summer, in that year alone, The Guardian reported that over 100 black men were killed by police, unarmed. And the thing about it is do we have a very real issue with this in many communities? The answer is yes, and the truth is that's just a Baltimore conversation. You know, Baltimore is one of many cities that find themselves under a consent decree, where it's the Department of Justice who did a report and indicated that there were improper and race-based practices when it came to how people were policing in certain neighborhoods. And when you look at other areas, particularly areas that are hyper-segregated and heavily impoverished, that's a reality for many places. You know, I think about it in respects to, my own son, who's 6. And there is a certain reality that I know is that in the neighborhood that I live in Baltimore, which is different than the neighborhood I grew up in, if the behavior that took place in the neighborhood that I'm in now, if some of the behavior that was taking place, things that I saw coming up, was taking place in the neighborhood that I'm in now, before the officer could even make it back to the station, someone would meet them and say, "Your badge and your gun."
Yeah.
Right? So there is a difference. And the socioeconomic reality of that is there. It's also important, though, to recognize and remember the fact that this also is not just about socioeconomics.
Yeah.
That when we're talking about these issues, race does matter. The data plays it out, the data shows it. Right. And there are certain conversations I will have to have with my son that my neighbor will not have to have with his. And that is something that does sit with me as a father. And it's something that, frankly, I think we have to remember that should sit with us as a large society. I would love to be able to say we can have a race-free conversation about how we're going to address structural inequities inside of our society. The problem is the structural inequities were not race-free. And so the way you have to dismantle something is you have to be honest about the things that help to enable it in the first place.
One of my former students, his name is Donnell Bailey, grew up in New Orleans and then had to move to Houston with his grandmother and his mother after Katrina. And later he came back. He studied the history of his neighborhood, the history of the hospital where he was born, the history of policing in New Orleans when he was in college, when I knew him. And he said to me, you know, I used to think I grew up in a poverty-stricken neighborhood, and now I know that I grew up in a poverty-structured neighborhood.
Yes. You know, when we look at the realities of what we have in the existence within our size, we can't pretend like these things haven't happened very intentionally, right? I mean, you know, we talk about things and understanding context and history of things like block busting and discriminatory lending and discriminatory housing processes and redlining, not because it's interesting or it's like issue of the day. It's because that's the reality that many of our communities have to endure and have continued to have compounding impacts of. You know, and you realize that the power of policy in all of this, you know, one of the things that I'm so extraordinarily proud of Robin Hood and so many of the organizations here for thinking about having a policy lens into this work is policy matters.
Yeah.
We exist in a system of laws. And there are laws that are still currently in place that are either protecting many of our most vulnerable or are actually continuing to make life harder on them. Just take, you know, if you take, you know, a couple issues, think about the life of Freddie Gray. The fact that we have known that lead is a neurotoxin for a century in this country. Yeah. And we still have children growing up in homes and attending schools that have lead-based piping and lead-based paint. We've known it for a century. We've just chosen to pick and choose which ones became priorities to deal with. The CDC says that if you have 5 microbes of lead inside your blood, it essentially can make you, suffer lasting brain damage. 5. Freddie Gray had 36. So these are policies. The fact that we need laws that will protect people and then laws that will enforce and reinforce the laws that take place. The same thing with, you look at poverty right now. You know, we saw that the poverty rate, the adult poverty rate in New York City hovers around 20%. If you take away things like tax credits and transfers alone, that rate jumps to 31%. If you were to just enact any changes to tax credits and transfers alone, policies matter.
Yeah.
And our ability to do our work means that we have policies that are reinforcing the ability to do the work rightly and correctly and for good.
Yeah. There's some great sort of reflections in the end on your epilogue. And what does it all add up to? And one of them I'd like to read that I just found so powerful was when you wrote, "Philanthropy can and should be catalytic. I proudly run what is by all measures one of the most quantifiably effective philanthropies in the country. But the truth is that our individual efforts are important but insufficient. Our collective action, the leaders we elect, the institutions administered in the name of the people, other stanchions at the table, offers an opportunity for bigger, longer-lasting action." And I think that's so important that we remind ourselves that we both have to do everything we can as individuals, and we have to sort of surrender the notion of that we're going to be the hero of the story and have collective impact together. That's right. How do you think about that in your role leading Robin Hood?
I think about the fact that Robin Hood is able to, be one of the largest funders of basic social services that are taking place in the city of New York, and I say that with an amazing deal of pride. Like, we take a great deal of pride in the fact that I can look amongst this crowd right here and look at all of you as our partners in the work. A deep sense of pride in that. I also know that the people in this room are not the reason that we have levels of poverty inside of this city, inside this country. That the people in this room, you're doing your part. You need help. You need help. Because for many of you, your organizations exist because you are covering up for another fundamental flaw. For all of you that are doing, whether it's after school programs, whether you are doing early childhood programs, whether you are doing job retraining and job reskilling programs, whether you're working on health issues, whether you're working on criminal justice reform, regardless of the thing that you are working on, part of the reason that you are working on it is because there is a flaw somewhere else in the system. And that's what makes you necessary. Dr. King has this quote that it actually sits on my desk, where it says, "Philanthropy is commendable, but the philanthropist can never forget the economic injustice that makes philanthropy necessary." It's economic injustice. And so when we think about this work, we think about what is the greatest power that we have. Our power is about our ability to make impactful grants, data-driven grants, work with the best social entrepreneurs throughout the city of New York and beyond. And the most powerful thing that we have is our voice. The most powerful thing we have is our advocacy. The most powerful thing we have is the ability to take data, take information, take content, and take human stories and turn them into meaningful and measurable actions.
And I've been so impressed with the turn that you've made, the lean you've made towards using policy and data effectively, and the recruitment of Jason Cohn is one example of that.
Great.
That's a pivot for the organization a little. How would you describe that?
Imperative.
Yeah.
Imperative, and I think it was time. I think the great thing is that for the organization was ready for this.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, like, how did Robin Hood think about that? Yeah. What did the team say? What did the board say? And I said, my answer was some of the greatest champions that we have of actually moving to this space was the board. Because we're trying to solve a problem here. And you're not going to be able to do it through the individual philanthropy and the grants alone. And so, we will always be data-driven. We will always be community-led. Every issue that we take on will come from the community, not from white papers or an op-ed, but it's things that the community and our community partners are telling us, these are issues. Yeah. And we have a unique role to play. And we plan on being effective in everything that we do.
So I love the way the book elevates and brings together voices of people that lived those 5 days, cared deeply. Some were embedded in the problems and trying to change them from within. Some were suffered because of the problems. All of them were trying to do their best in this circumstance. Their lives crossed in some interesting ways, you'll see when you read the book.
Yeah.
There are beautiful layering of the history of Baltimore into it, so you learn the history without sort of having to read 3 chapters of setup, just marvelously written and constructed. And there were a lot of stories that
means a lot coming from him.
There were a lot of stories that I remember, and I'm going to be telling other people, because they give us more to understand our reality. I'll close by asking you about a story you'd like to say you'll remember for a long, long time. For me, one was when you had Freddie Gray's stepfather quoted at the end of a big, intense meeting of all these people, and he suddenly had to speak, and he basically said, all we've got is each other. And that really struck me. But was there a story you'd like to close this with to sort of invite our audience to get the book and to find meaning in it?
I think the one story that really resonates with me is from a gentleman named Anthony Williams. And for those Baltimoreans, y'all might know who's the head of Shake and Bake, who was the head of Shake and Bake, which is a very popular Baltimore skating rink. I first went to Shake and Bake when I was 13 years old. I was scraping my knees trying to impress girls, but there was this expression that Shake and Bake always had. Where it's called Shake and Bake Saves Lives, because Shake and Bake always was focused on creating a peaceful environment, regardless of what was going on outside. And Monday was Freddie Gray's funeral in the morning. By Monday evening, Baltimore's in the middle of a state of emergency. And the National Guard were now being called into the city to regain control. And Tuesday was supposed to be Anthony's day off. And he woke up that one morning and he was watching television and seeing everything that happened. They kept on running the reels of the buildings on fire and all this kind of stuff. And he was watching a reporter at 7 o'clock in the morning who was reporting live in front of the CVS that was burned down. And in the background, he saw a little girl. He said she was no more than 8 years old. And she had work gloves on and she had a broom. And he said the broom was as tall as she was. And she was just sweeping. And Tuesday was supposed to be his day off. And he watched this little girl on television. And then he listened to Miss Gloria, who was calling him, telling how the night before, how all of his skaters actually created a human barricade in front of Shake and Bake when all the buildings around were being damaged. And they told him, they're like, "You're not coming in here." And his Shake and Bake wasn't touched all night. And it was the one day of rest that he had, but he said, "I can't rest today. That little girl's not resting. My boys didn't rest last night." And he went into work. And the thing I always love what he said, "I'm not a politician, so I don't give speeches." He said, "I don't have money, so I can't write checks. But I know how to skate." And he called a group of his other skaters together, and they went to the intersection of North and Pennsylvania, and he had his car, and he started blasting Marvin Gaye music. What's going on? And him and the skaters started doing things on 4 wheels that most people can't do on 2 feet. And he made people smile. And he's like, "That's what I knew how to do. I know how to make people smile. That's my job." And the reason that really resonates with me is that none of us are asked to do everything. We're just asked to do our part. We're asked to do what we can do. And that day, on Anthony's day off, he went to work and he did what he could do. And that is, I think, the most powerful thing that any of us can be asked to do. Yeah. Just do your part.
Yeah. Well, thank you for doing your part with this book and so much else. What a privilege to be together.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Great. That's awesome.
Well, good afternoon. Oh, come on, we can do better than that. Good afternoon. All right, thank you very much. At Planned Parenthood, we are organizers. We consider ourselves a anti-poverty fighting institution as well, so it's an honor to be here with Robin Hood today. I am delighted to have an opportunity to talk not just about kind of what I'm calling the social construction of poverty, but also the narrative construction of poverty. What are the stories that we tell that either help us lift folks out of poverty, or actually reinforce poverty. And I'm going to do it through a series of exercises around how our brains process difference, going back to work that I started 10 years ago at the Perception Institute, which is a consortium of researchers, mostly social psychologists and neuroscientists, who came together and really lift up conversations around how our brains process difference, identity differences. But before I do that, I want to tomorrow's Valentine's Day, right? Okay. So I want you to quickly picture somebody who you love. Your head. You got that? How does it make you feel? Feel good? You feel warm inside? Okay, good. Now I want you to picture a celebrity, really quick. You got somebody in your head? Okay. I have J-Lo in my head. I'm about 3 years away from 50, so I'm feeling competitive, if I want to tell you the truth. Okay, now, with that muscle, I want you to picture somebody who's poor. Got them in your head? Now I'm going to ask you, were they a man or woman? Are they young or old? Do they have a particular kind of race or ethnicity? Was it somebody that you knew that was completely proximate for you? Did it make you feel proximate, or did it make you feel privileged? I can guarantee you that whoever you picked, your brain picked consciously, but it was reeling through millions and millions of bits of information and stories that you've heard over time that have helped you process and understand how to understand who that person is. I want to experience our unconscious networks. That process just happened. How many triangles in the picture? How many people see more than 2 triangles? Okay, how many people see more than 3? More than 6? Okay, you got more than 6, more than 8. You have more than 8. How many do you see totally? 8? Okay, what's your name, sir? Benji. Benji, okay. Benji, can you tell me the definition of a triangle?
As long as it has 3 sides.
Three sides? Do they have to be enclosed?
No.
How many triangles do you see now? There are 0 triangles in the picture. Okay, come on, this is like, kindergarten, less than kindergarten. This is nursery school. A triangle, 3 sides, 3 angles. They have to be enclosed in order for the shape. What happened? Your brain filled in information where none existed. It filled in these gaps because I told you what to look for. I primed you. I sent you on a mission. I gave you that competition. And Benji was like, I see it, and every time I kept going up, you kept going up with me, even though there was none there. How powerful is that brain? All right, I'm going to do one more exercise. This is a group activity. It requires you being loud and vocal. And it's called a Stroop test. Some of you may have done this before, but bear with me because it's really important. I want you to tell me what the color of the text is. Okay, together. Okay. Now, I'm going to go a little bit faster to see if you can keep up. Ready? Oops, sorry.
Red, green, black, green, red,
Okay. What happened? What happened? I mean, Wes, I got to tell you, you have a big mission to fight poverty here, and we're stumbling over colors, the color of the text. What happened? When did it get hard? Right here? Right? Because all of a sudden, the color didn't match the word, and you found out you were doing what? You were reading, even when I asked you to tell me the color of the text. But because ever since you were little, ever since you learned letters, ever since you learned that letters together form words, and inside those words is actually meaning, you came to understand that your brain just automatically wanted to read and figure out what that meaning was. I don't want you to feel bad about yourself, so we're going to try it again. do it again is because I want you to understand that what was happening then, right? Your brain, it felt hard, right? It felt like exhausting, emotionally exhausting, because you knew what the task was, but you still had to take that half beat and get your brain to be in concert with you. And that level of exhaustion, that level of anxiety to try to overcome how your brain has learned to process information can be really, really trying. But the fact is, while you were experiencing your automatic brain, you don't have to be at the mercy of your automatic brain. What helped? We slowed down, right? You focused, you were very intentional, you could see each word and give it its, its due, see each color rather and give it its due. That level of individuation, that level of being able to slow down and really understand someone's story the way Wes just so beautifully described Freddie Gray's life history, that is going to be a key for overcoming poverty. And you all at Robin Hood, you're slaying all kinds of dragons, of inefficiencies, thinking about the best evidence-driven ways of investing and creating real impact. But I'm going to argue today that one of the biggest things that the anti-poverty world has to address is how we slay the dragon of narratives around poverty. So our brains, actually just said this really quickly, our brains fill in gaps, right? When you're doing the triangles, you were filling in gaps. You were sorting information very quickly into categories, creating associations. These processes together, your brain's ability to process the almost 11 million bits of information that you process unconsciously in the same amount of time that you process things consciously, is your brain's ability to create these schemas, right? We need schemas in order to create structures to do things efficiently. I don't need to learn every day that this is a clicker. I can pick it up and I know how to press it. Because if I had to learn every day how to cross the street or what a chair was, it would be exhausting. And so our brains create these schemas in order for us just to navigate and actually build knowledge. Narratives, storytelling, stories are actually schemas too. And our brains have evolved over time to help us process information. It's actually much easier for our brains to process stories than it is to process data and facts. It just requires less semantic processing. We've grown up with kind of equations around stories. We know what a protagonist is. We know what a villain is. We know that oftentimes there's a conflict and there's a mountain to climb and there's a dragon to slay and there's some kind of resolution. And that kind of narrative arc of a story also helps us process what's real and what's not. Narratives also in our brains, we have sometimes physiological experiences with them. Have you ever watched a show and the superheroes running and they jump from building to the next building and your heart goes up because you're just imagining yourself, you're taking on the role of the protagonist. Oftentimes that happens in a narrative story too. Sometimes we'll see a story where there's someone who's going through a lot of anguish, right? I kind of use I fly a lot these days, and I use my story time for when I need to release and let out some emotion. I'll find a really sad story, and people think on the plane, who's this crazy lady crying at me? But I'm letting my brain kind of connect with the protagonist, and I'm using that as an experience to kind of connect to emotion. So storytelling becomes really, really important. The stories that we tell about poverty are made up in what we call narrative schemas. And these are dominant narrative schemas. Our brains have strong schemas about things and also weak schemas. Oftentimes, the strong schemas about how we understand poverty are made up of weak schemas. And if you want to address the narratives, you kind of have to address the weak schemas as well. I'd argue that the very narratives that we use to tell about poverty, right? We just heard, that it's individuals, somebody just didn't work hard enough, they don't have the work ethic. There was no real discrimination, involved. This person just really needed to just step up, pull themselves up by their bootstrap. There is a meritocracy that people live in, so they're able to, if they're not talented, they're not going to actually win in this system. We tell a story about government, whether it should be limited government or big government, in ways that actually impact poverty. We talk a lot about individual responsibility. We moved away, I think, in large part to the culture of poverty arguments, that these things are endemic to people's cultures. And now we're talking more about, like, well, they're just bad decision makers. They didn't actually get an opportunity to have that conversation. Those same stories are the stories that we also tell about wealth. Those same stories, you know, I was able to be incredibly successful. I did it on my own, so thank me very much. I didn't need a lot of government help. I went to the best schools in my suburb that, all the districts were incorporated, and, we had a swimming pool. True story. We had a swimming pool. We had a golf course in a public high school. Government didn't help me, but I was able to really help myself going there. I'm clearly really, really talented, and my history doesn't matter. Yes, I'm an African-American woman, and I stand on the legacy of many African-Americans across the country, and we fought our way through slavery, and, the history, the legacy of discrimination doesn't have any impact on me. So my identity, the idea that bias may still exist, doesn't apply to me, and I don't need any systemic help. So the same narratives that we use to explain wealth in many ways are the same ones that we use to explain poverty. And the challenge is that our best messages about wealth and opportunity can unintentionally reinforce messages and explanations for poverty. So how do we begin to think about disrupting these various schemas so that everyone who has the opportunity to be wealthy can move forward? I mean, everyone who has opportunity. Everyone that we are working to support to fight poverty can move forward. Who's of Irish descent in this room? Anyone? Irish? Lots of Irish people. Okay, great. So, narratives of poverty are also quite malleable. If you are of Irish descent, in the 1860s, Bridget McBruger, the woman on the left, would have been your ancestor. She would have been depicted as dehumanized. She would be uneducable. The narratives were that they were, drunk, illiterate, promiscuous, too many kids, didn't like to work. They were taking jobs away from Americans. They came over, obviously, during the Great Potato Famine. They moved into neighborhoods where there were signs like Irish need not apply to live here, Irish need not apply to work here, discriminated very, very deeply and intentionally. And yet, when we think about the Irish now, do those same characteristics and traits apply? Is anybody like, we're not going to let Miss O'Malley give that speech after lunch because she's going to be drunk? Does anybody say that? No. Why not? When we think of the Irish, how do we think of them now? Right. We think of them as white. And how did they become white? Anyone? Because another group moved in and they became, yeah, it's not that they moved, sorry. So not just President Kennedy, there are other reasons. What else? It's actually long before the political power and the Irish political machines came. Through government investment. In the 1940s, post-World War II, the government invested a huge amount of resources into backing mortgages through FHA loans, through facilitating suburbanization, through creating programs, investing in schools, and encouraging the Irish, the Italians, the Poles, and the Germans to move into neighborhoods where their loans would be guaranteed, while excluding Black communities in areas that were redlined. These are maps of New York. So when we think about the impact of redlining today, it isn't just that people didn't have access, to live in certain neighborhoods. It's that access was created, wealth creation was created. My colleague who I started a perception with, her grandfather was a tool and die maker. And he put 4 kids through amazing schools, largely through the appreciation of his house over a 20-year period. So, yes, jobs, having access to union labor, all of that made a marginal difference, but it was actually really an incredible transfer of wealth that allowed the Irish to become white. Now, the narratives that used to apply to the Irish, the Italians, the Germans, and Poles actually are now applying to Latinx communities in the US. So this is a content analysis of, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, red is Fox, the gray is Network News, MSNBC, well, I should say it, blue is MSNBC. So the question is, how often you see these stereotypes by news source. So yeah, there's a little bit of marginal difference in terms of welfare between how much is being promoted by a more conservative network than not. But by the time you get to refuse to speak English or have too many kids, which certainly they were accusing the Irish of and the Italians of, you have parity there. So thinking about kind of how the narratives have changed over time and how we use some of these same tropes to explain various groups also applies to how we think about race. So we have a wealth and poverty lens. These are actually the same boxes that you can now look at and see the same race lens. So when we ask, does race play a role in opportunity, that great question that came from the Aspen Institute from Mr. Porterfield, that becomes more apparent. Again, the same narratives that we use to explain the social determinants of health, education, of opportunity, when you overlay race on them, you can see these tropes around kind of how personal responsibility shows up, whether or not race plays a role in how your very talent is viewed. This idea that we are now, and I gather that no one here believes we actually are in a post-racial society, but the narrative that we should stop talking about race as an input into the work, you can see how that plays out. And then, of course, whether or not we should be having this conversation on an individual level or a systemic level. And the stories of poverty themselves have changed. So I'm sure many of you may recognize this image. I believe there's an exhibit going on right now it's a photo by Dorothea Lange. It's a picture called Migrant Mother, and it was taken in 1936 in a pea pickers camp in California. Lange was on assignment. She was a photographer for the Farm Security Administration, and depicting this young woman with her children in an age where a lot of young men had been sent off to war. They were fighting, and an entire social safety net sprung up in the New Deal to protect essentially mothers and soldiers. These images, these stories that were told then, were about humanizing the face of poverty, and it was about shifting the public opinion in favor of more policies to support them. In the 70s and 80s, when the face of poverty during the migration from the south to the north by many African American families came into play, the social policies changed. The layer of race, the stories about who didn't deserve to be supported were built into how we perceive race and class together. And because there are incredible stereotypes that are actually considered maybe perhaps positive stereotypes by some, the model minority stereotypes for Asian Americans, we've actually missed in many communities an increase in Asian American poverty and haven't allocated the resources to address it. So for many years, the success stories of Asian Americans throughout the country have masked the reality of many families that are struggling to make ends meet. So these are the schemas that I see in my work around gender. I'm going to tie the race, gender, and class together. For most women, the first thing that is noticed about us, our brain kind of categorizes identities very quickly. It goes race, gender, and age, like within a split second. For most women, gender is the first thing that people notice about us. For women of color, race trumps gender. So we see the racial body first, and all of the characteristics that are linked to the race show up in how we interact with them. So Asian women typically are seen as more passive. Latina women are seen through a more saucy, fiery lens. African American women are seen as angry because the associations related to how black men are perceived trump how their gender is perceived. It's called what we call intersectional invisibility. We can't be seen because of where we live at the intersections. So I've long argued in my involvement at Planned Parenthood that yes, there are some very fundamental ideological divides around women's reproductive health care, for sure. But there is such a powerful race lens to the work and to the arguments. And when I overlaid all of the arguments I was hearing over, I don't know, a decade of engaging with the organization onto the core dominant themes around poverty, around race, and then adding a layer of gender, you can see that each of the arguments maps on nicely. So if you really believe that we should defund reproductive health care, you might make the argument, well, you know, birth control is only $7.99 at Walmart. Anybody can get a condom. You might say, you know, we shouldn't provide Medicaid reimbursement because, you know, poor people, they've been bad decision makers. They've been, they've been out there not really able to take care of themselves. Why should it be the government's responsibility for your sex life? You might just say that that these things are for women who are already equal, right? We already have policies that support women, so why would we actually, there's no bias or discrimination that could possibly still be had. So I think about the stories that we tell, and at the disparity work, the poverty in general is often framed in terms of disparity. And the problem with the way that we use disparity, in addition to those core schemas, is that when we use data to tell stories about people, what we are actually doing is remarginalizing the group in our brains. If I tell you 1 out of 3 boys born to families of color may experience the criminal justice system at some time, our brain doesn't necessarily know how to process that because we actually technically haven't humanized not just the 2 out of 3, the 3 out of 3. We don't know if that's a big number. If I said 1 out of 3 women would get breast cancer in her lifetime, that feels really, really big because we've created the basis for humanity. So how you conquer that disparity really has to do with how we think about the aspirational frames that guide our work. So at Planned Parenthood, we just opened 50 well-being health centers inside of high schools in Los Angeles. Tale of two cities. Yes, it is actually quite amazing. It is actually quite amazing because it was a partnership between the Department of Education, the Department of Health, and an organization that has been at the front line of people's first point of entry into the healthcare system. And so now young girls can leave their calculus class and they can go and get, access to really good quality information about their bodies and contraception. They can leave feeling completely empowered. They can leave feeling a sense of agency. And in Missouri, there are creepy state health directors who are tracking young girls' menstrual cycles to figure out whether or not what's happening with their periods. They're piling on to levels of deficit, of not belonging, of harming, and of othering. And if we're going to shift our narratives around poverty, we have to think about how we cut the oxygen off of all of those weak schemas that make up the strong schemas about who deserves and who doesn't. And I urge you all to take on this work. Thank you.
Let's switch. It's not on, we don't have it.
Yes. So you're in a live show, so that's why it's like everything is live, right? So there's no fake actors and, any of that. But today I really want to engage you in this conversation about shifting the narrative to chi. Can we say chi together? Chi. Well, it's the chi that I'm talking about is not just the life force and, the breath that's sustaining our lives. The chi that I'm talking about is culture, history, and identity, right? So now I know we're talking about life. I do need a clicker to click to the next slide. All right? So you know what I'm talking about. Yes, that's the chi that I'm talking about. It's culture, history, identity, which is a way of, I frame it in a way that's like culturally responsive approach to trauma, right? So now, you look at me, do I identify with some of the modern minority myth that Alexis was talking about earlier? I do look like that, right? But, for me, the reason I was able to really tap into my chi really was, that's when I get politically and socially conscious, is when I was able to tap into my chi, right? I remember it was 2002. I was in San Quentin State Prison solitary confinement because I signed a proposal with two of my friends asking for ethnic studies. And I was thrown into solitary confinement by the administration because they say that I was a troublemaker. Well, because I knew the importance of the culture, history, identity that really define who I am as an individual, I really want to know about other people's culture and history and identity. So in that process, I was really trying to advocate how do we use ethnic studies as a way to heal intergenerational trauma? How do we humanize each other? So, as someone who spent 21 years of my life incarcerated, I really found what I wanted to do with my life, right? Which is to service the youth and the community. Because I went into the system at the age of 16 as a new immigrant coming from China and didn't come out until I was an adult. So in that process, I felt that had it not been ethnic studies, then I wouldn't have become who I am today. So one of the things I did post-release after 21 years, I co-founded this program in San Quentin State Prison. It's called the Roots Program. The Roots Program really focuses on cultural history and identity as a way to empower individuals who are incarcerated so they can heal the intergenerational trauma. So when we look at that, we always think that, well, Asians go to prison? Well, unfortunately, under the mass incarceration era, started the institution of slavery. Yes, Asian American and Pacific Islanders do go to prisons. And even though we are a small number of those people, we're still impacted. And the way that we impacted is a little different. And so that's why I want to just kind of look at a little bit about this pipeline. You know, the pipeline of migration, the school to prison and deportation. Normally we talk about how detrimental the school to prison pipeline is for the black and brown community. But for many of the refugee communities and the immigrant communities, the forced migration as a result of the United States policy pushes that narrative a little further, right? So that's why the forced migration to the school to prison and deportation pipeline plays a big part in many of the immigrant and refugee community. So when we talk about black and brown, well, many of the black and brown are refugees and immigrants. Not forget about that, right? So that's why the mass incarceration under the pretense of, you know, slavery has ended, which is false, right? Under the 13th Amendment of the United States Constitution, slavery is still alive. It's still legal. So we are continuing to be exploited. So I want you to look at the pipeline in a way that, how do we see this pipeline in connection of class, race, gender, and sexuality? When it comes to racism, we can look at racism in different ways, right? As one of the professors who taught at the Roots program, Professor Chung, so he mentioned the fact that we have the cultural-based racism and national-based racism. Cultural-based racism, we experience that all the time because in the United States, we are a melting pot of immigrants, right? But yet, with the recent drop by the administration on the public charge, you wouldn't think that we're a melting pot who helped the United States to propel to become the superpower as it is. It's because immigrants make that happen, right? So we should never forget about that narrative. So that's why when we look at this pipeline, I want us to make sure to understand that in order for us to be able to understand that our struggle and our liberation are tied to each other, we have to understand our cultural history and our identity. Because that's how we're going to humanize each other, and that's how we're going to be able to find that possibility of now for 2020, like what the theme of this convening is about. How do we find that possibility of now? And that possibility is for us to really connect with each other. Now, the other model I find in shifting the narrative is the New Breath Foundation. I started the New Breath Foundation because in national philanthropy, 0.6% of philanthropic dollars goes to support AAPI issues and organizations, which AAPI makes up 5.6% of the United States population. So that's unacceptable. So for me, it's about how do I create a seat at the philanthropy table and also create my own table so we can empower marginalized Asian American and Pacific Islander communities in relation to do cross-cultural healing and cross-cultural engagement. And that's why I sparked the New Breath Foundation. Now, I want to emphasize this again about the importance of Chi, right? When we look at poverty with the AAPI community, I just want to say a couple of stats. One, in San Francisco, California, we made up about 32% of the population in San Francisco, the AAPIs, but yet we also represent 42% of the low-income population. And in California, for workers, when we talk about poverty, and if you just take away the minority myth, 4 out of 10 AAPI workers who are working are struggling in poverty. That's the data just came out from the AAPI data with the sponsorship from the James Irvine Foundation. You can just look it up online on that. Now, in New York, because again, it's like California, we're living in an affluent community in a society. You know, for many of the people who live in SROs, living in some of the projects that we call it, they're struggling. So struggling to find representation and resources. So that's why one of the groups that I really met as I was here is the Communities We Assist group, right? Which is the legal representation for people who are impacted by poverty and by this housing discrimination. So Lastly, I just want to share this with you. Now, had I had 2 hours, you would be mesmerized, right, by my presence, but I don't. So, but what I do want to say is this. I'm grateful for my presence here because representation does matter, right? The other thing is, I want you to remember this, right? This is something that I really internalized as I was incarcerated and then post-incarceration, is that we must be willing to engage on a personal revolution before we are able to embark on a collective revolution. If we are not healing ourselves, our families, and our community, how will we profess that we're going to heal everyone? We cannot do that. So, culture, history, identity as a way to shift narrative, and please engage in that personal revolution because I'm ready for you.
Thank you so much for being here. Robin Hood, thank you for having me. Let's get started with a really serious subject. We know that blue-collar communities in this country are dying out. Politics isn't just the answer. We know that every 7 minutes, someone is dying of an overdose. And that's not because they were a bad person with a bad moral character or fiber. It's because drugs work and life is brutal for what you call in the book, the other America. When you went to go see the other America, you actually went to your hometown. So if you could start right there, why did you go back home?
Well, thanks for having us here. We're all delighted. This is working okay, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I guess if it wasn't, then nobody would hear me anyway. But so Cheryl and I were traveling around covering humanitarian crises abroad, and then we were going back to my beloved hometown of Yamhill, Oregon, and we saw a humanitarian crisis unfolding there. And so, like the kids who got on the number 6 school bus right after me each day were the 5 NAP kids. Can we show this slide here? These are the NAPs. The boy in the middle is Farland, who was my year.
Last name.
The Naps were, yeah, and Farland was his first name. His brother Zeelan, his brother Nathan, and Keelan, and their sister Regina. And their family had done very well. Their dad had a union job laying sewer pipe. Their mom drove tractor on a nearby farm. Then this community, which had been very tight-knit, the jobs went away. Yamhill collapsed. A quarter of the kids on my number 6 bus are now dead from deaths of despair from drugs, alcohol, and suicide. Farland lost his job, went into a self-medicating downward spiral, died of liver failure from drug and alcohol use. Zeelan died in a house fire when he was passed out drunk. Nathan blew himself up cooking meth. Regina died from hepatitis from injectable drug use. The only survivor was Keelan, who survived because he was spending 13 years in the Oregon State Penitentiary. And that, I mean, they were outliers in one sense, but there was another family, also with 5 kids, also on my school bus, and 4 of those 5 are also gone as well. And so Cheryl and I were wondering, you know, is this something about my bus? Is this something about Yamhill? What is this? And then we saw through the work of Ann Case and Angus Deaton at Princeton that this is a nationwide problem, that life expectancy fell for 3 out of 4 years in a row. Even during the Great Depression, life expectancy actually rose substantially, while these pressures in rural areas, well, in much of, not in working class areas, both rural and urban, have been so profound as to the social Great Depression and depressed life expectancy.
Cheryl, what was your immediate takeaway when you started this?
I think a lot of it had to do with, well, look, I grew up in Manhattan, so I don't think you can get any farther from Yam Hill than, where we are now. And so I actually, a perfect example of who, these are the people who are the other America, and they're far from me. I don't know anything about them. And so, there's a gap in empathy. But as we got to know them more, as we started talking to them and learning more about their past, it struck me that these are very talented, complicated human beings, and they are going through the kind of suffering that we did see in the developing world when we were reporting from, a lot of developing countries about the pain and suffering going on there. There is so much pain and suffering going on here in the US that no one writes about. And so that is what is shocking. I mean, I think, look, what's remarkable is that there are people from the developing world who are desperately trying to come to America because they believe in the American dream. But these homegrown Americans, a lot of them, what they have is no hope. And so for them, this American dream, they don't believe in it because it's broken for them.
But is their hopelessness justified? Because it's not just about income inequality, it's about opportunity inequality. Years ago, if you got that union job, the idea was you had a job for life. When factories close over and over and over, the hopelessness, there's a reason for it.
There is. I mean, the Rod Chetty data suggests that people born, that the cohort born in the 1940s, and I think 1944, that more than 90% ended up at age 30 earning more than their parents. By 1984, only half earned as much as their parent of the same sex had at age 30. But we wondered, so we argue that what really drove many of these deaths of despair was a loss of good jobs. And we wondered why it was that in the 1930s, the loss of good jobs did not lead to a similar unraveling. And I think that part of it was that in the 1930s, there were still strong institutions like churches, like community organizations that were able to buffer that personal despair. Those had eroded in places like Yam Hill, and in addition, drugs arrived, and while there's certainly been alcoholism, alcohol in some ways actually builds social capital. Meth and opioids destroy social capital. And so the only institutions that kind of functioned in a place like Yam Hill were the Mormon Church, provided almost complete immunity, and the military. That if kids were able to get into the military and stay in for a little bit, that was a reliable pathway out. Basically, nothing else worked.
And the other thing that I would add is that back sort of in the older generation, you didn't need a high school diploma to get a good manufacturing job. The problem is that nowadays, those manufacturing jobs have disappeared for people who do not have a high school degree. And so Farland and his siblings, when they looked at their father, he got this union job, really nice paying job. Why do I need a high school degree? So they dropped out. But nowadays, obviously, we all know that a high school degree is just the minimum that you need to make sure that you get a job in today's market. And so that's why they were sort of caught, lost. And the other problem is that now they're passing this on to the next generation.
Can you talk about geographically? Poverty has many different faces across this country depending on where you are. We talk a lot right now about this other America, and that's rural poverty, which we only really started talking to in a big mainstream way in the last few years. Urban poverty is something that has been closer to us. We've covered a lot.
I think there are actually a lot of parallels, and it strikes me that so Yam Hill is essentially lily white. And in Yam Hill in the 1990s, for example, there were a lot of really pejorative comments made about suffering in African American communities, and comments about how this was reflected, the problem was what was called black culture, and this was deadbeat dads and bad choices, et cetera, lack of personal responsibility. And meanwhile, the great Harvard sociologist William Julius Wilson said, no, it's about jobs leaving. And he was exactly right. Because when jobs left Yamhill, when they left Maine, when they left Kentucky, when they left other lily white communities, the same pathologies unfolded. And, you know, the part of the, well, actually, ironically and completely unfairly, the policy response these days is beginning to be perhaps slightly more compassionate as more whites are suffering from problems that blacks had been wrestling with for a couple of decades.
You know, at the same time, what's really interesting about this demographic is that they still have a lot of voting power because they are dispersed, they're in rural areas, and rural areas have outsized influence when it comes to the voting for senators and also the Electoral College.
But then how much, put policy aside, does it help these communities to be seen or to be acknowledged? And I am talking about politics for a moment. A few weeks ago, I was in Western Pennsylvania, in coal country, in an area that overwhelmingly voted for the president. And while the policies that have been put in place in the last 3 years haven't helped them, what I heard over and over was the restoration of a sense of community. When the president would come to these lily white communities that had been forgotten, it gives people a lot of pride. When you don't have a church in your town anymore, or a school, or a bowling alley, or a movie theater, a great big rally that you're invited to with free tickets and a celebration to come as you are makes people feel really good.
You know, Democrats in general have not engaged the white working class very well. Bobby Kennedy did, but in general, liberal politicians have often come across as condescending to this community. I think that part of it does reflect this sense of that Trump has been very good at making people feel that they are getting attention paid to them. And Cheryl and I were nervous about how our book would go over with some of our old friends and with people in Yamhill. We worried that they would see it as airing dirty laundry, that they would be embarrassed about some of the discussions. But in the end, they truly embraced it. Last Friday, we had an event in my hometown, and many of the people in the book were there. And I think that fundamentally it was a sense that somebody is paying attention to issues here, and that at the end of the day, they don't want sympathy. What they want is dignity and respect. And Trump, even though his policies exacerbated the pain in these communities, he was quite effective at giving people face.
Is that a reminder to all of us here? While policy might take a very long time, it's the restoration of humanity and thinking of those other people, while they might not be your immediate neighbor, that can go so far.
Stephanie, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, it's so true that a lot of these people, we were wondering to ourselves, why are they willing to talk to us? And so much of it is, no one's talked to them before. No one's been curious about what really drove them to make the mistakes that they did and behave, poorly. I mean, Farland really shouldn't have, dropped out of high school. He shouldn't have started making meth. Which he did, and I think that they have never really been, cared for. And I do think there's a huge opportunity for candidates, in the Democrats' field to go and meet with these people and not just shake their hands, but tell them, I am fighting for you. Tell me what your needs are. It's not just the likability factor. It's more that you have to prove that you like them and you care for them on their level as well.
But isn't one of the reasons that people aren't doing this is because they don't have the audacity to promise a solution when there isn't a clear one?
Well, I mean, I do think, I would push back at the idea that there aren't solutions. These are, to some degree, these are driven by issues of automation and globalization, but every other country in the world has wrestled with these, and they have not had life expectancy fall for 3 years in a row. So we want to look at policies that will make a difference.
Like what?
Well, early childhood education would make plenty of sense. Drug treatment rather than incarceration would make tremendous sense. Job training and retraining. Germany spends 5 times as much per capita as share of GDP as we do in those areas. I mean, when one of the, and also I guess, more fundamentally, I think a change of the social narratives. I think that 2 huge impediments to better policy in this country have been our obsession with the personal responsibility model, and secondly, with the Reagan narrative that everything government does, it screws up. And, what in Yamhill, we all exalt personal, rugged individualism, but it always strikes me that the whole reason we are in Yamhill is because of a government benefit program, because the people cross the country to take advantage of the Homestead Acts. And then rural electrification transformed that area. Then the GI Bill of Rights transformed it again. So there were all these enlightened policies that supported opportunity, and that's an alternative narrative that people tend to be kind of oblivious to.
Let me give you some examples of policies that do work in other countries. And I know Robin Hood is very, very intimately familiar with these policies. One is after the financial crisis, when the automakers laid off auto workers, both in Detroit and in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. So we got a chance to compare what happened to these people. So in Detroit, basically, the auto workers were laid off, they lost their job, they got a little bit more in unemployment benefits because of the special situation, but they also lost their health care, which was a huge stressor on the family life. Over in Windsor, the Canadian workers lost their job. They did not lose their health care because Canada has universal health care, and the government intervened, and it looked around the area and looked for where the demand for jobs was. They discovered that nursing was an area where there was a demand, and they decided to train auto workers for job opportunities in the nursing field. So, and they actually were successful in getting people ushered back into the workday world in a different field. And the result is, years later, you don't have the self-medication, you don't have the loneliness and the depression that we had here in the US. The other example is...
Hold on, quickly, did those people have to move where they lived?
No, they actually stayed in Windsor. I mean, that, so it was the local government that actually that kicked into action. The other example was drug treatment. So for instance, we think, oh my gosh, these problems with drugs are just so insurmountable, we can't deal with them. But about the same time that the US imposed the war on drugs and mass incarceration for people who basically were dealing drugs, Portugal took a different approach. They decided that we're going to actually give drug treatment to these people who are addicted to drugs, not throw them in jail. It was a public health toolkit. And the result is, years later, that the amount of heroin users is down by 2/3, and they have the lowest drug overdose rate in Western Europe. So which country did it right?
In order to do these things, you need support. Right now, given the state of gridlock that we're in politically, I can't imagine that changing anytime in the near future. So do you see something, after writing this book, sort of an immediate takeaway of, why can't we just try this to start? Because the idea of sweeping changes is an amazing idea, but I just want to get into practicality for a moment.
So I'm not sure that I'm feeling hopeful about this. On kind of Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, though, I feel a ray of hope. And let me outline it for you. So basically, for about the last 50 years, the U.S., until 50 years ago, the U.S. was largely in line with other OECD countries. And then the U.S. engaged in a long trajectory of cutting taxes and cutting investments in human capital and benefits. And that was in part because investments in human capital and in benefit programs was highly racialized. And there was an political argument made that if we have these programs, then African Americans will disproportionately benefit. So I think that that narrative may be partly running out of steam, as so many whites have been hit by these problems, and also as their weaknesses become evident. So that model kind of reached its apex in Kansas a few years ago under Senator Sam Brownback, who cut taxes and basically destroyed the state schools. And Kansas Republicans rebelled, and they said, tax us more. And that was an astonishing historical moment. And indeed, Kansas Republicans then raised taxes and elected a Democrat as governor. You've likewise had red states like Idaho and Utah expand Medicaid. You've had Texas make major steps in reducing mass incarceration. And you have states like Oklahoma that have been leaders in early childhood education. And when you go to Oklahoma and talk to conservative Republicans about why they have a great early childhood program, I mean, I approach this as, why are you supporting a liberal program? And they don't see it through a left-right trajectory. They see it as, well, this is an obvious way to improve Oklahoma's competitiveness. And if you don't pay at the front end, you'll end up paying at the back end. That's why 3 days a week, I feel that there may be a slight opportunity for some progress on some of these issues.
I want to talk for a moment, I know we don't have much time left, about this cultural divide and how much of it is driven by this idea of feeling forgotten. Today's event is literally called No City Limits. You are in an area that is not urban. It is rural. And many people in those communities feel like much of the philanthropy in this country, much of the innovative programming is focused in urban centers, places very close to where massively successful people and companies reside. How much has that contributed to this anger in communities like Yamhill?
Oh, absolutely a lot. I mean, it definitely is this urban-rural divide. I mean, one of the...
And that makes it racial.
Oh, racial, well, racial to some degree, but it's a lot of people in the rural areas are white as well as black. So it's more a class difference than it is. I mean, there is a racial divide for sure.
But I mean, philanthropic efforts in cities like New York tend to help African American communities. And so those who are living in a place like Yamhill are saying, who is helping me? The effort of something like Robin Hood or Goldman Sachs Philanthropic Endeavors or JP Morgan's are helping an African American community, not mine, which has driven this divide deeper.
Yeah, I don't think they see that much. I mean, I don't think that they really just see more a class difference between the elites in the urban centers and, you know, just what's going on in the rural areas. I don't think they're so concerned about just the poverty efforts in the cities. What they see more is they think of all the elites as, you know, being insensitive to them, and they want some attention too. But, you know, they also don't make the connection with a lot of the policies that Democrats actually are, you know, bringing to them. For instance, Medicaid, expanded Medicaid. What is remarkable, and this is where on economic issues they are a little bit more liberal, these rural areas, they love Medicaid and they love expanded Medicaid. But how many of them know that the expanded Medicaid is the result of, you know, the ACA and Obamacare? Very little. They think it's, you know, right now because it's expanding, you know, under the Trump administration, they're associating that with Trump. And they don't follow necessarily politics the way a lot of us here in New York do. And so I think that is more of the divide than it is the poverty efforts that you're talking about in the cities.
Too much Fox, not enough MSNBC.
Doesn't everybody? Help us understand where this intersects with an anti-immigrant sentiment, because not just the restaurant industry, the entire food industry is suffering. You saw strawberry farmers last year, a quarter of their crop they had to turn over, leave in the ground because they didn't have enough pickers. To places like Yamhill and other places where you went, is there this anti-immigrant sentiment, even though there are 7 million open jobs?
Yeah, I mean, there is. So in Yamhill and in general, a lot of these areas, the resentment tends not to be on racial grounds. It tends to be on immigration grounds. And the white working class feels that immigrants, particularly from Mexico, have taken jobs they would otherwise get.
But those jobs are actually available.
But there is an element, like in places like Yamhill, there is an element of truth to that, because, I mean, the local employers have found that you can hire a local white person who is addicted to meth and who has, is a high school dropout and has his driver's license suspended for failing to pay court fees. And that person's output will be far less than hiring a very industrious immigrant from Mexico. And that is what the local employers have found. They typically put it as a ratio of about twice as much. And so the folks who are wrestling with math, et cetera, they feel deeply resentful. The solution has to be more about investing in the human capital of local communities rather than in tormenting immigrants.
I know we're out of time. Did you finish this research? Did you finish this book feeling more or less optimistic than when you started?
We are much more optimistic because what we uncovered is a lot of solutions. This is the age of innovation in solutions to address social problems. Research at universities, people doing experimentation on a small level funded by private philanthropy. And so it really is an incredible time to actually be picking among the solutions. We just need the political will.
I would second that.
Always agree with your wife.
Yeah. Works pretty well for quite a while.
For everything. Thank you both so much. Robin, thank you for
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks, that was a great conversation.
He's joined by Cristina Jimenez Moreta of United We Dream and Desmond Meade of Florida Rights Restoration Coalition.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are about to have an exciting conversation. I'm joined by Cristina Jimenez, who is the co-founder and executive director of United We Dream, which is a network of organizations focused on addressing the needs of immigrant youth and families. And I'm joined by Desmond Meade, who's the president of the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition and chair of Floridians for Fair Democracy. So I'm going to dive right in and ask each of you to talk about the work that you're doing, but in particular, to talk about how your own lived experiences have influenced the work that you're doing today. So Cristina, why don't we start with you?
Sure, and great to be here. So thank you, Robin Hood, for bringing us all together, and great to be with the Swans and you, John, for this conversation. You know, everything that I do, and even how I ended up leading United We Dream and being part of a group of young people that co-founded the organization in 2008, came from a lived experience of being an immigrant that actually just grew up across the river here in the city in Queens. My family and I, like many immigrants, came to this country seeking a better life. We were fleeing poverty, and my parents always had a dream that we could go to school, get an education. And growing up here very quickly, you know, I realized we as a family who was immigrant, working class in Queens, that we were treated differently and discriminated against because of how we looked, because of my accent, because of, you know, my parents struggling with their English as they were learning the language. And I was one time really shocked when my 11-year-old brother was stopped and frisked by police in our neighborhood when he was walking back home. And though I was young and not really, you know, being able to point out why was this happening, I just felt that there was something wrong with everything that was happening. And you know, later on to really learn about systematic discrimination and racism and how we as an immigrant family, as people of color, were experiencing this in New York City. And my experience, you know, it's uniquely in that on top of all of those layers, we live with the fear of deportation every day, which in this city after 9/11 just intensified. When we see police officers in the subway stations, and anyone could be stopped and asked about their immigration status. You know, so I remember almost graduating from high school just feeling even, you know, fear of taking the train in the city where I grew up. So my story is not isolated from what millions of immigrant youth and immigrant families face. And as I started to meet other young people like myself that were going through the same experience, many of them had already lost family members to deportation. My friends were detained and put in deportation proceedings. And those moments really pushed me to think about, I need to do something. And United We Dream really came from that vision of wanting to bring young people together who had the lived experience of being young and immigrants and coming from poor communities. And we also come with a lot of you know, different layers of trauma, of fleeing poverty and violent conflicts in many of the countries where we migrate from. So we envision United We Dream as a place where people like myself could move from fear to a place of empowerment. You know, I used to actually, every time I share my story, I used to say that I was Sandra from Costa Rica. And that was my way to protect myself from, you know, being deported or that fear of being deported. But it was through United We Dream that bringing young people together to find our voice, share our stories, and take action, that we have been able to create change and even achieve things like DACA.
Thank you. Desmond?
So first of all, definitely want to
express my gratitude for even being invited here. Audience look like it's a very beautiful audience that is eager to take things that we think is impossible and make it possible. And that's what FRRC, my organization, my story is all about, and they're all interconnected. As Executive Director of Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, I don't know if some of you have ever heard of Amendment 4 in Florida, but we were the organization that led the effort that re-enfranchised over 1.4 million Floridians. And that's just but the tip of the iceberg of what we're actually doing, because I think it's much deeper than that. It's much deeper than, even the Amendment 4 win was much deeper than just re-enfranchising folks. It struck down the last remaining Jim Crow era law in the state of Florida that has been in place for over 150 years and allowed an alternative pathway for Americans to be able to vote again after they have completed their sentence. But the even more deeper aspect of this is understanding that in the work that FRRC does, and it's centered around people with felony convictions, the work is centered around our community. Right? And so it's not just about improving the lives of people with felony convictions. It's really improving the status and the lives of people in our community, in our state, in our country. And we've seen little snippets of that with our Amendment 4 victory. Me personally, I am a returning citizen. For those of you all who don't know what that term is, that's someone who's been previously convicted of a felony offense. I had a lot of them, y'all. I had a whole bunch of them. Yes, I did, because of my battle with substance abuse. And that battle actually led me to end up standing in front of railroad tracks in August of 2005, waiting on a train to come so I can jump in front of it. That day, I remember I was homeless. I was addicted to crack cocaine. I was unemployed. The only thing I owned were the clothes on my back. Recently released from prison, and I didn't see any light at the end of the tunnel, or I didn't see any possibility that I didn't have any esteem, anymore remaining. And I wanted to end it all. And the train, fortunately, did not come that day. And I ended up crossing those tracks and checking in the drug treatment. After completing that 4-month inpatient program, I moved in a homeless shelter. And this is about my third go-around in a homeless shelter. And while living in the homeless shelter, I decided to go to school. So I enrolled at the local community college. And I was scared that they were going to figure out who I was at some point and tell me that I had to leave. And so I dove into my studies, ended up graduating at the top of my class. Just in case they came to get me, I could at least say, hey, listen, look what I've done. I know I'm not supposed to be here. I know I have a record. I know I'm an addict, but look at what I've done. Give me an opportunity. And luckily, they didn't come to snatch me away. And I continued my education. I pursued a bachelor's degree in public safety management with a concentration in criminal justice. I figured since I had a lot of experience getting arrested and appearing before judges, that was going to translate into classroom success, and it did. And eventually I was accepted in the FIU College of Law, where in May of 2014, I did receive my Juris Doctorate degree. But I still can't practice law in the state of Florida because my civil rights have not been restored, even with the passage of Amendment 4, because what Amendment 4 did was just create a pathway so I am able to now vote. But back then, not only could I not practice law, I could not. My wife ran for office in 2016. I couldn't even vote for it. And then, of course, there's stories all over the state like that. But what was so, I guess, had me so captivated with doing the work, it was not, because listen, at the end of the day, when I was in prison, I was getting ready to come out. I wasn't, man, I can't wait to get out so I can go vote. No, I had real life issues that I had to deal with. And there was like this direct connection between poverty and criminalization, especially criminalization of black folks, especially that. And understanding that part of this actually was controlled by a narrative that told the world that I was no good, and I didn't deserve redemption, and I didn't deserve second chances, and I didn't deserve to be treated with dignity and respect, that I would forever walk this earth with an F on my chest, right? And that is the bigger picture of what FRRC is trying to shift, because I am someone's son and grandson and uncle and father and brother, you know? And so that is the work of FRRC, even though it's housed in the criminal justice reform / voting reform warehouse. But holistically, we know that there's a narrative that must be changed, and we have to approach this in such a way that not create more division and not create more labels, but rather bring us together along the lines of humanity and uplift us all together.
That's right. Let me, that's right. You both touched on this a bit, but I want you to make explicit, how is the work on immigration issues or the work on reentry and criminal justice reform deeply interconnected with poverty? Because sometimes, people talk about lanes, right? And sometimes people will say, I work in education as a civil rights advocate. People will say, well, immigration, that's a separate lane. Anti-poverty, that's a separate lane. Housing, that's a separate lane. Tell me, how are these issues interconnected? Christina?
For immigrant families and immigrant youth that we work with at United We Dream, these are young people that are going to low-performing schools who are being criminalized. Many of our members have been labeled as gang members because they wear a black T-shirt when they go to school. My brother, as I was sharing, was stopped and frisked. For us, the connection in which institutions and policies are treating particular groups of people differently, it's clear when, in the narrative and in the policy, the act of migrating and seeking safety or seeking a better life for your family is considered a crime under the law. My parents are considered criminals under the law for coming to seek a better life to this country. And when we have young people or family members who are driving, stopped, racially profiled, and then put in deportation proceedings, which, experience, having the experience of being in a detention facility and put in deportation proceedings. So, I remember this month when we joined you in Florida for the Amendment 4 campaign, because our members, even though we don't have in United We Dream, many young people don't have the right to vote, and many families don't have the right to vote because they're immigrants. We understood very clearly that the fight for a voting restoration and policies that have criminalized black people are the same policies and systems that are criminalizing brown people and immigrants. And that if we were able to restore the rights of our black brothers and sisters in Florida, that was going to be a big win for all of us and a path to liberation for all of us. So, last in our Congress, which was in Florida, we mobilized over 1,000 young people that came to our convening for an entire Saturday of canvassing for Amendment 4 and talking to families and people in Florida about why we cared about this issue. So when we are talking about immigrant families and immigrant youth, we're talking about young people of color, families of color that face the same criminalization, the same issues around equal access and discrimination that we see in many communities of color. And we don't talk about this a lot, but the DACA program, which was a huge victory for us, the greatest victory that we've had in immigration policy in the last 30 years, that protected 800,000 young people from deportation, after we pushed President Obama a lot to get there in 2012, it is one of the greatest out-of-poverty programs targeted to immigrant youth. Why? Because we worked to ensure that every single young person that could qualify could get their DACA, and these were all people living under the poverty line. in poor neighborhoods, in poor communities, young people of color who, after surveys that we've done, DACA meant in their lives that over 50% of them were able to get better jobs. Over 90% of them shared with us that they got a huge increase in their wages when they got DACA. 86% of them were able to access educational opportunities that they did not have before DACA. And it's not only the young person and like their path towards economic opportunity and educational opportunities. We're talking about families. DACA recipients, some of them are parents themselves. And in many of our households, DACA recipients are the only people that have papers, who are working, who are paying rent for their families, who are helping mom and dad with medical bills, or to work because their family members cannot work. So we're talking about a program that, even though sometimes we think of it, oh, that was immigration policy, it was actually an anti-poverty program and a program of economic empowerment for thousands of immigrant families.
Desmond?
All right, so I'm trying to figure out, so I really want to talk to you, but then the audience is so beautiful. I'd rather talk to the audience. Is that okay?
Please,
I don't want you to feel neglected.
That's right.
So here's the deal, right? So I'm going to talk about before, during, and after, all right? When you talk about how deep a role poverty plays in criminalization, right? So before, what we have are policies where, first of all, we know that there's over-policing in African-American communities. As a matter of fact, we just heard some videotape about one of your former mayors that's talking about we load up the police and push them in the African-American community. So it's no secret anymore, in case anyone was wondering. All right, so now you over-criminalize, over-police, I should say, the African-American community, and you arrest me. When you arrest me, right, and this is before I'm even convicted of anything, right, sometimes I don't even have bail, or my bail is like extremely high. But I'm the breadwinner of the family, right? And my family is already, we're barely making ends meet, and all of a sudden you snatch the breadwinner out of the family. What is the family to do? So that's the before piece. So now we have high bail, or sometimes no bail at all, and people are made to languish in jails awaiting to have a chance to have their day in court. That's before. During, when they are incarcerated, then, so now I'm incarcerated, I want to call and check on my family. To make a 10-cent call costs my family $10. All right, a family that's already put under the gun, right, because they lost their major breadwinner, now they have to try to make up for that loss, and on top of that, still maintain contact with me because they can't come visit me because the Department of Corrections makes sure that they house me as far away as possible from my family. So all of these put more economic strains on the family. And then after I'm released, I can't get a job because I have a felony record. I'm restricted on the type of licenses I can get. And so all of that exasperates, right, the issue. But here's the catch. Y'all ready for this? You can't talk about the role of criminalization of black people and poverty without also including who benefits from that. Y'all with me now? Y'all with me? Okay. And so when just to tie it in even to the work that we did around felon disenfranchisement, you got to remember that felon disenfranchisement was part of the black codes, right, that seen its appearance after the slaves were freed, right? And they began to exercise their rights by voting and actually putting former slaves in office, right? Which created some anxiety, all right? And so these black codes, the most ingenious of them was felon disenfranchisement, because here's what it did. It criminalized things that would not normally be criminalized, all right? So now we got the broken window policy. I'm trying to do the parallels, right? It criminalized things that would not necessarily be criminalized and allowed law enforcement or the state, right, to now convict individuals and snatch away the right to vote, right? That's the main thing they wanted, right? But when they snatched away the right to vote, now they were able to actually what? Incarcerate them. And once they incarcerated them, they were actually able to put them back out, outsource them back out into the fields that they was just liberated from. Think about that. And what we face today is no different. And so whenever you have that conversation about that interconnectivity, then you have to understand that it is coupled with some institution actually having a strategy to capitalize off of that, to gain profit off of that, to make a ton of money off of that. But they have to first desensitize folks to it. And that's another topic, but I definitely wanted to say definitely the before, during, and after, and how it really is connected to people actually gaining from the suffering of poor folks, from the suffering of minorities, especially of black folks. So we still suffering after all these centuries.
That's right. So both of you are involved in dismantling systems of oppression. You are in powerful rooms all the time. You both are leading powerful movements. But one of the things I admire most about the work that you're doing is that you're bringing to bear not only your personal experience, but you're lifting up the voices of people who have been directly impacted by the issues on which you are working. So talk to this room about how to do that, how to help those who are directly affected by a policy issue be heard. What do they have to do within their own organization? What skills and opportunities they have to create for folks?
I mean, I get started. I think that to me, it's like less about lifting up the voice of people. People have a voice. People have a story. What we do, and what I feel is our responsibility, as many of us here share a same vision, for this country, is to empower folks with the tools that they have, with the platforms that they need to be able to not only share their story, but to take action, to lead their campaigns, to lead their organizations, to lead their communities, to run for office, to run the programs. And this is, to me, one of the biggest lessons about community organizing, but also the work that we do at United We Dream. We had not won DACA if we had not had young people who lived the experience of being undocumented and felt the pain of it every day, being the ones that developed the strategy, being the ones that made our t-shirts, being the ones that were talking to the media, being the one meeting with policymakers, because there's nothing like the urgency that we have when we are living through these experiences. And so the biggest lesson for us, even when we look at our victories, is that people who are closest to the pain are the closest to the solutions. And if it had not been for young people like us who came together to imagine the bold idea that the president could stop deporting young people, that we can dismantle the ICE system, the enforcement system that is criminalizing, that is targeting our communities, we will not even be talking about that in the narrative. So what does it take to do that in our organizations? I will say it's not easy, but it is also the only way that we're gonna win. And the reason why I know that is because I see this time after time in the campaigns that we lead. DACA is one example, but we were able to also push, powerful sheriffs and policymakers in localities to say, we're not gonna collaborate with ICE. We're not gonna put people into the deportation pipeline in localities. We're creating changes in universities and in schools so that students can feel safe and be welcome, especially under the current political moment that we're in, when immigrant communities are being hyper-attacked. And what it takes for us is that it's not just about, tokenizing someone to share their story. It's not about just, using it for the photo op that we need. It is actually saying, here are the tools. What is your vision? And what do you need to get there? So at United We Dream, we are proud that over 90% of our staff come from the community, are immigrants themselves with the undocumented experience. And many of them, haven't been able to go to school. Many of them have not been able to finish college. Why? Because also our communities don't have access to resources. School continues to get more and more expensive, and for poor families, it's not even an opportunity, really, to be able to pursue higher education. Even worse when you are undocumented. So we have an entire system of training, of coaching, and of spaces where it's really about our staff and our leaders being the ones that develop from the t-shirt, the video that you see on Facebook, to the strategies that we're dealing with in Congress or local offices. So it's not easy, and it takes time, and for me, as the executive director, is actually taking intentional time to, in my budget, have an entire training and capacity building section of our budget that goes to develop the skills and the empowerment of our staff and also of our leaders.
Excellent. Desmond.
So, how many in the audience are directly impacted? Say you have a felony record. Raise your hand. All right. How many people are undocumented? Raise your hand. Okay, good. So I think I might be talking to a slightly different audience. So I'm not going to tell you about what I would tell people who are directly impacted, how they could be empowered, right? What I'm going to do is talk to you all about how you can create that environment and that space so people like me, let me tell you something. Think about it. Last year I was named Time Magazine 100 Most Influential Person in the World, right? And I remember when I was telling my wife, I was like, is that the United States? She was like, no, baby, the world. And my response to her was, there's more than 100 countries in the world, right? And I wish they would have put my picture on the front page of Time. If you get anybody know Time, you need to get on them about that because they needed, I felt my picture should have been there because it was an example to everyone that we all have an opportunity to be great, right? That you don't have to be a movie star. You don't have to be rich. You don't have to be the most handsome person in the world. All you have to be is have a desire to serve, right? And have an environment that helps you become a better person, right? And so what I want to talk to you all about in my couple of minutes is how do we create that, right? How do we create? Well, first of all, we have to understand something, right? It's the person that's experiencing the pain that is most invested in ending that pain as quickly and permanently as possible. Right? Well, I'm driving down the street with my wife, and my wife tells me she's hungry. What I've learned is when she says she's hungry, that don't mean I get to take my time to try to figure out what restaurant I want to take her across town. What that means is I pull over as soon as possible and get her what she wants to eat because she's experiencing the hunger, not me, no matter how much I love her. So no matter how much you believe that you are committed to these causes and you're down like 4 flat tires to ride with us, you have to understand you don't have that pain that we have. And so you have the role that you can play is bring your level of expertise, bring your world of support through funding or other kind of ways of support to bolster, right, the work that we're doing and create that environment that allows us to do the most important thing. And you know what that is? To fail. There is no great masterpiece out there that you see, no matter what genre or form, where a masterpiece where the artist did not color outside the lines, where the artist was not creative and courageous enough to do something different, something that has not been done before, right? And what needs to happen in order for that to occur is the freedom to know that if I fail, it's not over, right? That you cannot hold me to the same, well, actually, to be honest, maybe you could hold me to the standards of maybe even my white counterparts because they lose all the time and you still invest in them, right? So hold me to that standard then, right? Hold me to that standard. But don't have me operating with the spirit of fear, knowing that, man, if I don't get this right, I'm not going to get the funding, I'm not going to get the support, people are going to put me on the back burner, and something new is going to come along or whatever, and it limits us. But when we empower the people who are directly impacted and give them that room, they will amaze you. They will amaze themselves. And in doing so, they're going to transform our world, not their world. It's not their world, it's not my world. It's our world that we're supposed to be working on improving. When you're talking about battling these systems of oppression, right? It's not just about people with felony convictions, but we're the ones. If those of you, any of you all are people of faith, you know, you would know that God or Yahweh or Jehovah always uses the least among a group of people to bring about the biggest change. Know your role. Know your role. What role do you play in it? Right? And so we empower the Davids. You know what I'm saying? We empower, I can't even think of the name right now, but it's coming, Esther's. We empower them, and they will lead us, right? They will lead us. And so that's what, you know, if anything I want to leave with you is that, listen, each and every one of you have the power to transform this country, right? And it's not necessarily by you actually doing the work that transforms, but you creating that space for that person that's experiencing the pain to relieve themselves of that oppression.
That's right. So we started the day this morning with some truly depressing and frightening data about the threats to the American dream. And I bet everyone in here was looking for a reason to be hopeful. Thank you, Christina and Desmond. You give us a reason to be hopeful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Got it?
Oh, I'm good.
Y'all ready? Yes, yes, yes. It is an honor to sit up here with Stacy Abrams, someone who I have long admired, long revered. Thankful to call not just a friend, but also an ally in this fight.
Absolutely.
And you know, it's I remember when Stacy's book came out, really kind of first biography, autobiographical book.
We'll talk about that in a second.
And saw how many people were moved by it, and were moved by not just the power of the work, but also, frankly, the power of the story about your journey. You know, the woman who sits here to my right has made history every step of the way, and hasn't just made history, but also has made history in such a powerful and profound way that she has led with the belief that this is not about making history. This is about making it that we don't have to make history anymore. Opening up doors, pulling people up along the way. And one of the things I was really moved by with your story, as I continue to learn more about it, was also that, you know, that you got it honestly.
Yes.
That this came from something that was already brewing as you were even brought into this world. And so my first question that I want to ask is, can you tell us a little bit about your parents?
How much time do we have? Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm a politician and the daughter of ministers. You don't want to give me an unlimited amount of time. You will never go home. And that's part of the story. You know, my parents are both from Mississippi. My mom is the third of 7 kids. Her parents divorced when she was a teenager. Her mother actually left the family. Her father raised them, and her father was 30 years older than her mother. He passed away by the time my mom was, I think, 15. My dad likes to say he was from the wrong side of the tracks. My mom's from the wrong side of the tracks. My dad's family did slightly better. His dad was in both the Navy and the Army. His family had aspirations of college, although my dad was the first man in his family to go to college. His family was that sort of middle-class black that's still poorer than poor white, but did better. They owned their home. My parents met when they were 15. My dad says he wooed my mom. My mom says he stalked her. We don't really talk about it too much. But they have this shared belief in the possibility of more. My mom is the first and only one of her siblings to finish high school. She's the only one to go to college and off to graduate school twice. My dad going to college was a big deal because he was the first man to go to college, but that was a big deal in part because my dad is dyslexic. So imagine growing up in segregated schools in Mississippi in the 1950s with dyslexia. They just told him he was stupid. And my dad knew he wasn't. His sisters and his mom and dad knew he wasn't. But he had to struggle. He had to fight to be taken seriously. And even though he went to college, has a bachelor's in history and a second in African American studies, my dad couldn't get a job in an office. He ended up becoming a shipyard worker because his impediment as his literacy was seen as a signal of stupidity as opposed to an opportunity to take this incredible mind and mold it into more. My parents made this sort of co-decision that they were going to raise their children to not pay attention to where we were, but for us to focus on where we could be and to grow in us an obligation to help others get there. So we had 3 jobs: go to church, go to school, take care of each other. Go to church because my parents were really religious, and we went to church, and I share that faith. Although my parents did tell me that I had to believe for myself because they weren't taking me to heaven with them. Yeah, that is a very, very jarring thing to tell a kid, okay? Secondly, they told us to go to school, and they believed that education was transformative. They made certain we lived on the poor street on the middle-class side of town so we could get zoned into the good school. We couldn't get close enough for the great school, but they didn't want us to go to the worst school. And it worked. All of us were able, every one of my siblings, I'm the second of 6 kids, we all graduated from high school. Every one of us went to college. Almost all of us graduated from college, and almost all of us have master's degrees or PhDs. And that's in a single generation. But the third thing was my parents said, no matter how little we have, there is someone with less. Your job is to serve that person. But it wasn't just words. They would wake us up on Saturday and take us out to volunteer. We would get really angry. We're like, you know we're poor too, right? Like, we have no running water. The lights have been cut off. My mom referred to our general economic situation as the genteel poor. We had no money, but we watched PBS and we read books. And she referred to any time the lights got cut off or we didn't have food, that was called urban camping. My mom is a librarian, and she's also a really, really good wordsmith. And I say all of that to say this. I was raised in a family that said that lack was not sufficient it wasn't a sufficient excuse. My dad would say having nothing is not an excuse for doing nothing. And my life was organized around this notion that my spirit demanded that I do good, that my mind demanded that I learn more, and that my soul required that I serve others to be a good person, and more importantly, to be worthy of the time I had on this earth. That's what Mom and Dad did.
Wow. And in many ways, you're talking about a story of it's hope for an unseen, right? It's hope for something that they had hoped for, something that they actually had never seen, had never touched, but they said, but our kids, they'll see it, they'll touch it, they will do it. When you think about this idea of hope for the unseen, particularly from the perspective of your parents, what was that hope? Was there something that they were like, we would really like for you to do X, we would really, really like for you to do Y?
No, Mom and Dad were very agnostic about our pathways, and it shows. My oldest sister is an anthropologist. My youngest sister is a molecular systematist and microbiologist. I have a sister who's a judge, a brother who's a social worker, another brother who's a recovering drug addict. All of us have done different things. And even Walter, my younger brother, who has grappled with both mental illness, he's bipolar, and has a concomitant drug abuse habit that came along because he was trying to self-medicate because we didn't have health insurance. And when he had early onset bipolar disorder as a teenager, we went to a school system that didn't have nurses, so no one knew what to say. They just said he was another bad black kid and tried to put him in remedial courses. Mom and dad knew well enough that he was smart, and so they sort of disciplined him into better behavior, but bipolar disorder is real. And Walter did what a lot of young men and young women do, and he self-medicated. And that self-medication spiraled into a heroin addiction. And for the rest of his life, he's going to battle that heroin addiction, and he's going to have to manage his bipolar disorder. And that could have been a crippling thing, but what my parents did, the hope for the unseen, was that they knew that even their child who had the deepest struggle was capable of more. Walter went to Morehouse College. He dropped out before his senior year, but his mind was never less than the rest of us. And I think for my parents, it was never about dictating what we did. It was raising us to believe we could do anything and arming us with not just the knowledge, but the sense of purpose that said, whatever it is you do, do it to make the world better.
And you started working on that pretty early. I mean, you were an activist as a teenager. You started working on bills and policies, that early. So you were
very
pretty
nerdy.
clear.
Yeah.
Very nerdy? We're glad you're a good nerd. You're a good nerd. But you decided pretty early that this was the direction that you wanted your life to go.
Policy-wise, I did not think I was going to be a politician. I didn't like talking to other people. I was very socially awkward. I wasn't like one of those like weird kids. I just didn't talk to folks unless I had to. I was the person who could get along with everyone, but I was never coming to your party, and you don't need to sit by me at lunch. I'm good. But I was polite about it, you know. But what I would take away from the times we would volunteer in soup kitchens or homeless shelters, we would go to nursing homes, we'd go to juvenile justice facilities. My mom and dad were determined to make Mississippi better, and I'm like, there are only 6 of us and 2 of you. We cannot fix this state. And I said, shouldn't somebody else be doing this? And my parents said, that's called government. Government is supposed to be the intercessor. They are supposed to help provide pathways to opportunity, and they're supposed to help you fix the things that are broken. And I'm like, where are they? And the more I understood about how the intersection of the public sector, the private sector, the civic sector worked, the more I became convinced that I need to understand all 3 sectors, but that my best use would be in the public sector. That if I could help make politicians better, if I could make policy better, then I would help improve the world. And I tried for a very long time to do it from the outside, but politicians wouldn't do what I said, so I ran for office. And they still wouldn't do for what I said, so I ran for leader. And then I was like, hey, I'm gonna run for governor. That's the way you can't stop paying attention.
Yes.
Didn't quite get there, but every step along the way has been an articulation of my belief that politics is not an end of itself. I am not a politician in that way. I'm a politician because this is a job to get policy done, and my responsibility is to take whatever steps are necessary to manifest the policies I think are necessary for people to live their best lives.
I'm a data person, and I believe in equity, and so your assertion that you didn't quite get there, I would challenge that, but that's a whole nother conversation. But when you think about the role that policy plays in this larger conversation that's taking place right now, what were some of the biggest lessons that you learned on the trail while you were running for governor?
Number 1, talk to everyone. I ran what's considered an innovative campaign because I went to places I wasn't expected to go. We have to question the assumption that as a black woman, I shouldn't go to majority white rural communities. But I grew up in Mississippi, came of age in Georgia. There are voters there, so I went to where they were. I campaigned in the area where they filmed Deliverance. I'm not joking. But I also went to Dragon Con, and I went to one music fest. I was the first statewide candidate to march in the Gay Pride Parade. Everything I did was designed for people to know that my ambition wasn't to become governor. My ambition was to serve them. And you can't serve people who can't see you, who don't know who you are. And so I also was very open about my life. It was deeply discomforting. As an introvert, I do not like having all of my business out in the street. But I told my brother's story. I talk about Walter with his permission because I needed people to understand. I understand recidivism. I understand why Desmond Meade is fighting so hard to restore returning citizens, because right now in 22 states, my brother, once he serves his time, can never vote again. That is an abomination in a nation that calls itself a democracy. My brother also will struggle because he is denied access to housing and to employment. And so I talked about Walter, but I also talked about my sister Leslie, who's a federal judge, the first black woman to be a federal judge in the history of Georgia. Because I don't want people to see Walter and Leslie and think that Leslie's a better person than Walter. Leslie just had a different hand dealt to her. And if I didn't talk about both, if I didn't talk about my debt, because I was helping my dad with prostate cancer, if I didn't talk about the mistakes I've made, then people can't trust me to understand the mistakes that they've made and the fact that they still deserve opportunity and they still deserve service. And that's the responsibility of an effective politician.
But you talk about how difficult that is to actually be able to expose yourself.
Oh, yes.
To a world like that. And particularly when you have being in a situation where it is a constant news cycle where people are constantly feeding off individuals. That ask for anyone who's looking to run for an office like that is a very real and serious ask of them.
Yes. You don't have to do what I did. I mean, part of my responsibility was that I was so unusual in almost every aspect that I couldn't ask for the suspension of disbelief on every level. I mean, look, there had never been a black woman nominee for governor for a major party in American history. That is a shame, but it's also a 240-year truth. I was running in the Deep South where we don't have the strongest history of race relations. I'm not married, which made people question, like, yeah, I date men, I'm just bad at it. And there were questions about my hair, about my size. Everything that I am is a counter narrative to what people have been told to expect. And so to give people access, you also have to give them comfort. And so some of the comfort is saying, I may not look like what you're used to, but I've experienced what you worry about. I can imagine what you need because I've been there myself. And my responsibility is to put aside my own internal discomfort because the mission of doing good is a stronger driver. I joke with my team, when we have to canvass and I have to knock on a door, I stand there silently praying, please don't answer, please don't answer, please don't answer. But when they answer the door, I'm going to engage that conversation and I'm going to make sure I understand what they need and I'm going to talk about what we can do together. But I still don't want that door to answer. Who I am is private and internal, but what I need belongs to all of us. And so my responsibility is to push myself as far as I can to make other people comfortable with imagining what they can have.
After that, after the gubernatorial race, there's a lot of directions that you could have gone in, a lot of issues that you could have focused on. And I know you probably heard every piece of advice in the world as to what you should do.
Especially for people who told me not to run.
Yes. It's amazing how they come back around, right? And you decided to focus on this issue of access, representation, making sure that people's voices are properly and fairly and legally being heard. Of all the various issues, why this one?
Why did I focus on voter suppression? It seemed timely.
It did seem timely. It did seem timely. But there's a
I'll do more.
But there's a specific of voter suppression that we're talking about here, right? Because there's a bigger conversation that you're leading now.
Yes.
That this is about voter suppression, but this is a bigger conversation.
And it's something I've been a part of for a very long time. You asked me about my parents earlier. My parents were both very involved in the civil rights movement as teenagers. They were both born in '49, and so by '65, when the Voting Rights Act came into being, they had just, they were still in high school. But they were both very much involved in the civil rights movement because it was powered by young people. We know the names of those who are older, but the reason John Lewis is so revered is that he was in his 20s when they beat him.
Right.
SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, young people were the engine of this work. And my dad got arrested when he was 14 or 15. He gets younger every time he tells the story, but he got arrested helping register people to vote. So I grew up believing that voting is power. And we saw that power. Power never really worked for us, but my parents took us to vote every single time. We looked like make way for ducklings, because there's 6 little kids trailing behind them as they go in the voting booth. But they wanted us to see that we don't get absolved of our responsibility to participate simply because we don't get what we want from in the solution. That's not why you do it. And when I ran for governor, it was part of a long history I had. I used to register voters at Spelman College and Morehouse and the AUC. I worked on campaigns. I was a Truman Scholar where we talked about public service. I've done all of the pieces, but the core has always been that democracy is the system we live in, and the core of that power is the right to vote. And what happened to me in Georgia was absurd and offensive, and it was the theft of people's voices, but it was not singular, because it happened in Wisconsin, it happened in Florida, it happened in Ohio and Arizona, and in states where power is shifting because people look different. They are trying their best to use the machinery of democracy to push people out of the system, but when you misuse the machinery of democracy, you break it for everyone. My responsibility is to try to do a patchwork job right now so we can get through the 2020 election, and then to make certain we invest in permanent solutions. Because when you can strip the Voting Rights Act of its meaning and its power simply because you were inconvenienced by the 2008 election, that is wrong. We have to believe that we deserve a system that works, and my responsibility, and because I have a lot of free time on my hands, is to do the work of making that happen through Fair Fight Action and Fair Fight 2020.
And so when people are talking about what is the level of the challenge that we have when it comes to voter suppression, what is the level of challenge that we have with voter suppression?
Okay, so voter suppression is 3 things. It is, can you register and stay on the rolls? Can you get access to the ballot, and does your ballot get counted? Registration and staying on the rolls is a unique problem to America. We're one of the few industrialized, democratized nations that requires you to register yourself. Almost every other nation automatically registers you. And we know you can do it here because Oregon does it, Washington State does it, Maine does it. So it's not that we can't, it's that we don't. And the reason we don't is that we create hurdles to access that democracy. And we've been creating those hurdles from the inception of this nation. We did it by having slavery, by denying citizenship to Native Americans, by telling women to shut up. We've had multiple ways that we have tried to silence the voices. And the point of entry is registration. And so you've seen some states make it more difficult to register by saying that third parties can't register voters. For those who scoff at that, the reality is for low-income communities and communities of color, third-party registration is 2 to 3 times more likely to get a person on the rolls, which is why in Florida, in Texas, in Tennessee, they've passed laws to make it harder for third-party registrants to get people on the rolls. The second is, can you stay on the rolls? Well, in 9 states, the law says that you can lose your right to vote simply by not using it. It's called voter purging. That is the only right in our Constitution that you can lose for not using. I didn't go hunting on Saturday. I did not lose my Second Amendment right. I may have slept through church last Sunday, but my freedom of religion is intact. But if I decide I don't want to vote for any of these people multiple times, in the United States, you can lose your right to vote. And we're not talking about a handful of people. We're talking 17 million people purged from the rolls in the last decade. That's an epidemic. In the state of Georgia, the governor of Georgia stripped 1.4 million people from the rolls during his 8-year tenure as Secretary of State. They didn't all die, and they didn't all move. And the reality is that when you purge a voter, You're not simply taking their name off the rolls and they can just get back on. A lot of these are people who don't know they are off the rolls until they try to vote, which means they are stripped of their power to participate in the election that they thought was important enough to show up. And a lot of them are dissuaded from trying again. So that's the first thing. Second is access to the ballot. That's voter ID. Yes, everyone should have an ID. This is not the question. Most people have an ID. What voter ID laws do is they restrict the kind of ID you can have and where you can get the ID and how it applies. 2 examples. The state of North Dakota does not require voter registration. Anybody can vote. But they do have an ID law, and the voter ID requires a residential address. North Dakota has a disproportionately high number of Native Americans who live on reservations where they have tribal addresses. The county or the state has to allocate to them a residential address, and shockingly, they didn't. And so in the 2018 election, more than 5,000 people were denied the right to vote because they could not get a residential address that they were not able to have. So you set an impossible standard and they say, oops, you didn't meet it, so your democracy is gone. In Wisconsin, they passed a restrictive voter ID law. A woman who was in her 90s, had voted for decades, went in 2015 to get the updated ID. And they said, well, ma'am, we need your original birth certificate. Number one, she's like, I'm 90. I promise you I was born. But she also pointed out that she had been voting in that state and she had a previous version of her driver's license. They said, we need an original birth certificate. She explained to them she was born in segregated Missouri, and that in Missouri, if you were not born in a hospital, you were not given an original birth certificate. Because black people couldn't be born in the hospital, they were born at home. And so she could only get a certificate of live birth, which they said did not count. She was denied the right to vote in 2016. Restrictive voter ID says that you are not enough, and it is an intentional filter to push people out of the process. Then there's poll closures. Since the evisceration of the Voting Rights Act in 2013, 1,688 polling places have closed down. Again, sounds innocuous. You can vote in different ways. Well, let's say you live in a rural county like Clay County, Georgia, where there's now only one polling place. There is no public transportation, and you got a lot of poor people with no cars. If the polling place isn't a mile away, it's now 10 miles away or 20 miles away, you cannot vote. And the analysis done by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution in Georgia alone shows that the 214 polling places shut down under Brian Kemp led to between 50 and 60,000 people being unable to cast a ballot in the 2018 election. And just by comparison, I lost by 54,723 votes, not that anyone's counting. Then it's early voting. In North Carolina, early voting was one of the reasons that Barack Obama won in 2008. Same thing in Florida. Well, once there was a Republican sweep of those states, they shut down or restricted access to early voting. Because who uses early voting? People who are shift workers, people who are low income, because they don't have the time to take off on election day, so they might need to go on a Saturday or a Sunday, or they might be able to go after work one day. Well, when you restrict the access to those early voting centers, you restrict their ability to vote, and that's happening across the country. The last thing is, does your vote count, otherwise known as Florida? So that one is, if you, let's say you get an absentee ballot, you fill it out, you send it in. In Florida, Georgia, Michigan, Iowa, and a handful of other states, there's something called a signature match. So you sign the back of your absentee ballot, you send it in. When a lot of these states, they require your signature to match the signature they have on file from the first time you registered. My signature doesn't match from CVS to Kroger. And yet this is used as a predicate for throwing out thousands of ballots across the country. And in a state like Florida, where elections are won and lost by 500 votes, 5,000 votes, throwing out someone's signature, especially among the elderly, who tend to have very different handwriting as they age, that is voter suppression. So it's, can you register and stay on the rolls? Can you cast your ballot? And does your ballot get counted? That's voter suppression, happens everywhere. It looks like administrative errors, it looks like rules, but what it is an intentional diminution of the right to access democracy in America, and it's wrong, and we should stop it.
So you talked about what some of the long-term goals are.
Mm-hmm.
For the short term, for 2020, what does success look like? What are those goals?
So So I like to say that in the 10-day period between Election Day and my non-concession day, my non-concession day was November 16th, when I acknowledged the legal sufficiency of the election. I do not think I'm the governor. I acknowledged the legal sufficiency of the election, but I refuse to condone the legitimacy of a system that can steal the right to vote from thousands of people, whether they were going to vote for me or not. But in between that period, I had a lot of time to think. I went through all the stages of grief. I found a new stage that I call plotting. And I started manufacturing the things I could do. And so what I thought about was, what work could I do even if I wasn't the governor? And the short term is that we can fix some of the vestiges of voter suppression as they exist today. It's a systems issue. If you watched Iowa last week and freaked out, don't. It was a systemic problem, because the same thing that happened in Iowa last week happened in Iowa in 2012. But if you were a Democrat, you didn't care because you weren't paying attention. And if you were a Republican, they were just much better about not mentioning it. And they told Rick Santorum 3 weeks later, after he dropped out, oh, by the way, you won Iowa, congratulations on your momentum. But the system is what's broken. And so you have to fix the systems, and that's what we do through Fair Fight 2020. We are in 18 battleground states around the country. We have put in place full teams. We'll have them all in place by the end of this month, I believe. Full teams of voter protection directors, deputy directors, field organizers, and hotline managers, so that in every state you can protect the right to vote. And here's why this matters. Typically, we don't think about voter suppression until September of an election year. By September, it's too late. Yeah. At that point, you're doing triage. We have to do anticipation. And we are using all of the presidential primaries to test the systems. Because voter suppression happens year-round, we just don't notice it until it affects us. But if we can anticipate it, then we can start pushing back on it. But I'm also part of a group of folks who are funding lawsuits around the country, because we also need to sue people into better behavior. We may not be able to fundamentally fix the system until we restructure and have a functional Senate and a functional White House, but we can hold states to higher standards. Because the thing we have to remember with voter suppression is that we don't have a single democracy in America. We have 50 different democracies, which means the rules look different. The categories are the same, but the rules are different in every single state. And so in the 20 states, we did 3 during, we did Kentucky and Louisiana in 2019. Everyone else we've carried through, so we have 18 states for 2020. But in all of those states, we are going to be on the ground now, preparing for voter suppression, preparing to fight back and to raise alerts. Because if you can mitigate it, you change the outcome of every election. If you solve it, we actually have a functioning democracy once again.
And Dr. King talked about this two-headed task that we have to take on. One is we have to protect the right to vote. Mm-hmm. And the second task is we have to give people something worth voting for. Yes. Can you talk a little bit about the second piece?
That's why I believe in policy. My favorite speech by Dr. King is March on Ballot Boxes. He gave it in May of 1966. And what he said is, look, it wasn't enough for us to get this right. If we don't use it, they will take it.
Yes.
And what he wanted it to be used for is to solve the problems that you all focus on. Poverty is immoral, it is economically inefficient, and it is solvable. And all of the policies that we can promote, like making sure that from 0 to 3, children have access to high quality early learning so that they're prepared for kindergarten, so that they don't drop out by 3rd grade, that the investments we can make in affordable housing so that families have stability and the ability to grow, that we solve the banking crisis for returning citizens. If you think it's hard for you to bank, imagine if you've been in prison and you're trying to re-enter society. Can you get a house? Can you get a checking account? It's thinking about transportation. Those are the things that I think we should be talking about. I don't like the current president, but he's not the problem. He's the symptom. Our obligation is to focus on the problem and the solution. And the solution are better policies that create opportunity. And in every state, those opportunities look different, and the barriers to opportunity looks different. And so my responsibility and the why of it, the reason people vote is when you tell them that you are willing to work with them to find solutions. Most people don't want you to fix their lives. They want you to give them the tools they need to let them fix their lives themselves.
And stop putting the barriers up in front, then make them forced to actually fix them.
Exactly.
Do you think that as a party, as a country, that we have really fortified and solidified the argument yet? Or do you think that we still have work to do to really help to explain that to the American people?
The challenge is that often the Democratic Party, of which I'm a part, is compared to the Republican Party. And the difference is that because our party focuses on diagnosis, there is no reductive answer, because the problem differs depending on where you are and where you sit. And if we try to do a reductive answer, then someone's not going to hear their problem. But more importantly, they're going to think you're glossing over it or you don't care. Our responsibility is not to necessarily have a pat, pithy answer that can fit on a bumper sticker. Our responsibility is to show through practice that we have solutions that can make their lives better. I will vote for someone because they tell me they understand me before I'll vote for someone who makes me want to, go drinking with them. Because I don't need you drunk, I need you working.
That's right. How long do you think that this contest of ideas actually lasts and goes? Does it go all the way to a convention, or do you think?
Oh, the primary, okay.
Yeah.
Primaries are necessary. It's like going to the dentist. No one enjoys it. Sometimes you go in and it's for cleaning, sometimes it's a root canal. Apparently we're in root canal stage. But at the end of the day, we're going to be better off for it. We are in a moment in our history where we are in inflection points for the economy, for race, for identity writ large. We are changing as a country in ways that we have not seen in modern times. And that is deeply unsettling. And we're going to debate how we deal with it. But I want to point out to everyone that there's not a person in this debate who doesn't want more for our country and more for our people. And there's not a person in this debate who is building their legacy on the demonization and dehumanization of the very citizens they serve. And therefore, no matter who that person is, it's not just that they're better than the current occupant of the White House, it's that they're a better person than the current occupant of the White House. And I want a good person to be our leader. These are people who are going to have made mistakes. They will have made terrible mistakes, bad mistakes, mediocre mistakes, and they're going to screw up again. So let's just be clear. For all the apologies we get and all the atonement we demand, they're going to do something much worse. By accident or on purpose. But what we want are people who understand that redemption is possible, but only if you are accountable. Only if you're willing to work to be better. That should be our metric, that should be our standard, and that's what I look for.
I'll bring it back to you and your process. How you think about the decisions that you make, the paths that you go down. What has been your process when you think about the things and decisions that you make, and what is your process now about how that then will influence what you then choose to do next and what you focus on next?
So I'm deeply anal retentive. My mom laughs about the fact that when we were little, my older sister taught us to do our Christmas list. We used to have the Sears Wish Book. If you're under 40, you have no idea what I'm talking about. But we would get the Sears Wish Book, and it was, that the day it arrived meant that Christmas was soon to come. We did not quite correlate why Santa Claus would require a wish book, but it just seemed an important thing. In our family, we would itemize our Christmas list by listing the page in the wish book, the price point, and the secondary item if we couldn't have that one. Because we also knew we were broke. But we didn't quite conceptualize it that way, but I grew up making lists. When I was in college, I made a list of all of my ambitions that I've put on a spreadsheet and I've maintained for one of those years. And I try my best to be intentional about my goals. Good or bad. And that means giving myself space to investigate, to experiment, and then to correct. And you mentioned my book at the beginning. I didn't want to write a memoir. I wanted to write a how-to guide. But apparently you need to tell people how you've messed up too, so it became autobiographical. But it was cathartic for me, in part because I want people to understand just how badly I've messed up on, I was able to fill a whole book with this stuff. And it was important to me because we think of leadership as perfection. Leadership is strongest when it's been tested and when you have failed and had to recover. That's how America gets stronger, when we make grotesque mistakes about the humanity of our people, and then we repent and we try to do better. One of the pieces I'm working on now is called Fair Count. So I thought about how do we fix our democracy, and one piece we don't pay attention to is the US Census. It happens every 10 years, we get a little annoyed by it, most of us don't even remember filling it out, and we go on about our day. But the census allocates $1.5 trillion a year. And for the communities of color that we expect not to respond, they will forfeit $8.2 billion every year. $3.3 billion if you're black, $4.4 billion if you're Latino, $590 million if you're Asian, and $200 million if you're Native American. Those are dollars that don't go into classrooms, don't go into healthcare, don't go into businesses. Those are real dollars that depress our communities. And so when I thought about what to do with my aftermath, fair fight was one piece, but fair count was a necessary part because we have to count these communities because it's also how we allocate political power for a decade. And in this upcoming decade, because of the inflection point that we're at demographically, if communities of color, if immigrants, if children are not counted, the consequences aren't 10-year consequences, they are generational consequences. And so I started an organization that is one of only 2 organizations that we can find in the country that does nothing but make sure hard-to-count communities are going to be counted in the census in 2020. The third thing I did was start an organization that translates public policy into Southern. Because you hear about all this progressive policy out there, congratulations to all of you, that does not fly where I live. And it's not that we don't want more, but the structure of government is different. The structure of policymaking is different. The structure of the problem is different. When you come from a place that began with slavery as the core of the economy, that shifted into sharecropping and then became a service economy, there are parts to how we think about progress and solutions that have to be translated into the nature of who we are, where we are. And for me, each of those decisions have come about by thinking, what can I do? What can I create that can be done without me? And what is the next problem that we have to think about? I try to live my life anticipating the next problem. I like to say I am not an optimist, I'm not a pessimist, I'm an ameliorist. Ameliorating, means to mitigate the harm. I believe the glass is half full, it's just probably poisoned. My job in life is to find the antidote, and that's what I do.
So I have one final question. I look amongst this crowd here, and these are all folks who are partners with us in the work in every definition of the word partner. We have frontline community organizers. We have people who are leading direct service, people who are leading direct service organizations. We have philanthropists. There are policymakers. I mean, this whole crowd is full of people who are actively in the work every single day. And they know, as you know, and as I know, some days are harder than others.
Absolutely.
And it seems like frequently the harder days are coming fast. What do you have to say to yourself in those hard days to keep you up and going and moving forward, knowing that those wins are still coming?
My great-grandmother, my dad's grandmother, we called her Moo Moo. And she lived in this tiny house next to my grandparents' house. Moo Moo would let us come, when we'd come to visit her, we would watch the Dodgers play on the radio. She didn't like the newfangled television because she had never gotten to watch a baseball game. She'd grown up listening to it. Moo Moo would have us shell peas with her. And we would listen to her tell stories of her childhood. Moo Moo's grandparents were slaves. Her parents were sharecroppers. And she would talk to us about where she had come from. I had the privilege in 2018 to stand in a place that very few people get to stand, and no black woman had stood before. I get invited into conversations these days about what I'm going to do depending on who the nominee for president is. And I get a little bit of pushback because I say I would be honored to be their running mate, and people get upset and they're like, well, you shouldn't say that. And my answer is, I stand in the space of every woman of color, every black woman, every black child who has been told not to dream. In the space of every poor person who has been told their ambition is too much because you're never gonna get out of here. I get through the hard days by remembering where I came from and knowing that in a single generation, what my parents were able to produce is not endemic only to us. What my parents did for us can be done for so many, but not everyone has Robert and Carolyn Abrams as their parents. My responsibility is not to be weary. My responsibility is to be in loco parentis for those people who needed Robert and Carolyn. They imbued into me what is possible, and my job is to deliver it to others, and that gets me up the next day.
And we thank God that you keep on getting up the next day. Friends and family, Stacy Abrams.
Thank you.
You're the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy to do it. Thank you.
Wasn't she awesome? Yes, yes, yes. And the entire day was. So to everybody who graced this stage, for all of you who were inside of the audience, for the conversations that took place during lunch, for the conversations that took place during the breakouts, for the conversations that will take place tonight over drinks and food. We are so grateful to have y'all here today. We are humbled to be your partners in this work and partners in this fight, and we are incredibly excited about 2020 and beyond with you in this work. We can do this. We are doing this. We will get better. We will make this work complete. We can do this, and we will. So, humbled to have you all here today. I just want to give a very quick shout out to the Robin Hood team who pulled all this together. Sam Tweedy, the P&I team. Absolutely remarkable. From start to finish, our Lindsay Carroll and our events team. From top to finish, the Robin Hood team is world class, and I'm just humbled to be a part of this team and humbled to lead this team. We think about this entire week for Robin Hood. From the Mobility Labs work, and I'm so thankful we have our Mobility Labs partners here this week from 5 jurisdictions around the country. We think about the work that we're going to have even continuing tomorrow with the sister organizations such as our friends from Tipping Point and the Better Chicago and the Lever Fund and Slingshot and the Constellation Fund who are here tonight. This is work that every single one of us take incredibly seriously. Every single one of us, as I said before, does not have a plan B. The plan A is getting it right. The plan A is asking and forcing humanity into this conversation and making something that, as Stacy said, that is completely intolerable and inhumane, making it history, because we don't have to live with this nor deal with this. Today's been amazing. Bless you guys, and see you all in a little bit. Thank you so much.